Well, you drove out there into the middle of nowhere and had some sort of loud verbal display challenging ET in general out in
Oh
the middle
yeah,
of
that's
nowhere.
what I was doing. I actually had a pistol in my hand at the time. I was really ticked off when I was having this fit. I was waving the gun in the air, okay, and I had this fit. And at this moment, I said, okay.
He was a Louisiana man named Montaldo. Folks around called him Six Gun Joe. Worked with ICAR, don't you know? Investigating UFOs. Out for a drive with a gal one night, they stopped to check out the reporting site. When an alien lit right there on the ground, he commenced to throwing his weight around. Now, old Six Gun didn't take too kindly to that kind of thing, especially without Vaseline or anything like that, seriously. Well, Six Gun looked that critter right in the eye and said, "Any last wish before you die?" Yo, reached for his gun, quick as a twitch, and said, "Fill your claw, you son of a bitch." Now a legend spread across the land about this pistol-waving man. But if you're from space or from Earth below, you don't give no lip to Six Gun Joe.
Well, welcome everyone to UFO Undercover. I hope everyone's having a good morning, good evening, good afternoon, wherever you are on our big, beautiful, blue, happy planet out there. Terra, Sol, actually. I say Sol, but it's actually Sol. It's, well, you can call it Earth. We don't care what you call it. No, you can call it Earth. It, I don't know. Earth just doesn't seem to work. I mean, here we are 5,000 years, 6,000 years, 12,000 years, 16,000 years, whichever history line you want to take, it just doesn't seem to work. I mean, we still seem to be killing each other.
Yeah.
And for what? I mean, really, is it that much on the planet that you want to kill somebody over? I just kind of wonder where we're headed. Well, no, tonight we're gonna be talking about the ancient world and ufology as it pertains to the ancient world. You always hear me. One of my friends called me out on this. Is what I want to talk about. So you always hear me talking about if you're going to get into ufology, you should always start in the ancient world, and the reason why. Well, the reason why is it's just an overabundance of evidence in the ancient world that suggests that we've been visited in several different ways too. Not just like it's not just somebody saw it or there's artwork. There's just so much other stuff. There's models and replicas of planes. It's just there are so many things. All those Nazcan lines. I mean, the more you look into it, the deeper you get. But we're going to start with the old world. So we're going to start with the Sumerians, the Mesopotamians, the Egyptians. But Jay and I talked about this last week. Also, the other old world, which was about 4,000 years ago, we're going to be talking about the Mesoamericans, the Toltecs, the Aztecs, the Mayans, and the Incans. Really and truly, they probably were all one race. They were all probably descendants of the Toltecs, and it looks like the Toltecs were descendants of someone else who built a great pyramid around 4,500 years ago and said they got the information from people who came from the sky. But yet, no one knows who they are, where they went, how they built the pyramid, or anything else. At least with the Egyptians, we got a kind of idea where they came from, each other, and they're still there. So question: is it, do the good people get taken or the bad people get taken? I'm just, we hear about these races just disappearing off our planet, and some of them fairly advanced races just dissing off our planet. Sorry, my alarm's going off. I guess someone's visiting the studio. If it gets too bad, guys, I'll shut the door.
But they said that a lot about particularly the Mayan, Olmec, Toltec, all of the Central American native tribes. They say they simply vanished. That they don't find any mass graves or anything where these hundreds of thousands or millions of people have disappeared to. And basically, what happened with the Mayans, the Toltecs, the all of those. What do they call the pre-Bavarian? I don't remember what that. But in any event, those
That's that loud, Heidi.
migrated north and south and spread out throughout North, South, Central America and became what are now the First Nation tribes, the Indian tribes. They just simply assimilated into the rest of the world.
So, wait, before we go any further in this, wait, stop. Breaks. Before we go any further than this, we're going to take a little tiny segue. Now, I mean a little segue. It's not get crazy tonight, but little segue. So, you're coming across the land bridge. Ooh, I'm coming across the land bridge. Ooh, I'm coming across the land bridge. Okay, get across the land bridge. Now, we're kind of in Canada at this point, bottom of Alaska, right there by Vancouver somewhere.
Mm-hmm.
So, wouldn't you have gone straight instead of going down the coastline? Now, I think some people would have went down the coastline, but I don't think they would have all went
they
down.
Did. No, I proved it in college, and
because I know I wouldn't have went down.
The Project proved it, or it helped prove it with me. The ancient Jomon people, and it's pronounced Jomon, Jomon, just like the JoJomon channel we have here, kind of, is an ancient race of Japanese and Korean prehistoric peoples. They built dugout canoes. They took a log and put it on its side and used their tools to dig a hole, just like the native Indians make those kind of log canoes. And some had freight, some had people on it, and they did a caravan all the way, did the whole ring of fire, the entire, their genetics are spread all over the Pacific, including on Australia, but not as much as they are in North and South, Central and South America. Now, they traded goods, and they did this for thousands of years. The Jomon people started around 15,000 BCE and went until about 1400 CE. That's a huge.
That's long after people came here, though. That's like 40,000 years after we came here, maybe 50,000 years after we came here.
No.
We were here.
They started doing that circle in the 14,500 BC area.
No, that's what I'm saying, though. The first man on the continent that they think was well over 200,000 years ago.
Oh,
then they think the ones that were the ones that they think that were hunting the samurai. I mean, not the samurai, poor samurai. I don't mean they were hunting you, samurai. Guys, I don't be hunting y'all. I'm talking about hunting the mammoths. I'm sorry, I got crazy on that last one. Heidi saying her new favorite song got me confused. But the mammoths are interesting because, I mean, we're probably the ones that hunted them out to our ancestors are probably who hunted them to extinction, just like they almost did with the buffalo. It's so, but who were they? No one actually quite knows who they were. And then they found out, they think they found out that some people somehow or another got washed over to Greenland and then got washed over here. So it looks like there was actually penetration from both sides of the continent somewhere between 50 and 250,000 years ago. Now, if you go by what the guy with the skull, if you go with the guy in South America found, he got a skull that's 3.3 million years old. So that changes everything.
Yeah,
that puts him as old as Lucy.
Basically, what it means is that those creatures they may not have survived after the breakup of Pangea, but they may have been. I'm sure that there's going to be lots of creatures we find that have gone extinct. You won't find them on other continents because they broke apart, and I think that's kind of the case here. Is that those the initial deposit of life on the land once it broke up, it was spotty. I mean, there was only certain species on certain parts of the land. So if something went extinct, and then later on that part of land is now the Jomon people are coming into, or the Toltecs or Mayans come into, they wouldn't be associated with anything that's already extinct under the ground. And I think that's the case with this, is that they're mistaking migration for something that's extinct that just migrated with the natural progression of the planet.
They think there's been life on this continent for quite a long time now.
Well, yeah,
And
no, that's what I'm saying.
It keeps getting further.
Yeah.
It keeps getting pushed further back, and then it keeps getting different sources. They keep arguing about where the sources was. So you're talking about the Jomon, and and that's one of the first things they said early on was the Islanders were coming here early on, which are the Jomon, and well, that's before they were called Islanders actually. But and then there's the other race though that they think came here, which was the Mariners, and they came over from Europe and South and Middle East. So, but nobody knows who they were. They do figure they were here somewhere 15, 20, 25,000 years ago during the Ice Age, no less, they crossed. But if you're crossing at the equator,
well, it might be easier
during the Ice Age, you're probably not even going to see any ice.
Well, yeah, but if they crossed during the Ice Age, they could easily walk across the Pacific Ocean or the Atlantic Ocean because it would be frozen.
No, the Pacific wasn't completely frozen. They were talking about
the
that.
Atlantic was.
Yeah, the Atlantic was. Atlantic. It's about half the size. Yeah.
Completely, you could probably walk along the shorelines and stay, pretty close to.
Oh, I imagine there's places you could easily cross. Yeah, that's what they were talking about. That's why they talked about the land bridge. They figured the glacier just pushed in over the land bridge and just all of that was just hunk of crap.
The problem with that is everyone thinks when we say land bridge, it's like you could just walk from Asia to America. No, you have to swim in places, and if you had a boat, it would be more economical.
Maybe not. It depends. I would think so. On that, I would think it would be more about when it was. So at the end of the Ice Age, I agree. That's how you would have had to cross. Yeah. But at the height of the Ice Age, nah, that would have been one.
Just big, you just walk right across.
It would have been one big hunking because
it wouldn't have been a land bridge. That would be an ice bridge.
Yeah, that's what it was. And the mammoths, all you had all those animals that crossed, but not all of those. There seems to have been animals already here. The more they dig in this, the more it looks like
when the land was all one piece. I believe that's when life spawned, and when it was all like whatever life forms were going to be on the planet were spawning in this Pangea.
Yeah, doing Pangea, yeah.
But once it broke up, then that screws the pooch for everybody. So not everything we're going to find is going to be on every continent, but there's going to be life from 500 million years ago, 200 million years ago. We're going to find this stuff eventually. It's in the earth. It's in the dirt.
So then that leads to another problem. So Pangea was here. I guess the aliens hadn't come when Pangea was here.
According to Sitchin, they would have been here at least throughout the forming of the planet. They probably would have seen the accretion disks create each of the 8 planets. And I say 8 planets because Venus wasn't one of them. They would have considered Pluto one at that point before it fully formed.
It's maybe not. They might not even know we existed. See, that's the problem with extraterrestrials. It's I was showing this to a friend the other day. He's going, "Oh well, we're in the spiral arm, lots of and I said, "We're not though." I said, "We're like the sunken ship outside the shipping lane that nobody ever goes by." I said, "That's where we are." I said, we're not just a little bit off. We're a good ways off the spiral arm. When you look at it, you actually see it. So when you see this, they show you the 3 spiral arms. Now they added one, and you'll see it. They'll make a dot. And if you're looking at it from just a random map, it looks kind of fairly close to the arm. Well, yeah, start zooming in.
Yeah,
you ain't nowhere near the damn thing. Yeah, you're hundreds of billions of miles away from that arm. So someone, even with scan, isn't going to see you. You would have been found accidentally, or maybe.
Which makes this the perfect strategic spot for anyone who wants to wage war in any of these spiral arms. Every one of the stars inside the spiral arms, where they call it like the local galaxy, like our local neighborhood, every star is only 1 to 2 light years away from the next. And most stars are binary or trinary, meaning there's 2 or 3 suns revolving around each other, and then there's X number of planets around each of those suns revolving around each other, and all of that's all combined into one huge solar system. So we're way out, and we're in the sticks, as most astronomers put it.
Yes, and that's what makes it so hard for us to get into deep space travel. If we were in the local galaxy, we could probably just kind of cruise along from one to the next, eventually find somebody with the technology we're looking for. But here, I mean, we are literally in the boondocks, man.
Yeah.
That's where we are. I mean, that's where Earth is. Was
Yes,
it done
Mish, we
intentionally?
have, or at least I have. She wants to know: Have you guys haven't heard about the life coming out of Australia? It's called the Out of Australia theory, and it's proposed by the Strongs, Evan and William, or is it Michael and William, the two Strong brothers, friends of mine who I've had several great arguments about the creation and things on our planet. Uh, it's an idea I fully support.
The
I
ganja must be good.
100% on the mark. Those two gentlemen are excellent researchers. If you haven't read their theories, look them up. They're on Facebook. They're very, very.
I'm just saying the ganja must be good in Australia. We ain't come from Australia, people.
Yeah.
Get a grip. Maybe when it was Pangea, we came from Australia, but no, we didn't come from Australia.
No. But there are certain aspects and creatures that absolutely.
I don't have no pouch.
Well,
Jay ain't got no pouch either, so don't say that.
The pouch has been removed, and we saw the result.
Yes, you see, that's what happens.
So I can't put my
Now
camera
you
on.
watch, you Aussies in 100,000 years or 500,000 years, you're going to grow a pouch. Don't ask me.
If it's a good adaptation, that's what mutations are about. That's why we have, like, kitty cats have retracting claws. It's a good adaptation. It means you look innocent and cute, and then all of a sudden, boom, these razor sharp knives come out of your fingertips. That's a great adaptation. I wish I had those.
Yeah, marsupials are weird. Yeah, they're weird animals, people.
Very strange.
Yes, you ever watch when you give birth?
They're
Australia give birth.
Cold-blooded. They're part of every type of creature on the planet, including laying eggs.
Yeah, life got stuck down there and had to figure out a way to it just proves one point, though. Life will figure out a damn way. Whatever kind of weird way it is. Well, so the Aborigines talk about extraterrestrials. The ancient Aztecs, Mayans, Toltecs. Well, the Toltecs we don't know for sure. There's some stuff on some temples, but there's so little writings left of the Toltecs, it's hard to say. And it's even worse than that. They have found new cities now, thanks to LIDAR, that they don't know who the hell they belong to. They know they date back 4,000 to 5,000 years, puts them around the same time of the Great Pyramids of Giza, but that's it. They don't know anything more than that about them. They're just kind of left. Like, so I was talking to a friend yesterday about this, and he asked me about who built the pyramids. Well, everybody always wants to make this huge mystery out of the pyramids, but there is a lot of writing from the pharaohs and the priests about the pyramids. So it was I can't say his name right, Snafu and Khufu, or the original pyramid builders.
Khufu and Khafre, or if it's more easy,
one's the father, one's the son.
Cheops is the father, and Khephren is the son, and Menkaure is the mother.
But they were calling him Snafu or something last night.
Their other names are Khafre and Khufu. Khufu is Cheops, and Khafre is Khephren.
So anyway, they talked about it in great detail. So we know he built one of them built 3 pyramids, which one of them was the bent pyramid because practice makes perfect. One of them was not. I don't know if you'd call it a pyramid. I'm not exactly sure what you would call it. And then he built a true pyramid. And then the next 2 were real true pyramids. So it's not like we didn't have a reverence. We started here and was effed up, and we made it to here over these two emperors. So we knew they did it. It wasn't extraterrestrials that built the damn pyramids. So people, stop it. Read. Damn. All I'm saying is I'd like to think it was extraterrestrials that built the pyramids too. And I would like to think there was something fancy dancy. But, when you think about this, all they did was the small, because these pyramids we're talking about were a little bit small until they built the Great Pyramid. They just took everything they did for the small pyramids and upsized it. Yeah. And by the way, they did use, it's actually written in some places, they did use elephants to move big rocks around. Yeah. So you got an 80-ton rock. Okay, put 6 elephants on it. They're gonna tow it around like it ain't shit. It's that's the point. I mean, we want to make this into something. I don't know why we have this need to make ourselves look bad or feel bad. We're humans. We're not completely stupid. We do figure stuff out. Look, we figured out quite a lot of things over the years. So maybe somewhere earlier in life, there might have been some kind of intervention, something we may have learned here and there. But the pyramids seem to be Maybe it was a challenge from the extraterrestrials, because we do know it looked like a couple of them served as emperors or kings, whatever you want to call them, pharaohs. We do know that. So maybe it was a challenge. Say, look, here's how you do it. Now you do it. Because we really don't know.
Well, the fact that they were built probably in the order of 20,008 BCE at the latest, 16,500 at the earliest. That's a long way back. That totally rewrites every history book in every country of this planet.
Well, no, because we know when those two pharaohs lived, and there was only one was 4,500 years, and one was around the same
I think
time.
we have a lot of data that's misconstrued here as well, because there's a lot of dates.
No, because they've got the pharaohs before and after. So there's a line of succession. They know where he belongs. They know where it's supposed to be.
Yeah, but I
So
don't
we
think they
know
have
that.
clear, like building dates, starting dates for the building of it. They're mentions in the pyramid text. They mention the materials they're using to use as coverstones over the pyramids. And
I don't think if the pyramids were 16,000 years old, I don't think they would have survived. The amount of rain that fell back and during the time of the ice age and all, and then it would have been catastrophic for the pyramids. They would have washed those fine lines out. You'd had water coming in all over the place. It eventually would have collapsed them.
But it
And
is
since all of that was sandstone,
in a
you know what's funny about this? You know what's really funny about this? If it would have been rain, there would have been residual left over from the sandstone. There's not. At the bottom of the pyramids, there is no sandstone.
And that's why, because the sandstone was replaced afterwards by the Egyptians.
No. I mean the sand itself. There's nothing there. It was never there. They've talked about this before. They wanted to know what happened because they figured they don't think anybody took the blocks off the thing. They just think they melted over time, over 4,000 or 5,000 years. They would have just melted, just like they would have been.
Very soft stone, and it erodes very quickly.
Yeah. So, but it should have been mixed in with the sand around it, but it wasn't.
Well, and I think the reason why
there wasn't even any sign of it, which was weird.
There may be deep down under that sand, but the reason why there's that sand is when the flood came, all that silt came and just when it settled, that sand came down from wherever. It could have come from Miami. We don't know where that sand came from. It could have come from Europe.
If you're assuming the pyramids were built, I don't think the pyramids could have held up to the flood.
I think the pyramids were built and established before the flood, were washed over by the flood, and then that's why, I mean, somehow over a long amount of time, the Sphinx was buried up to its neck.
The Sphinx was, but the pyramids weren't.
The Great Pyramid was like the bent corner of it, the bent top corner of it. That's it.
No, you could see the whole base of the pyramid. They show them back almost 500 years ago. They got pictures. Well, they got drawings. I'm not pictures, but they were showing the base even then. They were never covered. They were definitely built after the flood. They were built.
They're still quite buried though.
They because you can see on two of them. You can see the four cornerstones, which are on the base. That's as low as you can go, unless you're going underground. That's as low as you can go, and they're just. The pyramids have been there for a long time. Besides that, if they would have done like you said, it would have been like that. It would have been flap, and you'd have had 1.5 pieces still showing on the other side.
Okay, yeah, you're right. It is not buried, but the Sphinx was buried up to its neck.
Oh, the Sphinx was that's always been my argument. So we know the Sphinx was built long before the pyramids. We know that because of two things: the depth of the sand, which because it was like right here, and when you got the sand off, you could see that fine erosion that wasn't made from sand; it was made from water. So we know, and there's not that on the pyramids. That's one of the things that aggravated the two brothers and the guy who went over there. That's one of the things that aggravated them. They were like they thought the pyramids were at least as old as Sphinx, and then in the end they had to concede no, Sphinx was built earlier. But then they got to arguing about was the complex where the Sphinx was built earlier, or did someone come in and build a complex around the Sphinx?
I think the complex was started with there actually were two Sphinxes built, one on the east side, one on the west side, each facing that cardinal direction. We haven't found the second Sphinx. We don't know where it is, but it's somewhere to the west of that valley.
Chris, have faith in
the complex, and the first two things built were at least those two Sphinxes.
Yeah. So no, Chris, behave now. We're going to get into the UFO stuff. This is actually UFO stuff. This is setting the baseline for what we could do and what we couldn't do. So when you're listening to Jay and I talk, we don't always agree, but there's a lot of stuff we do agree on. And when it gets to the pyramids, probably somebody gave us the knowledge to build part of it, because
Or
or else
technologies to
or
help.
what's
That's some
or what's
precise
his name
cutting.
witness. Yeah, but what's his name screwed up to him. So I'm not thinking. I'm not thinking it was as precise as we all thought it was in the beginning.
It's
The things that make me think there might have been somebody else was when you see the hieroglyphs of like the tubes look like they're producing electricity and light. These are deep in. They've got these other things that running in that look like they're supplying maybe air or something. That stuff. Now, granted, I'm not saying our ancestors couldn't have invented something like that. I mean, they could have had somebody up there turning a wheel, pumping air down there, and they could have figured out how to. I mean, they supposedly look like eels, but we know.
something has to
Uh,
explain how they lit those buildings. The Dendera descriptions you're talking of, the light
and
bulb,
people
there's no
remember.
soot. There's no soot. You would need soot
Yeah,
for
there's
you
no
would have soot
soot, and that's
burned in.
always been a problem. There's no soot, so there had to be some type of light bulb. We know that the Greeks learned how to electroplate from the Egyptians. They said that, so they already knew about
Yep.
electricity, not like y'all thinking about electricity. So it may have
Like
been the Egyptians had
double A
discovered
battery
something
type
along,
electricity, but that's electricity that they had.
or maybe the Egyptians discovered it. Maybe somebody gave it to them. But what I think is, I really think because they mentioned, forgot which emperor it was. They mentioned the payroll because these weren't slaves. They were talking about what they paid and what it cost to feed them in the whole 9 yards and how much it would be today. It would be something like $11 trillion today. It was fucking outrageous. It's I know it's outrageous, man. So, but the point is they had the people, they had the animals, they had the rock, and they had the knowledge. So I don't see why they couldn't build it themselves. Now, let's go this route. What were they building it for? I'm not buying the bullshit that we put in one person. And I've seen the inside of several chambers now. They don't look. They look like they were designed for something else. They line up with Orion. It's almost like they were trying to tell somebody something, or say, "Hey, look, we're ready now. We built what you said. You see how they are." Because it's more than just those three pyramids. People, you see the three pyramids in the front. They actually also line up with the constellation, not off the other side of Orion.
Well,
And
there's
then
another
there's
thing
other
you're
places.
forgetting about as well. A very important part that they've taken out of the Grand Gallery in the Khufu Pyramid. It's like 10 or 12 jed pillars,
Mm.
very ornately carved. I don't know if they're made out of alabaster, but they have copper and other things around them. Basically, Tesla coils. So, and these have not been shown. The antiquities have taken these things out of the Grand Gallery and scarfed them away somewhere in the Egyptian museums, and no one has seen them ever since. So we don't even know what these things are, or what they could do. If they're if jed pillars are like a Tesla coil, then absolutely that building was some sort of a generator for power.
Yeah, it's you can't really argue whether it was or wasn't. I mean, it's just a lot of things that went on there. It makes you wonder what the hell was really going on. It does seem like there was some type of contact, but I don't think it was quite the way people want to make it out to be. We were too stupid to build anything, and we had to have
Yeah.
these
Well,
extraterrestrials
there's
come
another
building us
point that
stuff.
I always make is the Egyptians of the fourth dynasty, who are credited with the building of these pyramids. Their hardest object they operated with was brass, which is basically copper,
Yeah, pretty soft.
and it's very soft. It's like it's only as hard as your fingernails and your teeth. Right? And it will make marks on rocks, but it's like the chalk. The brass is the chalk, and your other rock is the chalkboard, and you're just grinding away the brass. They didn't have the technology to cut granite, so somebody else somebody with higher technology made the granite parts. Now the sandstone you could easily cut with brass implements, but the implements are missing. The tool no one has found the tools. You would need, as Chris Dunn puts it, circular saws, at least two or three of them, from 17 to 21-foot diameter to cut some of the stones that are in place. As
Oh no, I don't think they use saws. Not like you think of saws anyway.
he
So I
thinks,
think they use
mostly it's
I think they
rock.
use a combination because I've seen an Egyptian doing this just the other day, and he said he
Yeah,
learned this from his great grandfather.
I've
So
seen those tricks. Yeah.
they take this is just a piece of string,
Hmm.
and it's almost just like diamond dust they put on, and they just and it
That's
cut
how soft limestone
smooth
is. Yeah.
and
You don't
pretty
even need that.
and
If
clean.
you know where the cleaving points are, you can hit it with a hammer and it'll snap off in a straight
Well,
line.
they didn't have to. No, what they did was, so there was 6 of them in a row, 3 on each side, and they would just the next one would, and they cut through this stone like it was
Yeah.
nothing. I mean,
Yeah.
they cut through the whole stone.
You know.
They had a little line drawn down it. They cut along their little line perfectly. They cut all the way across. The whole stone was smooth on the top. It was really nice, dude. It looked a lot like William stones you see on
Yeah.
the pyramids. So
Yeah.
I'm thinking there was, and plus we do know that the Egyptians understood water pressure. So with that and combination of water pressure, you might not have needed any fancy tools to cut with. Those two,
Any
I
one
mean,
of
come
those
on,
is
think what we use water pressure today to cut stuff.
well, any
Way
one of those
harder than
is a
stone.
valid explanation. The one that catches my eye the most though is there's 3 boat pits. They're like elongated oval shaped pits out in front of the Great Pyramid. And in one of them, they call them the boat pits because in one of them they found a disassembled sail barge. That sail barge was recreated, and they now have it in the museum right there on the side. Now, I don't think those pits were made to disassemble a boat. The boat was disassembled in honor of somebody who died, probably Khufu, and they put his boat there. Chris Dunn proposes that that's where they had 3 circular saw blades that cut the big blocks of limestone, which would do the same trick.
Yeah, if blade though, I mean to cut. I mean, you need a steel blade to cut through rock, and
You
you
would
need
need
a
a harder metal
lot of
than brass.
water.
Yes, you would. Well, I mean,
You need a lot of
you
water.
probably do it with brass if you're using limestone. For the granite, you would need
But
definitely a harder metal.
when you're talking about, because we know they brought them in on barges. That's how they got it here,
Yeah.
is on barges.
The
So
river
by
right up
thinking
to-
about that, by bringing them down on barges, it would have been nice if ET would have just picked them up and sent them back down. But it doesn't look like that's how it went down.
sometimes
But if
they
if
say-
you've already got them on barges and you're already in the water, you could have set 2 rollers on each side of the barge with your ropes and had your guys on there while you were transporting it down. You could have been cutting it to the size you wanted it.
Yeah.
You would have had your water there. You'd have had everything you need. And we already know they had access to diamonds and lots of them.
That's another good point you just made. That's a building point. You and I were kind of in the building trades. You're an actual builder. I sell hardware. Actually, no, I just move hardware as freight. But and Chris Dunn is a building engineer. And all 3 of us agree that you would absolutely have to have. Oh God, I lost my point. What did you just say?
We were talking about cutting the stone with diamond, with
Oh,
water
yeah.
and
So Chris Dunn's point is you would absolutely have, like, there's a guy on site who says, "Oh, we need a rock this dimension stat," and you cut it right there on site and get it ready. So the good point you made there. So you would absolutely have to have the tools handy to do this. They had to have those, and it wasn't
and if you were using rope and diamond stuff like that, all that stuff would have just disintegrated into sand, be long gone. Yeah. Especially the diamond pieces are so small, it would just look like grains of sand. So those kind of things would make sense. I know I was talking with some Egyptologists about 3 years about this, and he goes, "Can I use that?" I'm like, "Yeah." I said, he's like cussing and stuff. He said, I said, "Dude, I learned it from y'all." He's like, "What?" I said, I said, "I've seen this twice in my life. I've seen it once when I was about 19. I was actually in the Navy at the time. And I seen it again on a TV show a while back, a couple of years back. And on both times, that's how they were doing it. But when we seen it in, that was the funniest part. And it never registered in my head because I wasn't into stuff back then. I still remember this. We're docked. And we're all getting our ship going to when I'm watching this guy, and he's over there with this rope. And this guy's cutting, and I'm cussing at the time. I'm like, this bleeping guy's cutting a bleeping stone with a rope. How the hell are you doing that? And I'm watching it cutting. I'm like, what the hell? So, stupid me. I walked over there. No speaking, no Egyptian at all. Thank God. A couple of people spoke good English. So I walked over and I asked him, and he shows me, and I grabbed the rope and it cut me. And I realized, oh, shit, it's sharp. And then, I didn't realize till later what kind of stone it was because the diamond will cut anything. I mean, and if you've got some strong guys, and if you know the thickness of your rope,
I had access to diamond to do some of the precision work at these pyramids.
Oh,
but I disagree. If they had access to corundum is the next hardest material after diamond. And with the technology they had, they could easily crush it into a powder or a dust and put it into a string or a rope and make a rope saw.
And the best part about that is it, by knowing the size of your channels or your holes or your cuts, you could make the thickness of your rope so we don't have to make one cut. cover them and make. So I mean, if you were going, if you were going for a stand, it was like a 16th of an inch, and that's what your rope would be, and that's what you'd cut with a 16th. I imagine you'd be wearing out rope every 6 inches or so. So I imagine they would make hundreds of feet of it, but
Yeah, they
still,
would
it's an
have to, and
easy
then
way
I
to
would
do
think
it.
they would probably have it in several layers, so it's not just one
And
straight.
and we may even got some help with this. Just last night, I was watching something about Egypt, and they found where they were building one. They couldn't find out why they had all these pots, water. They call them water pots next to this place. It was just for water. He said, but you can tell it's not for drinking because it's got like a thing on the side that pops and you tip, and you got a thumb thing so you can control the water coming out. He's like, it's not for. He said, I'll show you one for drinking. And he pulls one over. He said, I don't know what these were for. Now we know what the hell they were for. That's the guy up there with the water over the rope going controlling the flow. Well, people, you got to have water when you're cutting with stone. You're cutting stone. Oh yeah,
or
doesn't matter
oil.
what you're cutting with, or
Probably
oil.
put it in
Yeah,
oil too, because it
yeah.
lasts longer. It
You
lubricates all
use
the
it
way
like you
through.
can use like oh man, they got special oils made for it. But
But all those are great points, and some of the major points that I always bring up is you'd have to be able to on demand get the rock you needed cut to size. So the rocks have to be on site as building materials in rough sizes. You'd absolutely have to have the tools. We haven't found the tools. They make almost none of the tools, and maybe it's all if they're all rope tools for cutting. There's your explanation. But there's other tools you need. Levels, and most of their tools are gone. They're all wood. Most of them.
I know we got to switch topics in a minute, but I do remember watching them level. What do you call them? Well, what you call them? It's like a monolith, but it's a different name. But anyway,
Well,
I was
obelisk.
watching, obelisk. I was watching them put one up, right? And I'm watching this guy. So they dig a hole and they slide it in the hole,
Yeah,
and
and
poof, it's standing up. And then they just start filling it with sand, and it starts rising up until they get it to where they want, and then they pack it out. I'm like,
yeah,
okay.
yeah. That was the
Would have
coolest.
never thought about doing it like that. But hey, it worked.
It works.
It works. I'm
I mean,
Jimmy,
that's advanced physics too, by the way.
to answer your question, Jimmy, it's so it's kind of like we know Egypt was visited by extraterrestrials, and we know so by doing what Jay and I are doing right now, it helps us to find exactly where, if there was interference, exactly where were they interfering. So in this case, were they giving them like the blueprint for the thing, saying, "Okay, look,
Yeah,
this
you
is
need a
what you
blueprint.
need." And they may even tell them, you could use this, and this as tools to do it.
Yes.
Because they want us to develop. I mean, that's the whole point. And then were they actually using it from? Like in Stargate, Daniel Jackson has it as a landing spot. So there's one of the Mayans. So this was a great picture, by the way. I seen this yesterday. I've seen it before. So then there's a picture of a Mayan. It's Kubla Khan, no, what you call it, the big city, the one behind Mexico City, the one
That's
in front of the
Teotihuacan.
yeah. So they got these pictures of it. So they got the sun and the moon pyramids, and then all the little pyramids on the side.
Well,
So
they also
and
have the 9 planets.
yeah, so there's a picture that was taken in 1918, I believe, and it looks like a saucer sitting on each of the big ones and littler saucers sitting on each of the smaller ones, just sitting there. Actually, they look like they're actually hovering above it a little bit. So a guy,
you got to find that picture and show it.
oh Jesus, it was on. I ain't gonna mention the name because they pissed me off, but it was on this sci-fi show. I'm not mentioning their name. No. But it was on this sci-fi show.
Let me see
So
if I
then
can
they
find
show.
it.
So then they show the other picture, which is a modern picture of the same thing. It's weird. I've also seen a drawing like that. So the Mesoamericans seem to have much more contact than a lot of other races did. Even what do you mean, the North Americans, the Native Americans? The Native Americans came from the Mesoamericans, yes. And we're not even sure if when they came to South America, what was it, 400 years ago, that somebody didn't bring them into North America, because they did find, I think it was one of the Pueblo villages, they found conquistadors' helmets. Yes, a couple of them. Well, the first time I heard it, there was only one. Then all of a sudden, there was four. I would imagine the Native Americans lopped their freaking heads off, is what I would imagine. These guys come walking out with these big things on their head, these things all over their arms, shields and swords. Yeah, I don't know. Being the fact that maybe it might have been a trade, the conquistadors may have made a trade with the Native Americans for something. But Mesoamericans, usually when you hear somebody say Mesoamericans, they mean South Americans, Central Americans.
Did you hear that there was a new Mayan city discovered in Guatemala? I don't know how long ago, but recently, very recently.
Yeah.
And it's on the western border of Mexico in Guatemala, and it's called Los Abuelos, the grandparents.
Yeah, the one we watched last night showed 3 new cities. One of them quite big, and then they decided, let me show you what the Toltec Empire was. So it was huge. It spanned really from it. It really spanned from the bottom of the United States all the way through Central America, well into to South. I mean, into South America. At least half of it. At least it might even been more than half. They're not sure, but at least half of all of South America belonged to them. They were a huge empire. They were. I don't know who. I guess Genghis Khan might be the next. Yeah,
it's the largest one to date.
Yeah, it was huge, and then they were gone. Well, most of us think that, I forgot which order they came in: Aztecs, Incans, Mayans.
Well, there's the Olmecs too, even before that. Oh, it's
yeah.
It's Olmec, Toltec, and then Mayan.
No, there's Aztecs, Incans, and Mayans. So you had those 3. So you had I don't know which one came first. I'd actually have to go sit down and look it up.
Let me see if we can find out.
Well, in a lot of ways, they were the same. Well, the Toltecs is just not that much information on. There's no writings hardly at all. They didn't feel a need to write. Same thing at the city we were just talking about in Mexico. The city Jay and I was talking about is right behind Mexico City. It's right in front of a mountain range and right behind Mexico City.
Yeah, Teotihuacan, city of the gods.
It's not even that far from Mexico City, which, by the way, has 22 million people living in it, or more by now. It's a very interesting place. Well, it looks like the Mesoamericans did things a little differently. It looks like they had like places they lived in these big areas. And a lot of them, they were used for different things like sports complexes I'm pretty sure 2 of them, they found some type of sports complex or sacrifice complex or both. But it didn't look like anybody lived in it. There was no things out in the woods or weeds, any type of village kind of stuff. But there are other ones where there are what you would call little huts and villages and stuff. So it looks like it might have been like it is in any big city. This was a mammoth-sized city. City about the size of Texas, I would believe.
I'm not really finding one that has all of those in at once, but as I recall, I think it's Olmec, Toltec, Aztec, and then Mayan. I think it goes in that order.
But you still got the Incans.
They're in the middle with somewhere in between the Incans, the Aztecs, and they're way early. There's quite a few, but I think they're all really pretty much all one very similar group of civilizations, kind of like.
It's like they split and went on their little owns and occupied part of the areas, but were never big enough to occupy the whole empire. Maybe the Mayans. Somebody told me the Mayans did the whole empire, and when. And nobody could ever understand this. The Mayans had all this power, all this land, all this gold, all this money. And one little Spanish conquistador came over here and kicked his ass because he was written about ahead of time. Even drawing, they had drawings about it. That was weird.
Wow. According to the Guinness Book of World Records, which seems to be a good authority, the answer for who the largest ancient empire is the Achaemenid Empire from 480 BC. So that's even bigger than anything we're talking about.
And I don't even know who the hell it is. I'm gonna have to do some research on that.
They're old.
So I mean, getting back to it, though. Hey, Michael, getting back to it. So we have all these ancient races going across. This is just South America. We haven't even got into the Middle East or anything.
Yeah.
Every one of those races said they had sky people contact. It's not like it was one or any. All of them did. So then you hop your ass up to North America. We in North America, they got some Indians up here, and they ain't never seen no aliens. Shit, I have yet to meet a tribe that hasn't seen aliens. It's kind of weird. I mean, it really is. It's just kind of weird.
And the real takeaway is that why is it that it's mostly natives that real not wired into the main internet like we all are. Simple tribal people. They know all these answers. Why are they?
They've got the closest relationship. I mean, if you know Native Americans, especially if you go there, I mean, most of us have been out there and talked to people, but they got daily encounters with aliens. I mean, they see stuff all the time, every day, day and night. Very common in their culture. The sky people, the ant people, whatever you want to call them, every last one's got a good relationship, and they look at them as like the shepherds. They look at them like the ones who are watching over, like what the Navajo called the Denai, that type of stuff, a Dene or whatever they say. Interesting stuff, though.
Yeah, no, I totally agree. I absolutely 100% agree. I mean, it just seems that the people that are that have the higher educations and the electronic toys and all the cool gadgets are clueless as to what's actually going on in and around the atmosphere of our planet.
It's also interesting there's such a high content of uranium out there. Very interesting in these areas. I mean, look at Shiprock. That's where you see a lot of the skinwalkers. That's very common among the Navajo. They talk about skinwalkers. They have a blog, and then when you go on there, there's just different people saying, "Hey, I saw one by the treetops over there. Someone running past me at 70 miles an hour." Like crazy stuff like that. Yeah. Man.
$6 million man doesn't even run 70 miles an hour. Insane.
My friend's father told the story. They're not even Native American. They live in what the hell is that? It's just by Shiprock. It's I can't think of it right this second because I'm doing something else. But anyway, it's about maybe 30 miles from Shiprock, And then you get on that road. The road used to be called Route 666, and then they changed the name because later on people didn't want the name. When I drove up, and it was Route 666 back in 1990. But so this guy was driving down from Shiprock area to Gallup. It's just the one road that goes down there, And he said he's driving a big dually, big Ford dually, Got a gun. He had a rifle, of course, like most of these guys got on the back window and that type of stuff. So he's driving down 65 miles an hour, he said, around there. Something starts running next to him, pounding at the window, like trying to get at him. And he looked at it, and he said it looked like a wolf or a coyote with glowing red eyes, but it was basically human, too. It was clawing at him, trying to get at him. And he like sped up, and it was running faster. He finally got away from it, By the time he got to Gallup, sometime later, because it takes a while to get down there, he went to a gas station and looked at his truck, and he saw blood all on the side and nail marks into his paint. That's some serious stuff, man. And this guy was like basic Christian, I mean, not the guy making up these stories. I'm not saying Christians don't lie, but I'm saying like straight-laced type of dude. But this thing happened to him, and then he was flipped out,
A lot of weird stuff like that goes on.
Mm-hmm.
I've never seen, but I mean, they're supposed to be like witches, some type. They're into the evil. They have to sacrifice something to get those powers. So there's a whole bunch of stuff going on. But that's not. You know what? Some cultures say skinwalker. I think that they exist in other cultures too. We see all kinds of creatures like that. So I don't know.
I've always had a problem with Skinwalker. Like Skinwalker Ranch. I mean, I spent 3 weeks out there, man. 3 weeks. I spent more time out there by myself than probably anybody who's been there. And still, there ain't crap goes on out there.
Yeah, but you go to that shiprock in the back there. There's a cave that nobody goes into. It's just all this ice cold air comes out, and everybody says that you get the craziest feeling. One guy was there with his camera looking up, and the huge boulder came right at his ass, man, like flying at him. They got the hell out of there. So there's mystical stories, right? I mean, it'd be fun to
I'd go there.
it'd be fun to explore. I'd like to check that out.
I'd go in there, man. A heartbeat. Damn ghosties don't like me.
After New Orleans, you know what?
Ghosties don't like me. No, it's weird. I'm telling you, dude. Ghosties don't. I have been places that people, good friends of mine too, and I watch them get stuff on video. I mean, scary stuff, and they always tell me. So now, when they want to do a clearing, they said, "Joe, you coming with us?" I'm like, "Why?" He said, "Because you're the best clearer I've ever seen." I'm like, "What are you talking about?" He said, "Man, anytime we bring you anywhere, there is no ghosties." He said, "We go back, there's no ghosties." He's like, "What do you got, like ghost magnet killer on you?" I'm like, "What are you talking about?" But he's right. I was going. I've been invited to several. It's called Dinner with a Ghost. It's good. They make a lot of money doing this, man.
So bad.
And they charge you about it. Well, it's always at a high end old restaurant. They love doing it in New Orleans because there's several 3 and 4 and 5 star restaurants there that are 200 years old, 150, 180. You go to Quarter Two Sisters, I think it's 150. You go to Antoine's, which of course Antoine's supposed to be the vampire Anne Rice writes about. There's a couple other Andres and stuff like that. These are all old restaurants. And they're in buildings that are 200, 250, 300 years old. So, they go in and they get a private room where somebody's seen something. They serve dinner in there. And the head dinner or the head spot is for the ghost. So I've watched it many times do these, get all kind of stuff. EVPs, weird stuff moving on things, stuff coming in, strange voices, cold spice. I go, it's like, crickets. It's just like crickets, man. I don't know what it is. I don't know what it is, but don't let me go anywhere there's aliens, man. Them bitches are everywhere then. It's a friend of mine says he said your natural protection. I'm like, really? He's like, yeah, somebody must have, he said maybe living in New Orleans growing up when you was a kid, you developed some kind of natural protection. I was like, I don't know, man. And then somebody got mad at me because I was talking about this at a lecture I was doing. A guy and the girl got really mad. Well, you just don't believe us. It's not about believing. I said, I have no doubt that ghosties and demons exist. I said, it's not that I don't exist. I said, I want harder proof than a flashlight rolling across the floor blinking at me. I said, I wanted to go say, hey, Joe, how you been, man? What you been up to? Yeah, I know about what you did the other day. You want me to tell everybody? No. I want some proof, man. I want some bullshit.
I saw you in the bathroom, man. I know what you were doing. I know what you were doing.
I saw you in the shower the other day.
I got nothing to do but watch you.
On your computer, man. Let me have your computer. Let me show everybody what you look at.
Hang out all day.
I mean, but I have nothing against people who do it. I mean, I got a lot of friends in the paranormal field. I don't give them any trouble for it. I just happen to be into aliens, and aliens are freaky weird enough for me as it is.
We got to move on, though, from paranormal. After this, I got a video of the mothership and all these UFOs above the moon going into it.
Put it up. We always look at stuff like that.
All kinds of stuff. It was witnessed by multiple people in different areas on the planet, which is crazy.
When you talk to contactees, they talk about shit like that. Group sightings, group weird stuff like that. Yeah. And contactees are so freaking empathic and telepathic. Sometimes I wonder when there's a group of them together if they're not creating something with their own mind. Because they're very powerful telepaths. At least most of them are. It's just they don't know what they're doing.
I think that with all the cameras, at some point we're going to see some stuff. You ever notice that NASA shuts off their camera as soon as people start seeing something, they shut the camera off. Because a whole squadron of
I forgot which mission it was, but because of that mission, they added a 7-second delay, and then that wasn't enough. They added a 7-minute delay. They're like, okay, well, you'll get to see. It'll be back on in a minute. Or, what you're seeing is always 7 minutes behind. So in case there's some Santa Claus is flying with his reindeers up there, they don't want you to see that shit.
Yeah, they can add in sound effects garbled transmission, so they can add in so it sounds like you don't get any top secret info by accident.
I mean, several of the Apollo, Mercury, and Gemini astronauts reported seeing UFOs. I mean, I was just talking about this 2 days ago with a friend. I was having lunch with Edgar Mitchell and Buzz Aldrin, and we were talking about this very thing. And he told me he didn't know any astronauts that didn't have some kind of weird UFO
Every mission
sighting.
had them.
He said, Edgar said, Buzz said he was just sitting up there cruising along one day thinking, oh, I guess they're going to come swarm my ship like they did Alan Shepard's. And sure enough, they did. And that's supposed to be some kind of weird fire things that the Aborigines did. They called it firebugs. Hell if I know what it was. Hell if they knew what it was. Nobody knew what the hell it was. And didn't hurt anything, didn't harm anybody, didn't do any damage to the capsules. Which it happened. And, they got it on film. So there's a lot of things they got on film that they won't release. And that's why I love NASA when they say, we lost the film.
Yeah. Or we over it.
Now, if this was Friday night, I would use stronger language than that. But I'm not going to.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, put that up there in the sky. Wait, that ain't it. That's your ugly face.
So now look at that, right? But there's a video. So it's not just that. There's that. But I mean, that's the close-up. I mean, that's interesting looking to me.
And it's our moon? What's the body?
Yes, it's our moon. The large craft appears in the center, surrounded by 3 smaller UFOs before disappearing beneath the moon. But here's the video itself. Let me play the video.
Yeah.
Okay. I've got my Tommy rod locked on now.
Look at that. That's interesting, right?
That looks like Enterprise.
They're glowing. It's kind of glowing. Going to the base on the moon.
Yeah, where Edgar Neil Armstrong said they were.
Well, put it this way. As an investigator, I don't know what it is. I would think, what else?
It doesn't show intelligent maneuvering, but it is unusual.
Well, what else could it be?
It could be rocks. It could be small rocks.
That ain't rocks.
Good.
That ain't rocks.
You can't make any detail out of that. It could be rocks, metal.
What the hell happened? Station identification.
I don't know what that was. It just I hit the wrong button, I guess. Station ID, like United Public.
What do you think of that?
Weird.
That's the crap.
It's weird.
It's weird. I couldn't tell you what the hell it was. It was weird. Like Jamie Lee Curtis. Oh, I love your name. You don't see when you see stuff like this, you assume. I mean, because it does have a shiny surface on it. They are kind of rectangular shaped.
Yeah, comets have shiny surfaces, though.
I mean,
comets have
if you're going to hoax, you can do a lot better than this. You know what I mean?
Well, that doesn't have a tail, so we can rule out a comet. And it just changed direction, so.
They're going pretty slow. I mean, slow to the eye, but, probably pretty quick. But they're all flying together.
It's hard to say. What the hell is that? Whoa, that's what I'm saying, man. I got to keep my fingers on the button.
Whoa!
Sorry about that, guys. Whoa. Okay, there we go. We don't know what it was. It's why it's called a UFO, unidentified flying object. In this case, unidentified floating object.
The smaller ones are all the same size.
Direction, though, I don't know if they are.
Watch. Yeah, one of the times it looks like they changed direction.
The smaller ones are all the same size.
In an arc, really, but I mean,
could be.
they could.
It's hard to tell from that distance.
The smaller ones are all the same size. They're all look at it. They're all the same. The large one's a large one, but the smaller ones are all the same size.
They do seem to be flashing, though.
They're glowing. Some kind of glowing.
I wouldn't say glowing. I would say flashing, or rotating, even like a rotating.
Nah, that's not flashing like an emergency flasher. It's glowing.
No, that
one. It depends on the interaction from the camera. Like how you shoot like an LED. The LED is going to flash, but it depends. It may not have been glowing, but the camera may show as
It might be
glowing.
not only the slow mo, but it looks like it's rotating.
We definitely moved in distance. I mean, the top one and the middle
They're
one's
definitely
definitely further apart, and now it's coming back in closer from the turn. They responded to each other. That's cool.
All of them moving independently.
They all
Or
look like they
they're all
had
part of
some.
one craft. We don't see the whole thing.
Well, do you think there's a base on the dark side of the moon? A lot of people say there are.
Oh
No, I
yeah,
think
well,
there's lots of bases on the other side of the moon, like tens of thousands of them.
Do you think the moon's a base? You think the moon is really
Yeah,
hollow?
but not for us.
yeah. Aliens like stay up. We'll find out. China's fixing to go there.
Yeah.
Some
That's
private
great.
company. Oh yes, by the way, there's a private company going to land the lander there. I think real soon.
Where on the dark side?
They were talking about it earlier. Let me see if I can find the article.
Somebody's gonna get their shit lost.
I was watching. Mamas, don't let your babies grow up to be morons.
Too late.
Jay said that people. I'm nice. I did not say that.
Let's go back to this.
Oh, speaking of, y'all don't let me forget Friday night. I want to talk about the Ukraine surprise attack on Russia.
Oh yeah, I have video. I got the video.
Yes, I know. Don't save it. Yeah, we're gonna need it Friday night. We can't play it on here, but we're gonna need it Friday
Yeah, I
night.
got the video of the
It
drone.
was
right
dang good.
Plane flying around the plane like a bee. Then boom, dozens, dude, dozens. They blew up.
Gene, there's. I'll tell you what, Gene. On Friday night, we host a show called News and the Flip Side. We'll be there along with 3 other people. Come on by. We'll be talking about a lot. There's a lot of news to talk about. There's quite a few things to talk about. Court cases with Trump, new projections for the Ukraine, just a lot. And nothing we can really talk about on here. This is UFO Undercover, so we're not allowed to talk about that. Yes, we're not allowed to curse in this show either. Yes, I know this show is PG-13 because some of the topic matter we talk about can get scary. Woo, like that. Cheese and pizza, man. Come on.
That's the one they tried to abduct and they couldn't get her up in the ship.
I bet you not. Poor ship probably came down on the ground. We're sorry, babe. We're just picking on you. We are being bad.
They were trying to get me in the ship. They needed extra beans.
Well, Kamala, you liking Kamala Harris? Send me your best UFO videos. Yeah, send them to me. We can play them right here. Well, okay. I'm old now. I was born before the sun actually came up. So my problem is I don't really see all that much new stuff. Jay and I sat here for 2 hours twice now, going through what we can find on the web. And really, for the 2000s, there's not much.
Not a lot.
It's the 80s, the 60s, 70s, 80s were reeking with it. 90s had some pretty decent ones, and then all of a sudden, poof.
Mostly minor abduction stories. And then
think about this, ladies and
stuff comes 2017 ish.
Yeah, but think about this, ladies and gentlemen. There are more cameras moving around on our planet right now than any time in history. There's at least 1 billion people out there with cameras, probably more like 3 billion.
Yeah.
And because we all have a phone with a camera in it. And yet the amount of pictures, and wait, these are high def 4K, 8K pictures. And we're not even getting, but still fuzzy junk.
Each phone usually has at least 2 cameras in it, sometimes 3.
Yeah, this one's got 5. And this one right here, 128 megapixel.
I don't know what mine is, but
I should be able to see a pimple on your ass.
1, 2, 3 lenses on this side and 1 lens on that side. So it's like 4
so
cameras
you got 4. Yeah, see, you never know what they got all kind of cameras. They got those slow motion cameras.
Speaking of camera, I did get another camera for the ghost hunt.
Yeah, sorry. I was. Wait, I am moving. Wait, watch this. I'm gonna move so slow that I'm invisible. Yeah, I don't remember that from Guardians of the Galaxy. Shame on you people. There's no real nerds listening to us tonight. Boo. Boo. Y'all probably don't even know what Princess Bride is. Double boo.
Oh, God.
Double, triple boo.
Bride?
Quadruple boo. My most favorite case.
What kind of case? Because there's like all different kinds of UFO cases.
My most favorite case. You mean alien abduction, UFO case? I don't know. There's some good ones out there. Well, in the near future, we might do some like cast lantern case. We might just take the whole case apart. Maybe do Shag Harbor, take it apart.
Shag
Uh,
Harbor is very, very interesting.
what, Betty and Barney Hill? Come on, guys!
Well,
I've obliterated the
we
Betty and Barney
obliterated
Hill.
that one several times in the last few weeks.
It's well, they're both deceased now, so at least. Oh, you mean Kathleen Waldron? Well, good for her. We definitely do not agree on what happened. And she always tells me the same thing. Well, I'm their niece. Well, bullshit. What's that mean?
Yeah. So what? I mean,
You weren't there when it happened. And I've heard the Simons tapes several times. And I'm a hypnotherapist myself, so I actually know what the frick they mean. And since I do voice stress analysis, I can kind of tell what, you know, people. So, like let's say you're lying to me, okay? And I got you and your wife under hypnosis. And I'm asking you questions. Well, people try to lie under hypnosis, believe it or not. It's like a reflex in their brain.
built. Yeah. If they lie in
It's
real life, they lie in sleep.
but anyway, they get caught. But the point being is I'm going to know if you're telling me the truth, lying, whether you hypnotized or not. And I don't like when people waste my time. I can get really
Irritated.
nasty. Yeah, that's right. Yeah. So,
All
well,
right.
no, because if it happened, it happened. If it didn't, it didn't. And if we're in the middle of investigation, we realize that you're really not an abductee or contactee, we'll tell you politely. And if you still have problems, we'll ask you to seek professional help. Have we been wrong? Not yet. We have 124,000 cases on file. We haven't been wrong yet. Because there's this thing we call abduction criteria. So about 50% of it is in the public. Yes. So that contactees and abductees have an easier time of finding. It's like the blood thing. The blood thing doesn't mean because you're Rh negative, it doesn't mean you're an abductee or a contactee, but it puts you that much closer. And then if you go on their website and if you go on the website and you read the questionnaire, you'll find out that you're probably even that much more close, or maybe not. You maybe not. You might not ring on it. But it's the same thing for Rh positive people. No, we think in the beginning it was all Rh positive people, and eventually, through experimentation and whatever else they're doing, they've created a subspecies.
Oh,
Or maybe the O positive is now the subspecies. I don't really know, but somebody's a subspecies.
well, it's either a mutation or it's an intentional, addition, creating a mutation in the DNA from an external force.
I think that's what it was. I think it was a push that caused mutations. Now, did the aliens do this to be to see how this pans out? Or was this something to help us to evolve faster? Because it does seem like Rh negative people are a little bit more telepathic than Rh positive people. But in general, I have never met a non-contactee that's telepathic or empathic. People always tell me all the time, "Oh, Joe, you're wrong. Everybody has the ability, Joe. You just don't know, Joe. Everybody." I said, "Really? You want to go blink and blank and test this? Come on." I said, "We'll get a deck of cards. We'll go test this. We'll go." I said, "I'll tell you what. I'll take you to the mall, buy you lunch. While we eat lunch, we'll set up and we'll test 100, 150 random people, and we'll see if any of them have any real psychic ability." We have actually gone to malls where no one tested positive. No one. They all failed. And when you start getting things like this, blue, red color, pick it says blue or red, when they are wrong more than they're right, not only does it mean there's no psychic ability, but they need
There's
to
no
think.
chance of psychic ability.
So, it's well, no, it's no. You see, people get mad at me, but it's my job for us as a researcher to get it so we can know where we're going. So if I'm being told everybody's always got psychic abilities, so I'm thinking, oh, everybody's got them. It's not a big deal. Aliens, it's not a thing for aliens. But now we know that's not true. Now we know that the majority of the world is not psychic. And people are psychic or has something to do with the extraterrestrials, or their family's been abducted, or they're being abducted. But anyway it goes.
You should also notice there's more than just that kind of skill. There's also not just the mental abilities, but there are some people with extraordinary extraordinary physical abilities.
There's a lot of weird abilities, and we test for all of them, and it's 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 like telekinesis. Telekinesis is actually the hardest one to
That's
find
the
because
hardest one.
it's just it's nobody has it, or nobody has it to an extent that I mean, don't get me wrong, I've actually seen a couple things I would consider telekinesis,
Yeah,
but
I've seen a dude drag something across the table with his mind. I don't know how he did it.
but I haven't seen that where let me squeeze a little blood vessel in Michael's brain and kill his ass while he's on air. I
No.
haven't crossed Mike's going, what to believe? There's a family radio show, sorry people. But I haven't seen those come, so here's Trump, he's all mad, Putin's all mad. If one of them had a telekinesis, the other one would be dead right now.
Oh yeah.
So same thing for Xi Jinping, and if you make it look like an aneurysm or your heart valve clogged up or closed, nobody can argue with that. Oh well, they
Yeah,
died of a
it's
heart attack.
basically
Or they
the
died
force
of
grip, like
this.
Darth Vader. You could reach out and
Yes.
strangle somebody with your mind. Just squeeze their throat.
So we haven't quite got there yet.
They've been training psychics to kill people in their dreams. I mean,
Yeah.
that's been going on since the 60s,
Yep. Would
Who
not be
knows how
surprised.
far along they ever got. But I don't think our brains are developed enough for telekinesis on purpose because imagine if you could do that with your mind. A lot of
We're
people
not
would be
ready
walking
for it.
around right
Yeah,
now.
I
we're
think
not
it's
ready
interesting.
for it yet.
When if you're fifth grade and your teacher pisses you off and all of a sudden their head pops, you know what I mean?
I have seen two people who lost their temper do some damage, but other than that, they couldn't do it again. I mean, in other words, they couldn't sit down and say, "Okay, let me move the penny." It wouldn't move for them.
But
It was just that moment.
you know for sure that voodoo is real in Santeria. Like that energy, when people focus the energy on somebody like that, especially when they go into like a ritual
Because they're
type of thing,
probably empaths or telepaths. That's probably why.
yeah, but that's pretty powerful. The ones who are attracted to that become that, but that's pretty powerful stuff. I've
That's
seen
the
it work.
same thing. Yeah, and so have I. But you know what? I've also seen it not work, which leads me to believe that more than likely those people are advanced telepathic or empaths and just don't know it. See, that's the problem here when we get into any kind of abilities like these. You just don't know if I used to tell people all the time because a lot of friends do magic, and it allows them to be able to work certain abilities. And what it is magic is a crutch. The ability is already there because if you what you I think you are, those abilities already exist for you, but you need
That's the
that crutch to be able to push it on.
But what about the Coven? What about the group that all focuses all their energy at one source?
You can do that, but it doesn't always work because a lot of people don't get in tune.
Depends
But
how
that's what killed remote viewing.
if you
It
can
didn't
shield
work.
yourself. If you can shield yourself,
Well,
Yeah,
it's different.
remote viewing worked to a degree, but not to the degree that it was, tactically strategic.
Christopher. No, I'm not hating on remote viewing. Uh, Ed Dames was a friend of mine. We used to talk quite a lot when all this was first going on. No, what happened, guys, is remote viewing is a great thing, but the problem is it's not as good as telepathy. It's just what it comes. See, at first they couldn't find any telepaths. The government was having a hard time finding telepaths, but thanks to people like us and other people who are out there who are testing for this now, the government really knows now there are more telepaths than they thought they were. So
But
they're just
anybody
looking.
can remote view. Anybody can. You just need
Huh?
to train yourself. I mean,
Yeah.
there'll be different levels of success, but I think anybody has that ability. They just have to kind of separate
That's
from
what
their
I
brain
always.
and more focus on the spiritual side of it. You know what I mean?
It's whatever everybody always says, but it doesn't seem to work that way. We'll have to wait and see. We got time.
Well,
It's
you've seen them do those things with the cards, like two people sitting across from each other, whipping out cards. What's on this card? What's on this
Right.
card?
and that's how we test people. We use that to test people.
Yeah, but
And
some people
most,
have a very high degree of success with that. I mean,
yeah,
is
yeah,
that
but
just
one is
guessing,
like
or
one
is
every
that-
million, and even they got issues. It's the problem with it is you can. It's I mean really the reason they got rid of remote viewing is because they couldn't tell you what the code is for the. Oh yeah, look, John, there's the nuclear silo. Okay, well, what are you going to do with it? Not a bleeping thing because you don't have no codes, don't know how to stop it, start it, or anything else. But you know what the telepath does.
Now I
He
saw this
knows.
one thing. This woman, she would go into these Russian rooms and then like see plans on the table and stuff like that. Report that back, and she was right. I mean, she was like right in there.
That's not a
But
remote viewer. That's a telepath.
well, I mean, whatever it is, it's a success. They call it
Yeah.
remote viewing
I don't know why they did because no
you
remote
know,
viewers I know would consider it that. that's too fine of a detail for a remote viewer. I'm telling you, that's why you can ask that James. Don't take my word for this. Why they got rid of them. That's why the government defunded the program and opened up a U.S. Navy and a U.S. Air Force for telepaths, because the remote viewing just doesn't get what they need done. They need more information than what a remote viewer can give. Remote viewing was great in the beginning. It showed us that the Russians had these silos in these areas, so
But
we know it's in
just too
Siberia.
vague of an information gathering
Yeah.
to be of any tactical advantage. That's why they
Yeah.
stopped using it.
So the remote viewer could tell you, hey, look at all these missiles here, and we knew they were there. But a telepath can pinpoint them. You can say, okay, these are the coordinates. Drop your damn bomb right here. Or here's a code to shut the damn missile down. And that's really the difference. But those are very advanced telepaths. That's not just everyday telepaths. Those are people who are trained. And I would think there are a few telepaths out there that could probably kill you.
Yeah.
But not in a way that most people think, not to squeeze in a body part or anything.
Well, like I said, somebody with supreme control of telekinesis, it would be like the Darth Vader, when he holds people up and strangles them and then throws them across the room. You could do that without touching them.
And it's probably why this all works this way. It was probably designed this way. So we learn remote viewing first, and then we become empaths. And then empaths help us to learn how to use our abilities to become real telepaths. After we've had telepathic abilities for a while and we understand them and we know how they work, and we're all much more open with ourselves because we're all telepaths now, then you can start developing telekinesis. And telekinesis can lead to the ability to heal people through mind power. So all of that is good stuff, but it has to come in phases because and it's probably why whoever introduced RH negative to us did it, to boost us along and move us along. RH positive was just not moving in that direction. It was moving in a different direction. So they gave it a boost. And now we're all moving in that direction. And now we got AI.
Yeah.
Which, by the way, speaking
Terminator.
of AI, while we're on this, we got a little rant for AI. So the other day, I'm pulling numbers for Michelle. And I get these numbers and I send them to her. Joe, she goes, Joe, these shows ain't came on. I said, what are you talking about? The thing said they did. Yeah. So I had been teaching my AI on my other computer how to calculate things for me and put them in certain places. And to give me, advanced forecasts on things like, Bitcoin and a few other things. It works pretty decent. Yeah. So what it was doing, and right now I could pull it up and it would forecast all of today's shows. Oh, it wasn't off by that much, but it was off by about 10,000 a show on each show last time, which was kind of crazy. But it was still pretty close. It was just going by past numbers. It was still pretty close. I was kind of impressed actually. Carly, why don't a UFO land in the White House? Well, I know of 3 that parked their ass right over the White House and sat there. Even F-16s flew up to them. And the first time, I think it was actually Corsair 2s that flew them up.
1952 was the first incident. Yeah, and it was actually 13 or 15, I believe.
Yeah, so it was 50 years to the date when they did it again, and then they did it again just recently.
Yeah.
I don't know what else you want. I mean, they're just parking there looking at the White House like, hey, can you see us? Why don't you look out the window, dumbass? We're right here. La, 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 la.
Well, that also happened again in 53. It was 1952, around June, I think. 13 or 12 to 15 objects flew right over right over the Washington Monument, the White House, the Congress building, everything, which spread across downtown D.C. And then it exactly happened again 1 year later in 1953. And both incidents were recorded and reported on by the Washington Post.
Yeah. Well, they're not the only one. Oh man, come on! They have buzzed the mountain several times that I know of. They've buzzed several nuclear bases. Actually, some of the nuclear bases they buzzed don't exist anymore.
They took control of and turned off several nuclear bases.
You're talking about Cheyenne Mountain. They've been seen over Cheyenne Mountain more than once. And remember, while we're on this, we might as well touch on some of these bases. So we got Cheyenne Mountain, right? And then, of course, we got Area 51 and Area 52, 3, and 4. We got a few other places. We got Hangar 18. We got some other stuff scattered around. We've got Los Alamos. There's a few other things besides that. Now, they swear, and then, of course, there's Dulce and things like that. So they swear all these bases are connected. Now, I have seen some things on the ground that are pretty big and pretty long. Whether they connect bases 2,000 and 3,000 miles apart, I couldn't tell you.
Actually,
But
there are.
area places, they probably do. The problem with long distance in our country is separating and moving, and one side's falling off into the ocean, and the other side's splitting in half.
Yep.
They're saying that the country's going to right down the Mississippi River. It's just going to split in half. Look, I don't.
But it also could go another way and just split off from California. We lose half of California.
Oh, California's going no matter what. It's definitely falling off.
It's on an active fault zone. So is all of the western states.
Yeah, well, the Mississippi River's on one that no one ever hears about, and I didn't even know you could get an earthquake in
I'm on one.
Louisiana.
The Appalachian Mountains are on.
Yeah, the friend of mine goes, we can have earthquakes. This is a long time ago. I'm like, really? He's like, yeah, look it up. And sure enough, we can have earthquakes. Let me tell you what, people, if New Orleans ever have an earthquake, it's just going to slosh right off the map. It's just a big sloppy muddy mess sitting on top of some limestone. It's just going to go whoosh. 4 or 5. It's going to swap out into the Gulf. There ain't going to be nothing left.
New York City ever got a real earthquake? Oh my God, they crumble like crumble.
We've had earthquakes here.
The Betty Crocker
like the last 10 years in a row, there's been several.
Okay, Janine, it's not the Betty Crocker case. I don't know where you got that name from. I can't, for a reason, it just went out of my head because you said that. That case was in New York City. That's the U.S. ambassador to the UN saw this, along with 2 Secret Service guys saw this. There was other witnesses, but these are the 3 primary witnesses. One of them went absolutely batshit within just a few years after seeing it. So they're out there doing whatever they're doing. They're standing outside the car, the 3 of them. The ambassador looks up, and there's a woman above him, kind of just legs and arms hanging over in her dress, being brought to a UFO by a blue beam of light. This is a United States ambassador. Just by saying this out loud, this is going to cost him his job, probably get him locked up in a loony bin. But yet he came out about it. And then the Secret Service backed him up. And then a few other people came up after that and also backed him up. But what bothers me about this is this UFO was pretty high up from what they were saying. New York's got 8 million people in it. Where were the rest of you morons? Asleep?
No, in the city, nobody looks up because if you do, something hits you on the head. It's the old lore. Don't look up in New York City.
Somebody looks up.
The only ones looking up are the tourists, and they usually get hit in the head with a piano or a safe or somebody jumping off a building, anything, A brick.
Well, I did an experiment one time in downtown New York. And I don't remember the name of the library, but it's the same library they used for the filming exteriors of the library in Ghostbusters, with the 2 lions on the front. So I was there from college to do some research in their library, and within a couple of hours, I'm getting dizzy and confused. So I went outside to smoke because they won't let you smoke in the public library for obviously good reasons. So I'm out there on the corner, and I'm like, I just start to look up. And I swear to God, within minutes, a New Yorker came and followed my eyes, and he looked up, and no one says a word the whole time. And I'm out there 7, 8, 9 minutes tops. Within minutes, there's a dozen people around me looking up at the same building I'm looking at, and I decided it's time to go back to finish my research. So I kind of duck out of the crowd, and I throw my cigarette, and I go back up. And just before I go to the doors, I look back over, and those same dozen people are still there.
A lot of people don't know that.
They do look up, but not until they're prompted to or primed to, and they're looking for obviously a jumper, I think. But why would you stay there that long? And no one said a word to anyone.
A lot of people don't know that there's a city under the city. So a lot of it, they built the New York City you see now on top of what the New York City used to be. So there's a whole bunch of stuff, and there's catacombs. There's all kinds of things down there. I mean, there's a lot, a lot.
White alligators.
Anything and anything. Yeah, people bring them back from Florida as babies, and they flush them down the toilet. Yep. My friend's dad saw one. He runs a backhoe, and they were doing the sewer, pulling it apart. And big white alligator came out after them. Not after them, but it came out. They had unlimited food, right? All the rats down there and whatever. My God, alligator would be pretty happy.
Oh, imagine.
Oh, yeah, they have no problems living and stuff like that. That's easy pickings for them.
It's probably white because it hadn't been out in the sun or whatever.
Yeah, I hadn't seen the sun.
Yeah.
It cracks me up. I was watching this guy. He said, He's out there messing with the alligator feeding. I said, dude, I said, you're going to get bit. He's like, no. He said, I can outrun that alligator. I said, you can run 25 miles an hour? He's like, really? I said, yeah, they can run 25 miles. I said, no faster in the water, dude. I said, I wouldn't be screwing with him. I said, that big fat alligator can run 25 miles an hour. I don't know how long he can do it for, but he can do it. But I think if I was you, I would.
Yeah, but they can't run in. They can't run in like zigzags, right? If you run in a zigzag, you can outrun them.
You can try, but he's running so fast he can probably just run you over.
They
They're
bully.
very quick. Yeah, most lizards are quick.
They're fast, man. They come. They outrun a person. Yeah.
It's
Well, it's on four legs, I would imagine, but I can't imagine 25.
You use a
out there.
tail too, man.
So Carolyn's asking about the. So we were talking about different cities like Angkor Wat and all of them had UFO sightings, but you're talking about a mystical city in Antarctica. No one's been able to prove that it exists.
Which city?
She's just talking about a city in Antarctica. She's just saying it's a city. She's probably talking about the one Admiral Bird's talking
So she needs to tune into my show.
Yeah, there are
Saturday night.
research centers in
She needs to tune into my show. She needs to tune into my show Saturday night because I'm talking about the master Bird, Bird's son, who discovered. He was the one who discovered the diaries. You know, and the diaries are very detailed on the master who's lives down in the earth. What the inside of the earth is versus the outside of the earth, like all this cool stuff, man. So I'll be talking about that Saturday night after the chat. Boom, boom. So she can tune in, man. I got a lot of cool information.
Cool.
Yeah. That stuff's always fun to talk about. No, Carolyn, as far as I know, no one's ever proved that.
I wouldn't believe it if it wasn't for freaking Admiral Byrd. This guy's got the Navy Cross, the CMH. Like you'd be shocked. Like he has
I know. It's one of the reasons you have to pay attention.
Heroism. I mean, he was the real deal. That's why they chose him to do this. It was right after World War II, 1946.
He's one of the architects for the Indiana Jones character.
Yep, that's the dude. I mean, like he was amazing. He was an amazing person. I've been reading about it. His history this last week and just really getting into it, you know, and then really like talk about a credible person, and then going back to DC right after he talked to the master and tell them what DC told them to tell them. Interesting stuff.
You got to wonder why no one ever went over there and just nuked it.
South Pole?
Yeah, I mean, if somebody was there, I mean, I'm not talking about us because it's not something we would do, but
I think they can see us coming. They can see anybody coming. That it would be over before it began. We're like the ants. We're like the ants to these others, you know.
Because don't let me forget on Friday night, 12 countries. It's a ban, travel ban affecting 12 countries. Yeah, don't go to England, he said.
Why?
Oh, we got to talk about this on Friday too. I didn't mean to cut you off, Mike, but we got to talk about this on Friday too. Karine Jean-Pierre is no longer a Democrat. She quit the party.
What?
Yes, and she is now an independent. And
because the Republicans won't have her.
Basically gave them the big fat birdie finger.
She sat there and lied for him for all those years. So whatever, man. She's just as guilty as the rest.
Well, that's one of the reasons that they saying she left is because of all that, because she was forced to lie. No one's ever forced to lie, people.
Yeah.
Unless somebody's got a gun to your head. No one's ever forced to lie. What is Jeffrey Pritchett writing me to? Jeffrey's a freaking alien, man.
What? Jeffrey's in the room. Hey, Jeff.
No, he's not in the room. I just seen something come up in my email.
Oh, yeah. He sent me an email, too. I saw that.
Yes, Carly Jeffrey Pritchett is host of the Church of Mavis. Yeah. I heard Jay was taking over for him because he was fired or some shit.
No, he wasn't fired.
No, I'm just kidding, Jeff. In case you listen.
It's his show to begin with. How could I fire him?
I didn't say you fired him, my friend.
Oh.
I said the boss fired him. No, Carly, I'm picking on Jeff. He's probably not listening, but I was picking on him. Who's the boss? Michelle DeRoche is the boss. Yes.
Yeah. So you have any complaints, that's the one to write to.
Man, I can't pull this up, and I guess I'm gonna have to share it on my Facebook. So, I'm out at Writers of the Future like I am usually in April. So I'm in the Chinese news now. I don't know what the hell it says. It probably says crazy man invading China. Huh? I'll
I
have to.
posted when John came in. I haven't opened it yet.
Well, I'm going to post. Oh, did it? Yeah.
Yeah.
I had to send 5 others, but they were all admin, so I said screw it. But no, Emily sent me a picture of myself on the Chinese media.
Oh
It's not,
wow.
it's a picture of me taken at the event, but it's for Chinese media. I have to send it to one of my friends so I know what the hell it says. They probably say, "Crazy man, you watch out for this guy. You no, you crazy, you crazy." But we're on Chinese TV anyway, so yeah. I don't know how they watch us over there, Kimberly. I don't even want to try. I know we have 12 servers in China. That's all I can tell you. And
That's
China
quite a
pays
few.
for them. Mm. They do them like in provinces. We got one in Hong Kong. I think actually there's 2 in Hong Kong. I think there's 2 in Beijing. There's one in Wuhan, which the thing about Wuhan was interesting because we were getting pictures. I still have them, but we were getting pictures from Wuhan nobody else ever saw unless you were watching this network, including things like body bags kicking as people were carrying them onto the incinerators. Yeah, it was crazy stuff.
Blair.
Yeah. Well I guess I'll dig them out. They're on the master computer, so yes.
It's badass. I want to get that friend.
Maybe this Friday we'll talk about it a little bit. So what do you mean? Why haven't the aliens disclosed yourself? Okay, so let's look at this from a different
We're
point
not
of view.
ready.
Okay, so the aliens have disclosed themselves to everyone who needs to know.
Yep.
So Jane and Joe over there, swinging on their little branch, they don't need to know.
Yep. And
Y'all
those
are-
few
y'all
who
are
are looking to
cannon
catch
fodder.
pictures, that's about it.
Y'all are cannon fodder, and y'all probably even going to get that. Yeah, the only time they ever get anybody that sees anything is when they're getting on or off a ship. So
What do you think the global guesstimate for you, Joe, is the number? The number of people who've seen a UFO. What do you think globally? Population?
well, because I only think you can see a UFO if you're an abductee, and then abductees make about 1.5 billion people. So, and I would imagine that's probably the same number. There's a lot of things that correlate with that number. Alfred Weber, of all
So
people,
you think 1/6 of the population are able to
no.
see
So
UFOs?
this is how when you listen
Small
to
amount.
abduction researchers describe this. This is how they describe it. They never use the number I just used. This is what they say: 10 to 15% of the world populations are alien abduction. Well, 10% of 8 billion is 800 million.
Yeah.
And then, of course, when you add in the other, that's another 4. So it's
Another half.
actually 1.2 billion is what it is. So 1.2 billion. And it's funny about that because that's 15, comes out almost to 15%. That's the same population as Rh negative blood, which is 15%. It's also coincidentally with the 12.5 thousand and the 2,000 we live in now. It's also 50,000 years in the back as well.
And it's
So
1/6. It's 1/6 of the population. 1/6.
So
That's a lot.
yeah. Well, the rest of you 7 billion people are cannon fodder. Yeah, they're gonna drop bombs on y'all's heads. Yep.
Yep. Or viruses.
It melts you into little squishy, gushy stuff, but you're still alive. You still can see, but you're just a little squishy, gush like some green slime or something, climbing around on the planet. Yeah. I have no idea.
All right, in the house.
If you're talking about the Holocaust dreams, that's a whole different thing. But that's if that's true, then yeah, it's going to be 1/6 of the population is going to survive, and the rest of y'all who have already been taken off world, which I imagine is freaking billions by now, are going to die. What do you mean? Why don't I care? Because I figure it like this: I'll either already be dead, or I'll be one of the one that goes. So either way, the rest of y'all.
50-50. No, it's actually not. It's not 50-50. We just determined that it's 1/6, 15% chance.
Yeah. So contactees will tell you this. There's 1/3 of all contactees have the Holocaust dream, and they talk about this intensely. They talk about finding cities where it's AI technology. Well, guess what? We now have AI technology. These things, they greet you at the door with your last purchase and say, "Hello, Jay. How you doing? Oh, what are you looking for today? Let me help you find it." A little character pops up and can move around with you in the store. All of this stuff. They talk about all of this. They talk about different styles of cars. What's interesting about this is when they walk into Houston, the street lights are working, the factories are kind of sort of working. Yeah. Everything seems to be working. There's no fires. There's no destruction of cities. There's no dead people laying around. There's nothing. but everything's still functional. But then you get to, they say, you get to the end of the cities and you start running into big military units, digging these big things and burying people. Even these kind of half alive things they see that somehow mutated into something else. It's like 1% of whatever happens. So they talk about these things. And they talk about their job is to get there and to protect other contactees and to find them, to help them to get to where they're going, whatever ship they're going to, and don't get hurt by what's going on. Because apparently somewhere along the line, the government realized that the contactees were immune to this and started taking them to, I guess, to try to get a vaccine or something along those lines. It's very interesting stuff. But when you have 1/3 of these people talking about it, they're all telling you the same thing from different points of different cities, but it's still the same thing. Yeah. One lady describes being in Virginia. What's funny about it is, I've always asked this, I always put this in their heads, and hopefully somebody will do it one day. I keep saying, get a newspaper, but then I got to thinking about this. Where they're talking is far enough in the future, there probably isn't any newspapers. You know, I said, well, look at your, I said, next time, look at your clock on your phone. Look at your date on your phone. If you don't have one of those, I said, there's got to be some way you're doing communications. Look and see what the date is. I'm just trying to get a general idea. Because the contactee group describes it when we hit a certain peak, which sounds like about 10 billion, but we don't know that for sure. And we're not that far off from that, 15, 20 years.
By the end of the decade.
But I don't feel that's what it is. I think it's further ahead. I don't think but it's not our psychic abilities, because when they transfer you into a new body, it pretty much gives you all those abilities. It's just your mental side needs to be able to handle it and deal with and cope with it. And I think that's really what they're actually pushing towards right now, is pushing people to be able to cope with these abilities. Well, Jackie, you know how to do it. So if you have telekinesis, Jackie, and you get mad at your husband, kill him because you got mad, what are you going to do? You're going to prison for sure. Oh, you know what, Jay? Maybe you can with those abilities, but as far but I'm thinking that that's a long further in the future. But allegedly, I think you'll learn how to kill him.
At least twice in the Bible. Well, once was in the Bible, the other one's in the apocryphal text, but still, he raised people from the dead.
But Jackie, I wouldn't count on being able to bring him back.
Yeah.
So and it's not even that. What happens if you get home and you just get mad at everybody you talked to that day and all of them just drop dead? Or get some kind of weird ailment or disease or something. So, telekinesis is something we're not even ready for to be a telepath yet. Can you imagine if everybody was in each other's head? Oh my God.
Oh yeah. There'd be wars everywhere.
And frankly, I don't want to know what's in Michael's head, man. I mean, do you want to know what's in Michael's head? I definitely don't want to know what's in Michael's head. Oh my God!
Be afraid, man.
I'm saying, man, I don't want to know, man.
He's free to share what's in his head anyway, so you don't have to worry what's in his head. He'll share it with you right away.
Oh my God! But Carol, how many people do you think on planet Earth? There's 8,200,000,000 of us right now. How many do you think are ready to share? And remember, not everybody is on the same level on this planet. I'm not so much talking about your mental abilities. I'm talking about where you are in your evolutionary part of this planet. So if you're living so there's 2 tribes in South America that don't share our common DNA. They don't exactly know where they came from. And one of the tribes has a different skull than we do. So they're really confused by this altogether. Yeah. So they're kind of like, oh, well, where could be an offshoot of a different species. Since they were isolated out there, could have been an alien. Who knows for sure? So the aliens seem to, at least on a few times, come in and interject in societies. Just kind of give them a kick in the ass. Especially the Mayans, they seem to really have given them a kick in the ass. But they warned the Mayans about the Spanish, and the Mayans still fell to the Spanish.
Yep.
From disease.
But in the beginning, that's not what did them in.
Fight in your house, man. But the Mayans, what the hell were they? Killing 30,000 people a month, basically, in sacrifices and doing all this shit. Whatever, man.
Man, they were crazy. I mean, they had model airplanes. They had things that looked like airplanes. They had things that could fly.
Yeah.
It's just they were way forward advanced.
Same for the Egyptians, but the Egyptians were different about it, and so same for India. I don't know, interesting stories. I mean, from
Yeah, and
all
they're all diverging cultures that has share some stuff and not share. The Mayans were a little bit more bloody. I mean, the Egyptians were pretty bloody too, but I don't think that anybody is quite as bloody as the
No,
Mayans.
I mean the
yeah,
Mayans. I mean, they're
mines
cutting
were.
people's hearts out of living bodies, like in front of throngs of people. That's kind of whacked, you
They said
know.
about 30,000 a month. About that, that's a lot of people, man.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but only when they were at war. When they weren't at war, they didn't do
yeah.
it.
It was usually their enemies, but I mean, still, they'd have to go through a lot of people to do that.
No. This was their own people, and then about thirty
Oh,
thousand a month.
towards the end, maybe, but
They constantly do these sacrifices, for their beliefs. Crazy, man. But
it's nuts.
it's humans, right? A very very primitive human.
No, they weren't
I don't
primitive
know.
all.
Were they?
That's the
They had
problem.
elongated. Some of them had elongated skulls. So were they all?
Where do you think they got the idea from to do sacrifices?
Watching
That's kind of
somebody else do
interesting.
it.
Well, no, see, the sacrifice thing is misread, and they didn't do them all the time. They had certain times because not they weren't even allowed in certain temples at certain times of the year. So it's what Jay and I were talking about before. So it's not just one city. When you look at a Maya thing, it's like when you look at the old cities. Not all of them are cities. Some of them are recreational areas.
Yeah.
So the two temples where they did most of the sacrifice were not cities. That's what they were there for. They were there for that stupid game they used to play, and when they would conquer enemies, or anytime they would have a I forgot what they called it, but they'd have to do a blood thing to cleanse it. But most of their people live way, way, way far away from there. Anybody coming to watch it had to trek a long ways just to get there. So you're not going to drag your own people that far across. Plus, by nature, they were what? What were they? They
Travel.
grew stuff.
Yeah.
They weren't even considered a warring race. They were considered farmers.
Yeah. Agrarian.
I mean, yeah, they're the ones who had them growing on the side of the mountains and stuff. They just had times when they were bloody, nasty, disgusting.
This is the deal. During the pre-Columbian era, human sacrifice in Maya culture was the ritual offering of nourishment to the gods and goddesses. Blood was viewed as a source of nourishment for the Mayan deities, and the sacrifice of living creatures was a powerful.
I wonder how them steps. I wonder how deep that blood, because we know it wasn't all human blood, but I wonder how deep that blood penetrated them rocks.
But check
there was
this out.
a lot of blood on them things, man. I mean, there's a lot.
As for the one their enemies, generally only high status prisoners of war were sacrificed, and lower status were used for labor.
Yeah, they did use a lot of them for labor, but they also used a lot of them for that freaking game, and the loser always got executed. What's sad about it? Even if
the way the game worked was when they conquered another tribe, they would lop off the tribal leader's head and prepare it in a certain way, and then it became the ball, and it was like soccer basketball. You had to kick it up in the air through this hoop up on the middle of the ring, and once it went through there, you scored points. They were
sick fucks. Oh, excuse my language.
Savage game, yeah.
They were, but they were, and that's what's so funny about them. They were savage, but yet they were
civilized.
Yeah, it's
crazy. But no, man. So sacrifice by decapitation is depicted on classic period Mayan art. Sometimes it took place after the victim was tortured, being viciously beaten, scalped, burnt, and disemboweled.
Yeah.
Sacrifice of decapitation depicted. I don't know, they had all kinds of artwork they got.
Yeah, because they were talking about the ones that got their hearts removed were conditioned and special. What the hell, people?
Yeah, here it is: heart removal. Heart extractions and sacrifice have been viewed as a supreme religious expression among the ancient Maya. The removal of the still beating heart, or sometimes self-immolation, was considered a great offering and a meal for the gods. It began with a dispersal of blood extract from mouth, nose, ears, fingers, penis.
I never did last one, Michael. Damn it!
Typically, with a sharp tool made from an animal bone, such as a
they show them on some of them. They show this thing, this priest has in his hand that like cups right here. It comes down. It's got this weird blade, and it just kind of like digs in. I guess they use it for like vivisections and stuff. Guys and girls, if you don't know what a vivisection is, that's when they cut you open and take one little piece out at a time.
While you're still
And,
alive.
yeah, while you're still alive until you die. And they're pretty good at keeping people alive, just even drugs and alcohol stuff, until you die. But we got to go. It's 8 o'clock, and we know Michelle's coming up in just a few minutes. And what's that, Johnny Red?
That's a good lead-in for a show, man. We're talking about.
Are you talking about like Johnny Red, the alcohol? Is that what you're talking about? Or are you talking about? No. So tonight on the Outer Realm, stories and accounts of UFOs over the Arctic with Preston Dennett. It's a good UFO tonight. Go check it out with them. And no, we're getting ready to leave. Friday night, I can already tell you, Friday night is Friday night. We got a lot of stuff to talk about. Trump's got some stuff against him, got some stuff for him.
Exclusive footage of Putin's nuclear bomber.
Oh yeah, it's getting their asses
blown to bits.
Some other footage of some other things, some other fighters getting tore up. And then we're going to talk about what's the Ukraine's chances of actually winning this war, or at least coming out even. We're going to talk about a little bit what our president.
I think it's what you said. I think Putin's going to lose his mind and nuke them, man. I think that all these attacks right now, like they blew up that bridge with Crimea. They blew up the nuclear bombers. I mean, they're off the hook. I think he's going to go nuts. I think it's just what you said.
Sooner or later, sooner or later they're going to hit the Kremlin. He's going to be in the Kremlin. And he's going to lose it. He's going to lose it. But no, guys and girls, we're going to talk about that Friday night, 9 o'clock. Come check us out. We'll be getting into it. There's a lot of stuff to talk about. We got to talk about our cute little Gene leaving the party, and some of the other stuff about the Democrats, some of the stuff about the Republicans, who's going to be independents. There's just a lot to talk about, none of which can be talked about on this show. So be sure to come check us out Friday night. We'll have a big group. We'll have some crazy Canadians with us, so they can talk about becoming a communist country.
Oh yeah.
If you're a Canadian, if you're a Canadian, a Canuck Canadian, if you're a Canadian, if you live up there, and you're feeling this pressure from this communist guy up there, what's his name? Idiot head. No, wait, what's his real name? Oh, now I forgot his name. But anyway, your new prime minister, the moron. If you're feeling the communism, come check us out on Friday night. We'll give you a place to vent. And we're on American service. So if you're with us, you're on American service. Ain't much they can do. On that note, I want to tell everyone good night and thank you for tuning in to UFO Undercover with Jay, Mike, and Joe. Come see us on Friday night. And until then, have some fun. Enjoy your life.
See the cactus, man?
Yeah.
He's a cactus and yellow people.
Hello, and welcome to the Writers and Illustrators of the Future podcast. This is John Goodwin, your host. This podcast is dedicated to the aspiring writer and artist and will provide inspiration and tips from top professionals in the field. If you've been listening to this podcast or are new to it, I thank you very much. I would also appreciate if you took a moment to follow it on whatever platform you use to listen to these podcasts. Writers of the Future is one of the longest running writing and illustrating competitions in the world, now celebrating over 4 decades of providing a helping hand as initially conceived by L. Ron Hubbard. I'm in the Lowe's Hotel after the awards gala held last night. I've got 87 winners with me. Actually, it's not 87, but I've got 8. And what I'm going to do so we can kind of get this interview rolling here, starting with Andrew Jackson, who wrote Code L1. Just give me your name and what you wrote, and just a little bit about you as a writer.
Yeah, sure. I'm Andrew Jackson, writer, author of the story Code L1. And as a writer, I'm generally a science fiction writer. I love speculative fiction with usually quite a dark tint. Yeah, that's me.
Great. Okay, and now Heather Ann.
Yeah, I am Heather Ann Lee. I am a primarily fantasy illustrator. I love drawing dragons and fantasy environments. So yeah.
Good. And she's a senior at SCAD, Savannah College of Art and Design, going to be graduating soon and launching into an amazing career. She's this year's dragon illustrator. All right, number 3 here, we got Haley Enriquez.
Yeah, I'm Haley Enriquez. I am an illustrator. I illustrated both Slipstone and Storm Damage. It was amazing. I love to draw character design. a lot of graphic novel type of artistry with very much dynamics, and I have a traditional background, and I mainly do digital art now.
Great. Thank you. Okay. T.R. Noss.
I'm T.R. Noss. I'm a writer. I've written Storm Damage. I really like the science fiction stories that deal with how science fiction impacts our culture and our personal values.
Great. And now we've got Sandra Skalski.
I'm Sandra Skalski, and I wrote Slipstone. My writing leans toward adventure and mostly fantasy, although some science fiction.
Great. And Joel?
Hi, I'm Joel C. Scoberg. I wrote The Stench of Freedom. I write a mixture of fantasy and science fiction, and I like stories that see how a difficult situation can change people for the better or worse.
Thank you. And Jefferson?
Hi, I'm Jefferson Snow. I wrote the story in the anthology called The Rune Witch. I like to write fantasy mostly, kind of poignant, bittersweet fantasy with kind of a darker tone, some here and there. And I also delve into horror sometimes, but that's not really the contest for this, so.
That's a fact. Okay, and last but not least, we got Seth.
Yeah, I am Seth Atwater Jr. I'm the author of A World of Repetitions, which is the last story in Writers of the Future Volume 41. I am relatively new to life compared to most of the other winners, so I have a lot to learn, but I tend to focus on fantasy and experimental fiction in my writing.
Thank you. Okay, that's a very authorial way of saying. I'm the young, and I'm not going to say the youngest. I
was going to say, you said you were young. I'm 4 years younger than you.
Yeah.
All these spring chicks.
All right, so we're now at the end. Tomorrow you all go home to your respective life before the workshop. So I guess starting with you, Andrew, what's been the highlight of this week for you?
For me, I think it's just being around so many like-minded creative people. I've never had this kind of experience. I've never really met anyone like this in my life before. I've met a few writers, but no one with the same passion I do, and that's just been incredible. Well, I could talk for 3 days about what's been incredible about this week, but I think just the camaraderie of both the writers, the judges, the staff, and illustrators, everybody has been just wonderful to be around.
Great. And Heather Ann?
Echoing Andrew, really just meeting everyone. I've being surrounded by the most talented and incredible people that I have ever met, and hopefully lifelong friends. It's always great to be surrounded in a room of creatives and people who think similarly to you, and kind of how creatives see the world. So that has been amazing.
Great. Now, just one thing I'm curious also, Heather Ann, just on, because you've been going to SCAD, Savannah College of Art and Design, and I've had other winners from major art schools. So you've been studying with extremely talented people there, and your peers are all like, you maybe arrived at SCAD as the big fish in a small pond, and then you arrived there, and all of a sudden you were not such a big fish, and the pond got way bigger, and now you're about ready to go into the ocean.
Yeah.
So how's that compare? Because I want people to really get a feel for the value of what Writers and Illustrators of the Future is providing to society.
Yeah. So art school and SCAD has been great. I love always being surrounded by creatives and everything. But there's also a different feeling when you're surrounded by just a tight-knit group of just incredibly talented people. Because there's always going to be, SCAD's a big school. There's a range of abilities, and everyone's super nice. But it's also just incredible to just have so many one-on-one interactions and have really a group that is all here for the kind of same thing and really wants to get out there.
Great. Okay, thank you. And now, Haley.
I think the best part about this week was genuinely just being around a bunch of creatives. Where I was actually explaining this to Heather earlier. My friends, I love my friends. They're my longest friends, but they're not so much as the creative type. They're not artists or anything. So being around these people, I can talk about that, and they know what I'm talking about. Even with authors, it's a different medium, but even they understand the whole point of storytelling, of course. So I think that was genuinely one of the best parts, was doing that, and also being here. As much as it is a competition, there wasn't any sense of competitiveness. We all genuinely were happy when, say, Jordan and Rainer, when they won. Because of course, you always want yourself to win, but you genuinely felt happy for them because you knew that their work deserved it, as every one of us does. But I think that's kind of what was the best part. It didn't feel toxic.
Yeah, and that's one thing too. The judges, they're happy to be able to invite into their world fellow artists and writers that can write books that they can read. Scott Card you've got people like Larry Niven. He said, well, I read too, so it's a different thing that they then take you into their world and accept you, not necessarily as an equal, but then as a member of their world. They worked up the ranks too, but I don't think he felt any animosity or anything other than just straight welcoming from the judges. Yeah. Okay, so you, TR.
Well, as much as I really like Andrew's answer, because that was going to be my answer, the next one really is the fact that you can learn about writing, drawing, promoting, marketing from online, from schools, but here you're learning it from professionals who have actually done it, and we actually have something that we can actually do it with. So our stories are now published in Volume 41, and so how do we now market and promote that and still learn how to write stories to keep going? So I think it was really a learning from professionals that are in this field and doing it now.
Yeah, that's one thing that you won't get anywhere else. Even when you go to the workshops and when you buy into the, any of these different things, you had like 8 writers, 10 writers, all seasoned professionals, all who make their living as writers. They're not like, I've written a book, but I'm teaching. Or I've written a book, but my day job is still, I do my engineering or my lawyering or my whatever elsing. And so these are the people that, when they say ABC, they mean ABC, because that's what works for them, and that's what gives them a whole career. It was funny with Irvin Rodriguez. When he came and spoke, everybody was like, but then when he was over, I was seeing, because I hadn't seen him for a while, and I was scheduling a lunch with him, and the whole line of everybody that was in the workshop queued up behind me saying, so they had another hour after his workshop there talking to people, because he's 15 years ago the grand prize winner. And so he was where you are right now 15 years ago, and he's very successful. He's hardworking, but he's a really good success story. Brittany Jackson, she was where you are 20 years ago when she was or 21 years ago when she was the winner. And it's just, it makes a difference when you see that it's the real deal. And these people now have worked themselves up the ranks, and now they're doing the same thing that was done for them, that wanting to pay forward, and help out the next generation, knowing, it worked for them, and it'll work for you too. And all I ask is that you remember me when you get big, rich, and famous, the little people that helped you. So, okay, so next now, Sandra.
Well, in addition to attending a week-long workshop that was run by Tim Powers and Jody Lynn Nye, we got to hear from a lot of giants in science fiction and fantasy. And I honestly didn't expect so many of our illustrious judges to actually come and speak to us. I mean, we had Orson Scott Card, we had Kevin J. Anderson, we had Larry Niven. I mean, every day it was like, oh my God, they're actually going to be here and talking to us. It was just amazing. And it was great just to see their different perspectives. And they all spoke to us on, slightly different topics. And they really seemed like they enjoyed being there and enjoyed speaking with us and sharing their knowledge and also their encouragement. So for me, that was just a highlight, and I won't forget that.
Yeah, you get that. You find out like this is Larry Niven's favorite event of the year. I think this is the only place Scott Card travels to. You took a train, 3 days on a train each way to get here and to go back, and it's the judges didn't want to leave today.
We didn't want them to leave.
No, but they didn't want to. They love this so much. You've been a very special group this year. Whatever made everything click with you all, it's they really loved working with you. It's not they haven't loved with other ones, but they're just like, do we have to go? It's really, really, it's very special for them. They can also, because they know what they're doing. There's something they're doing to help put the future of their genre in good hands, because that's important, and right now, like any time in the past, what science fiction does, because as Elron Hubbard said, it's the herald of he considered it the herald of possibility. And so with what you paint, with what you write, whether it's, here's just something that's really good, feel good. Here's something that's lets you know, like, why not have something where integrity and being nice is a hallmark of a hero, or where the illustration shows just amazing sense of wonder that you can create, and all this, so that's something that's really, really important. Anyway, so we'll get back on it a little bit. So let's just move on now to Joel.
Yeah, I'd like to echo what some of my colleagues have said. So you got, there's not just the sense of community from this week, learning from experts in the field, also our heroes of science fiction and fantasy, but there's a sense of validation and confidence. You look at some of the former winners who've come back, Martin Shoemaker, Eric James Stone, Carrie English, they come back and been helping during the week, and they're leading, they're ahead of us in their careers, but they've started off here. We're joining this distinguished list of alumni in the Writers of the Future family, and we can look at the path that they've all tread and think, well, we could follow in their footsteps. And before this, wouldn't have had the confidence. You're in your room writing on your own. You think, is it silly? Is this ever going to happen? And then all of a sudden you win this contest, and it gives you the belief that you could make a career out of this if you persevere, and it gives you the skill set to do so. And I don't think there's anything else really out there that can give you this opportunity and that confidence. So it's been incredible.
Yeah, and I mean, one thing you've got too is all these icons of both illustration and writing. They lend their names. They lend their shoulder to the wheel for writers and illustrators of the future. Mm-hmm. For them, it is about the art. It is about the story, and it's only about the art and only about the story. There's no, I know everybody's religion. I know everybody's politics, and it is all over the spectrum between our judges. I can assure you. Mm-hmm. I can have these conversations because I love them all equally, but when it comes to this, I mean, if you've seen any of the past events, you've seen all kinds of people that have been on stage, and the one common denominator, whether it's obviously very left or obviously very right, was the celebration of the art and celebration of story. And that's what Elron Hubbard originally created. That was the intention behind it. was nothing else beyond that. Just to let's keep it pure. Let's keep it like good. Let's keep it PG-13 or so, you know. At least with this contest that we do, and it's good. And you don't need a bunch of stuff to tell a good story, and that's one thing that Rise to the Future definitely proves. All right, so next, see, we've done Joel, so we got now Jefferson.
This week's been great to kind of overcome some imposter syndrome that I've felt. I've been writing for a long time, and I don't really have an audience at the moment, but Writers of the Future has always been something like, well, since I've started submitting, I maybe have submitted 5 or 6 times over the past 4 or 5 years. And when I started to get honorable mentions or silver honorable mentions, I was like, oh my gosh, I'm not crazy. I maybe might be decent at this. And to come here this week to win, and to come here and to get, like Joel was saying, a little bit of validation is really nice. I was standing in the room where they have all the books from the judges and all the books from winners on the shelves, and Robert J. Sawyer came up and started talking to me, and he said, he's like, how have you liked it so far? I said, it's been a pinch me sort of week. This is great. They've treated us like rock stars. And he says, well, don't get used to it. I won the Hugo and they didn't treat me this good. So Martin Shoemaker was one of the winners from volume 34. And he talked about, he's like, I'm really used to corporate rah spiels. And that's what I thought this was at first. But as I went through the week, I realized that no, they're really on my team. I've really got all these people behind me. And I've really come to feel that this week, that there really is, I've gained a second family in supporting me in my work. So
That's great. Thank you. It's interesting because we got, maybe you've heard of this one writer named Brandon Sanderson.
Once or twice.
Yeah. He told me, because when I brought him on board as a judge, I was a guest lecturer at BYU at his class, and so I invited him to be a judge, and he told me a story how he said, well, I received an honorable mention. He said, no. He said, yeah, he'd submitted several novels and he wasn't getting anything back. And he said, I was definitely considering just, quitting and becoming a plumber. And he said, when I got my honorable mention, I had that vote of confidence that, okay, maybe there is something to my writing. And a few months later, he sold his first novel and definitely has not had to look back at all.
No.
But Joe Hill, I asked him, are you familiar with Rise to the Future? He says, oh, yeah, I got an honorable mention. And the number of, someone was talking about earlier today, Ursula K. Le Guin, one of their favorite writers. Mm-hmm. I don't remember if she's an honorable mention. I remember, or a finalist, but I saw her name in, I think it was volume 8. And we've just, you got to figure 4 decades. That's a lot of time. That's a lot of science fiction writers and artists submitting. So, that's the family you've just joined. And as long as, and I tell this every year, as long as you're part of the family and accept, your membership, we'll set you up with events. We'll set you up with media. I have people all the way back in volume 1, 41 years ago. We still book for media, to do stuff. When you get a new book release, when you have, I have one winner from an illustrator named Artem Mirolovich. He lives here now, but he does these art exhibits, and I've had him on as a guest talking about, I got my exhibit coming, so I've had him on as a guest to talk about his exhibit in New York that he's going to do, and just to help promote and announce it. Totally will do that. This isn't just about any one thing. We just want to be able to celebrate the arts, and if you, get ready for whatever and say, okay, good. So we've got Haley and Heather doing a combo exhibit. We're doing dragons and bears.
Oh my.
Exactly. Then it's great. We do something in that. But that's what you've got here with Writers and Illustrators of the Future. Okay, good. And we've got now Seth. So.
Yep. John, one of the things that we learned during the workshop this week is that when it comes to writing, there really isn't any such thing as an original idea. It's really all about the unique twist that you bring to it. So I'm going to take that to heart and steal all of my fellow winners' answers here, because for me, I think the biggest thing I got out of all of this, and the most important thing to me, was definitely the people, both all of the judges who we were able to learn so much from, and all the fellow writer and illustrator winners who I've been able to kind of work with and make new friendships with. And if I had to pick one specific moment, it would be the award show. And that's because doing that award show, it was really a celebration of all of those people. And getting to hear everyone's acceptance speeches was what made me fully realize for the first time how much I come to love all these guys. So that's
yeah, no, I so understand it and duplicate that. I mean, I'm such an emotional sucker on everything, and Emily she's constantly pulling out tissues and passing it back to me throughout the whole thing.
I love it.
I went through so many tissues last night. I was just like, okay, and I got some of the staff, when they see somebody really emotional, they turn over and look at me to watch me,
They know.
rubbing my wife. They definitely know me on that. So on the one of the things that we did, because you get obviously all the judges, and it's interesting how there isn't, this is the way you write a book. This is the way you write a book so early in the morning, and this is the way we paint a dragon. You don't get any of that type of stuff. It's just you get everybody's different take on something, and it's like what worked with you, and some of the stuff that you've been taught over the last week, kind of like, okay, I don't really get that, but I'm writing that note because it's a really important author that said that. And some of the stuff is going to come up in a year now or 2 years from now. Oh, that's what they were referring to, or that's how that fits in. And I know you're going to have with the illustrators, I got less reality on that than I do with the writers, because I can't even do a good stick person. If you saw what my mom gave to me of what I do when I was a little kid, you're like, whoa, but she loved me. So one of the things that we did was, for the writers, we said, make sure you get the writers to get through the online writing course. But we also sent out to everybody the book Typewriter in the Sky. It was used for the illustrators. That was part of what you did on sketches and thumbnails, and I think you even dressed in some of the characters.
Yeah.
To get our references, that was definitely a blast.
So
we got to play with swords.
Jealous.
Yeah. So just, the thing with Typewriter in the Sky, Mike Resnick, one of our earlier judges, he passed away a few years ago. That was his favorite L. Ron Hubbard story, because it's the first recursive science fiction book that was written, and it's because it's science fiction about itself, and the story, it's just who's really calling the shots, and this is the thing that you've got as an author too, where the character takes over, and then, so I just like to, before I just say everything, I'll let you guys say anything that was of particular interest of because Tim Powers, that's his favorite story. That's why we did it for there, as examples of the various essays that you read. So anything that for yourself, Andrew, on anything you got out of that story, because that's been replicated many times. People say, oh yeah, L. Ron Hubbard copied that. Yeah, he wrote that 50 years before what you're just referring to there.
Yeah, it was I don't think I've really read much, and well, any really science fiction like it, or many stories at all, where the protagonist has some agency over the author. That was quite fascinating, seeing like the pushback, what he could do, how much he could get done, and eventually he starts to sort of triumph, and then he gets rewritten anyway, and then it's and it's one of the best scenes of the book when he does get rewritten. So that was wonderful. I've actually got an interesting story about Typewriter in the Sky because before I read it, I've got a friend in England. He's about 80 years old. He's a fantastic writer. And he wrote a short story piece based on the Typewriter in the Sky, where it's the concept a bunch of characters are sitting around in a lounge. Their authors abandoned them, and they're all sort of commiserating.
Their authors abandoned them?
Yeah,
oh,
yeah.
What a fun story.
Yeah, it's wonderful. And he based that on Typewriter in the Sky, he told me. And I remember we reenacted that. We had a live play of the characters, him and I, in a pub one day. And I didn't know at the time. When I read Typewriter in the Sky, I can see this inspired it completely. And it's just a wonderful thing how it was just been passed down like that, and it's been so influential.
Right. And from the illustrator side, Heather,
Yeah, I listened to the audiobook version of it, which was incredibly immersive. And as a visual person, whenever I read a story or listen to a story in this case, I'm going through it like a movie in my head, thinking of the different scenes that I can illustrate, and like all of the different shots and angles of everything that's happening. So I was listening to it and kind of just playing this mental movie, and it was really well suited for that. So it was really fun.
that's great. And what about yourself there, Haley?
Actually, you know what? She made a really good point because I've always done the same thing. If I read something, or in this case, I also read Typewriter on the Sky through audiobook, and I literally saw it as if it were a movie, different shots, different angles, what works, or at least in this case too, I was just seeing it play in my head, and I just thought it was such a great story. And then, yes, it was a very different perspective. You're fighting against the author, and I found that was just very entertaining the entire time. So I was actually really happy that we got to read that book.
That's great. TR?
Actually, two things. One, when I read it, I went, this is The Matrix, was my thought after I read it. But I really liked the fact that the author was getting so many things wrong because he didn't do enough research, and the character kept catching him every single time.
Yeah, that was funny.
And it was me thinking, yep, that's the importance of research. And they were calling it out, but it was very subtle how he did it. And he just had to kind of keep up with it. But it did kind of reinforce the idea that if you're going to put something in a particular time period, make sure you have the time period
Like a
correct.
Steinway piano before it was ever created. Yeah.
Sky Big Blue at night, yeah.
Go ahead. Yes.
Yeah, I have to echo what TR said. The subtle sense of humor and the kind of like tongue in cheek and the cynical way he was viewing the writer, who obviously, the character, 1 minute he had a watch on, then he has, you know what I mean? It was just,
His name was Horace Hackett.
yeah, and that was hysterical because obviously he was a hack. I mean, he didn't portray the writer as in any way competent, and I thought that was really funny because basically the character was constantly calling him out on how much of a hack he was, and that the big rewrite scene was just that was great. No, very original. I thoroughly enjoyed it.
That's great. And Joel?
Yeah, so to echo again, I think it was written 80 years ago, and you read it, and it feels fresh, and it holds up so well. And you see the influence across the genre of people who've been influenced. We were speaking to Tim Powers, and he said he was a good friend of Philip K. Dick, who's one of my favorite authors. And Tim was saying how this had influenced Philip K. Dick as well. And
in the end of the story, just so you know, in the bar scene at the end when he comes back, all those people he was saying hello to, those were all Hubbard pen names.
Oh, I didn't get that. That was
awesome.
fun. Okay.
Yeah, and it just had this sense of humor through it as well, like it was a riff on the publishing scene. When, you got the editor sort of saying, "No, that idea's garbage. What's another one?" And he's making it up as he goes along, and he's trying to sound as though he knows what he's talking about. And you've got this character who seems like a good guy, and then he's thrust into this position where he's the bad guy. He comes to know he's a bad guy, and then he's been made to do stuff, and he knows what's sort of coming, and he knows how his friend would write. So for the duration of the book, he's got this sense of, I know how he writes. I've read his books, and I know what fate awaits me unless I change something. So it was just really clever, and it was really fun.
Yeah, good. And Jefferson.
Yeah, I noticed what Joel noticed. Like I really liked him realizing that he's the villain, and oh my gosh, my friend destroys the villains at the end of his books. I'm not eager to do this, and so this urgency for him to escape his fate is very interesting. Yeah, it's very philosophical, even though it's got the trap. Like it's humorous. It's got a ton of great action. I mean, just decide like. Action can be pretty boring sometimes to read. Like you kind of want to get to, characters making important choices or and to move the story along. But the action was really good for something that old. I didn't think that, there's some gore and there's some, I don't know. It's cool. It's really cool. Like it defies what you'd expect from a story from that era. But the pulpy action was great. But yeah, the kind of the exploration of being your own agent in someone else's story. It's kind of inspiring to like, don't let life write the story for you, write your own story. That's kind of a philosophy running through it. So yeah, it's got a lot of different elements. It makes you think, and it's very entertaining at the same time.
Great. And Seth.
Yeah. So, first of all, as a writer, typewriter was just so fun to read. It's the sort of tongue-in-cheek look behind the hood of what the writing and editing process looks like was it's very relatable. And speaking in terms of stories that have sort of followed in the footsteps and blueprint of this, and this is going to sound kind of crazy, but there is a subgenre of Japanese novels and anime that follow sort of a story structure where the main character, usually a young girl, is reincarnated into a story that she's familiar with as the villainess, and she has to try to figure out how to play her role differently so she won't end up with the same like terrible outcome that the character in the story originally did. And that's like the exact plot of Typewriter in the Sky, which obviously predates any of those kinds of stories by quite a bit. So it was really interesting to me to kind of make that comparison as I was reading as well.
Great. All right. So now tonight's kind of like the end of the show. And now and you're going to go home. So how has this week modified, changed, reinforced what you plan on doing when you go back?
I think it's been inspirational in the sense that I've not been writing properly in quite a long time, and coming back here and we realized like maybe I was actually all right. And I want to just keep doing it. And now I've got the tools and the network and the support and all the validation I need to keep going and keep doing it. So that's my plan, to just get back and keep going the way I've been going here. It's going to be quite a change for me, but it's a career I really want to take seriously, and I think I can do that now.
Excellent. So Heather Ann, so you're 8 weeks out?
7 now.
7 now,
Yeah,
before you
7
graduate.
weeks.
So how's this modified or changed, or has it helped to further refine, or what?
It's definitely refined my skills. I have learned so much from all of the amazing illustrator judges who I had the honor to talk to and learn from. And it's also given me that confidence that I was lacking before. To hear from these people who have been in the industry for years and years and years and have worked on so many incredible projects with so many big names, to hear from them in the portfolio reviews that that you are ready to go out into the industry, that you have the skills, what it takes to succeed, was exceptional. I got super teary during it. So really, it's just gonna be trying to get myself out there, continue drawing, continue working hard.
That's great. Did you connect up with any of the judges, particularly that you can then follow up with after this to help give you some more direction or connection?
Oh yeah, I will absolutely be reaching out to everyone and reintroducing myself and be like, hey.
Yeah, and just realize when they don't say write to me lightly. They don't say it to everybody. You get it. You're in that special caliber of people who they want to have a relationship with. So it's not something like, oh, I don't want to be intrusive. You're not. You know, they know it. They were where you are now, however many years ago. And so they know what they went through. And if they can help you to guide through that path, it's, they want to be able to do that. For them, it's important. Okay, and yourself, Haley.
Yeah, actually, mine's a little bit of a unique thing because as far as going forward with this, beforehand, this was kind of a make or break for me. I mean, I knew I would always draw it. That was never in question, but it was more so a matter of if I was really going to see it as a career. I graduated with a degree in it. So, of course, there's that sense of, I do not want to have wasted so many years and money for just it to go down the toilet. And because it's a little hard sometimes, especially when you graduate. I'm sorry, I don't mean to scare you off, Heather, but it just it's a different sense of type of, you got to keep your own self accountable. And because school has a good way of doing that, and being out, it was a little harder. So after winning this and really coming here alongside everybody, it really it both kicked me in the butt and also just very much inspired me. I hadn't really made much artwork outside of this competition in a year. I focused more on working. I had a bit of a career path, a career change, and I was even kind of thinking maybe pursuing that more. And now I feel like I want to be able to work to make my art work. You know what I mean? I want to be able to do that more. And it's definitely gave me a lot more inspirations on what to draw, actually having the tools and the knowledge now that I know these big people in the industry who are willing to help me more than just some kind of empty-handed invitation. It's very much so like, no, this is my number, contact me, and like this and this date, it's like that. And I think that's what makes it that much more, it gives me that much more confidence.
Right. It's interesting. You had Tom Wood since 6 years old, that was, I'm going to be an artist, and everything he did in his life has been to do that.
Yeah, same.
Yeah. Yep. And Dan Dos Santos, when he went to school, he got himself in debt, and he worked out his financial planning. Mm-hmm. Okay, well, how much he needed to make? He lived in his parents' basement because that's all he could afford. Mm-hmm. But he had the caveat: I'm only going to do work in the arts. Mm-hmm. Whatever I do, it's got to be, even if it's just designing the flyers that you put on car windows, and then go around and place the flyers on the car windows. He did that too. Whatever it was, but it had to be art related in order for him to do his stuff. And now he's at the top of the game. Yeah. As a cover illustrator. But that's what you've got here with these. Yes. I mean, every one of these people that were teaching you, they make a living as that. Mm-hmm. Kevin Anderson and Rebecca, they decided when they were going to, when they quit their jobs, they were going to have a year's worth of money in the bank. And then when that happened, to cover all their costs, and then that's it. We're quitting work. We're not going to do anything else. We just want to do because they already had a family they had to deal with. So once they had a year's worth of money in the bank, they then quit their jobs as scientist basically, and just started writing and made that work. And Kevin did. I had meetings with him all the time. He tried to emulate Writers of the Future as much as he could on all the social stuff, on the media, the radio, and I had him lots of stuff too, to try to do that stuff. I mean, Kevin Anderson, he's like Kevin Anderson and Brian Herbert and all the Dune stuff. He would call me when they were going the Dune book tours, say, John, I'm going to be at this bookstore. Can you make sure I get some people there? So I would bring busloads, or van loads of people to the bookstore to be there for the book launch. And without the people I bought, they would have had one or two people. It's like, we are a team, we're a family on this stuff. And that's when I got Brian Herbert on as a judge. When we did that, he said, this is cool, because his father was a judge. Everybody's heard of Frank Herbert.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's interesting. The last article he ever wrote was for Writers of the Future. And he called into the office once, this is earlier on, and he called and said, send me the stories. And the contest administrator said, well, you know how we do. We have to wait till it gets through Algis, and he selects the stuff. And he just said, I don't care. Send me the stories now. And so the stories were sent. He did the judging, and then he passed. It's like, it is so important to the judges what they do to be able to do the judging. It doesn't mean that, okay, once you judge, you're going to have some bad outcome, but it's really important to our judges what they do, to be able to help and know that they're just helping to select the next major voices in science fiction and fantasy. And that's why we get all these reviews that we get from the major publications, because it really is that. All right, so moving on, TR.
So I think the fact that we had an entire week away from work, from television, because Lord knows you all didn't give us a lot of time to watch any television, away from doom scrolling, just to focus on writing or art, allowed us to figure out, well, is this something that I really want to pursue? Because we all won, but does winning an award mean necessarily, kind of advancing and moving forward? I think hearing from the judges, and I think someone said it earlier, learning from each other, I think that the answer was for most, and definitely for me, yeah, I'm going to keep going now. But it was that week away to allow us to kind of think through everything is what I really got out of it.
That's great. Sandra.
Yeah, definitely. I echo what my colleague said, but for me, it was just a little extra spark of creativity. We had to write a 24-hour story. We were given a story prompt, and it really forced you to sort of ignite your creative process. You need to do some brainstorming. You need to see what are the possibilities. For some of us, we didn't even know what the object was. So from that, we had to get a story. And I found myself looking at the world differently. I noticed a little girl with a minion backpack. I said, oh, that's interesting. About Minion. And the little nuances that I noticed, one of our illustrators was using a handheld translator. I was like, oh, that's interesting. What could go right? What could go wrong? So I think it really ignited that creative process. And I actually have a whole list of little story ideas that I'm going to take home.
That's great. Okay. And Joel?
Yeah, I think it's, I say Lit of Fire, I've always wanted to write, but coming here, it's, as I said, being trying to write creatives, it's not anything I've been in this situation before, in this sort of environment. And as Sandy just said, it's fired, it gives you the inspiration. And I'm going to go home and just write, really, because I know where I want to go. And coming here, you can see the possibilities ahead, what the future may hold. And it's exciting. It gives you this excitement to take the next step in your journey. And yeah, I just can't wait to see what the future holds.
That's great.
For all of us.
Yeah. Okay. And Jefferson.
Yeah. The reason I had written so much for Writers of the Future was I was like always too scared to actually send my stuff into a publisher or something. I didn't want to just be a casualty on the slush pile. I, but there's something about sending to Writers of the Future a contest where they have to read your stuff, and now I don't know. Well, I was scared that I wouldn't have somewhere else to kind of like keep me going, but there's been a lot of really great resources, and like I said, there's this new network, this new family that we're all going to kind of stick together, and there's going to be other authors to lean on to help me know where my stories can be crafted for next. And I'm going to push myself to devote more of my free time, which is not as much as it used to be with another child coming to my family soon. But when I do have free time, this conference has made me, or this experience has really made me want to focus my time that I do have into pushing forward on what will hopefully be a career and not just a hobby.
That's great. And Seth?
Yeah, so, well, first of all, going home after all this is going to be kind of sad because I'm going to miss everybody so much. I mean, I'm going to be going from being surrounded by so many amazing people to spending all day alone on my computer again, which, obviously, if I didn't go home, I'd end up missing my family. So I'm kind of stuck either way. But no, obviously, many of us are planning on staying in touch and kind of supporting each other through what we have going forward. And so even though I'm going to miss everyone, and even though I'm going to be going back and returning to a lot of the routine that I had going before, I'm also going to be moving forward with a lot more hope for where I can take my craft, for what I'm capable of doing, and for being able to see all of the amazing stuff that all of my fellow winners are for sure going to be putting out into the world in the future. So, yeah.
That's great. Now, you came to this workshop with whatever preconceived ideas you may have had, whether you had seen or listened to the podcast before with other past winners, or watched the awards gala, or however you did, read the blogs that were the daily blogs from past years. What did you experience that you weren't expecting at this week? Like, okay, I was ready for this, but I so was not ready for this, or, something that surprised you that you weren't expecting.
I'd say the thing that most surprised me was how well we've been treated. I've done a lot of creative writing groups and stuff in person, and it's it's a case where you get maybe an hour, sometimes not even that, 45 minutes, and you don't really you don't get the intensity and the sort of professionalism that we've experienced meeting like massive authors. Like, I never ever thought I'd be in a room with Larry Niven. That's just, I don't, there's nowhere else you could do that apart from maybe at a convention at some point, something like that. But even then, he's not speaking to you. He's not giving you advice. And that was just, for me, it is just getting access to judges and their experience like that, and how well I've been treated by the staff. It's been like being on the same level as Tim Powers or Larry Niven, being the best-selling author, and that's just been something that I'll never forget. Yeah.
Great. Heather Ann?
Yeah, it was really the scale of everything. You see the videos and the blogs and everything, and you're like, wow, that's really awesome. But then you're there, and you're on that stage, and you're sitting in front of Craig Elliott, and he's looking at your work and your portfolio, and it just really like sets in. It's like, wow, I am amongst the great people. doing exactly what I hope to be doing one day. And it was just surreal, really.
Just an interesting story on Craig. He'd been following Illustrators of the Future since it first started at the very beginning. And I did an interview on him several years ago. And I said, so when did you get familiar with it? I said, oh, it's from the very beginning. So did you enter? He says, no, I couldn't enter. I didn't think I was good enough. This is the guy that's the art director for Disney, for Netflix, for Marvel. And he's like, oh my gosh,
Yeah.
So one of the things also, one of the punchline of this podcast and other podcasts I'm doing on these winners is self-invalidation, self-denial, you're your own worst enemy, and you see somebody like Craig Elliott who says, no, I can't do it because I'm not good enough. No matter how he had it explained in his mind that he was justified in not submitting, even though he followed it every single year, just shows you can't win if you don't submit. But it's not just winning. It's winning is a lot more than just saying, okay, I won a contest. What you're getting here and what they're talking about is what you stand to gain. And even if you pro out, which is what happened with Kevin Anderson, Rob Sawyer, and several others too, that when they became judges, and then some of the winners that did become judges, is that you are part of a family. Rise of the Future, Illustrated the Future takes this seriously, and takes the importance. If you're in the world of business and adding machines and making sure this is done, that's done, the importance of the arts gets overlooked. It gets trounced. It gets backseated. And we need to be able to celebrate and provide that ability to celebrate the arts, because the only thing that's going to really change society, change civilization is the arts. It's not going to be the war machines. It's not going to be, the politicians. And, talking earlier, it was like, the divisive times right now, they were just as divisive in the 60s. The thing that makes the difference now is having the artists, how you postulate the new future. If it's going to be the, Carmen Birds, whatever it's going to be, it's going to be because of the artist that really makes that happen. So continue on from there. So we're up to you now, Haley. Okay, good.
No, I would say that the surrealness of just meeting these judges, I think what was amazing was, like what Andrew said is you go to a con, you can meet them, and sometimes the discussion itself or whatever, it might be very, intimate, but the fact that with this, it felt like very real. They're very much genuinely interested in our work or impressed or however, like you're getting something that you never would pretty much anywhere else. And it kind of feels like these judges are at such a high level, and now you have that access to them. And also just to meet them as people. I mean, meeting Tom Woods and, talking about the floats he does for the clowns and him talking about his farm and everything. Like, you're really knowing these judges and these great artists and even, I'm sure, like even great authors, and you're seeing them for like as people, and that they themselves really want to help you succeed. And I think that is something of a rarity that we ourselves, I don't really think could get from anywhere else. And I think I'm just looking kind of forward to seeing how that takes me into the future. And even so, like a possibility of, what it makes me want to work harder just so that I could possibly kind of give something back to, the other girls who want to draw superheroes, or, even like the guys who just really want to draw those, like those aliens and high tech for spaceships and stuff. So I think that's that's just really amazing.
Great. And TR?
I remember when I won, I thought it was kind of a mistake. Someone made a horrible, horrible decision, and I was just going to go to Hollywood and kind of fake it and learn all this stuff, and maybe I'll someday become a good writer. First thing I realized was I was not the only one. I met 11 other people that were all kind of in a similar state of bewilderment. And the 12 of us kind of learning and supporting each other, and then actually talking about each other's stories, and then riffing on new stories, and then trying to figure out what we're going to do after that. I don't think I was expecting it. I really thought I was just going to be pardon the pun, stranger in a strange land. So the idea that there are other people in a very similar boat, and now the 23 of us are now collectively, as you said earlier, in the same boat now because we're the only ones that would have experienced this particular issue or this particular volume. I was not expecting it.
Great. And Sandra?
Yeah, well, I would say that the attention to detail of every aspect, from arranging from our airport transportation, just the organization of the workshops, and transporting us from the hotel to the meetings, and at authors services. It was just amazing. And every single person had a smile. There was never anyone that I met that I would say, well, they really weren't enjoying. Everyone from, the staff, Galaxy Press staff, to, the judges, everyone involved, they really seemed like they were just having as much fun as we were. And it just made the whole experience, and to me that was just the icing on the cake. I mean, obviously we had an amazing week, but that was really the icing on the cake.
That's great. Thank you. And we've got next, go ahead.
Yeah, it's funny. When we got here, we've been treated so well, like rock stars almost from day one. It's everyone's so excited to see us. We've all been excited to build up the show, and it's really infectious, and everyone's walking around with a smile on their face. It's just really nice to be in such a positive environment. And on a different note, my goodness, we've got some cool stuff this week. Every day there's something else, and I'm like sending photos back home thinking, look what they've given us today. This is crazy. Every single day it's mad. Yeah, I've got an extra suitcase full of swag basically to take back home with me.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's awesome.
And we gave you the money to check in your bags too.
Even better.
Yes. And Jefferson?
I wasn't expecting the judges to make me feel something Orson Scott Card said. He said when he was doing the writers class, he said, each of you, all of us writers, you are the peer of every writer living or dead. And so this competition I did not expect it to make me feel like a peer of Scott Card. I'm not on his level, but a peer is different. But I really feel a lot of confidence moving forward, and I didn't expect to be able to shed a lot of the imposter syndrome that I talked about earlier. So
that's great. And yourself, Seth?
Can I say everything? I never expected to be a winner in the contest in the first place. So this entire week has been incredibly surreal. I think actually the most surprising thing for me has been LobbyCon, which is when we get to, after the workshops for the day are done, we get together with some of the judges and presenters and basically just hang out. And, the being able to hear from them as educators essentially has been amazing and unbelievable, but never in my life did I imagine that I would have a casual conversation with with people as talented and celebrated as Kevin J. Anderson, Eric James Stone, even Ron Clements. It's been crazy.
That's great. Okay, so now we've run out of time, so I'm going to run through it here again, starting from the top. I want you to give what's your website or your web page, how people find you, starting with you, Andrew.
I'm still working on the website, which is probably quite unprepared, but I'm on Instagram as author Andrew Jackson, so you can get in touch with me there.
Great. And Heather Ann.
Yeah, my website is heatherlee.art, and my Instagram is also heatherlee.art, so it's really easy to remember.
That's awesome. And Haley?
Yeah, so you could see my artwork at haleyhenriquez.myportfolio.com. Oh, and just so you know, Haley is spelled Haileigh. Enriquez starts with an E, ends with a Z. And my Instagram is haley.enriquez.art.
And one thing you do, anytime you search for artists, if you're not sure of how to spell the name, if you type in the name as best you can, then write artist at the end of it, it really helps to narrow down, and then you'll be able to get Heather Ann or Haley right away. Okay, TR.
You can find me at trnos.com, and I'm on Facebook and Instagram as t.r.nos.
Well, there you go. And Sandra?
You can find me on Facebook as Sandra Skalski-author.
You can find my website. It's at joelcscoburg.com, and Blue Skies joelcscoburg.
Can you spell that too, please?
Scoburg?
Yeah.
Sorry, Scoberg.
Good.
And it's Blue Sky is Joel C. Scoburg. So it's Joel-C-Scoburg, .bsky.social.
Okay, great. And next?
Okay, imposter syndrome has returned. I don't have a website to direct you to, but I will have one soon. I'm Jefferson Snow, and hopefully,
stay tuned.
Stay tuned.
Good. When he gets on to the Author's Quill, he will have a website that he will talk about on the Author's Quill. And when this podcast goes up, he will have a website that I can post on the podcast description page. Okay, good. All right. He's been duly chastised. And Seth?
I'm at seth@waterjr.com. That is @water spelt at and water. I do sometimes have people ask me that. And all my social links are on there, so you can find me wherever else from the website.
Great. Well, this has been a great hour and 5 minutes here now. And so thank you very much. And thank you for listening. Subscribe to the Writers of the Future podcast wherever you get your podcasts. We've also been syndicated on the United Public Radio Network, where you can find these podcasts as well. Writers and Illustrators of the Future contests created by L. Ron Hubbard to provide a means for the aspiring writer and artist to be seen and acknowledged for over 4 decades. It is free to enter and open to amateur short story writers and artists of science fiction or fantasy. Again, thank you very much. Andrew, Heather Ann, Haley, TR, Sandra, Joel, Jefferson, and Seth.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Been a pleasure.
Thank you so much for having us.
Welcome to the Outer Realm with Michelle DeRoche and Amelia Pisano. Airing live on the United Public Radio Network, 105.3 FM in New Orleans.
Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the Wednesday night segment of The Outer Realm. We are broadcasting live on the United Public Radio Network, UFO Paranormal Radio Network, 105.3 FM from the Gulf Coast and 107.7 FM from beautiful New Orleans. We're fully sponsored by the amazing people over at Folgers Coffee, who have been a part of our journey for the last few years. So thank you, Folgers. We couldn't do it without you, nor would we want to. Also, big thank you to Justice Snicker, aka Dr. Snick, the Sonic Surgeon, for the contribution of his time, his music, and his voice for the intro you just heard. He's an award-winning composer of Halloween, horror, sci-fi, and dark wave electronic music, which can be found on all of your favorite music streaming platforms. Also, big thank you to Steve McGinnis, the artist. Blah. I'll just say that again. The artist behind our logos here at the Outer Realm. Check him out on Facebook and Instagram. Also specializes in the Halloween genre, horror genre, but does great commission of all types. Tonight, of course, it's always fun when you have a friend on and fellow host here on the network of the Light Gate. We all love him. Preston Dennett. He's here talking about UFOs over the Arctic, stories and different accounts. So you know it's going to be good. So let's all say a big hello to Preston. Hello.
Hi, Michelle. Yeah.
Hey. I've been looking forward to this after we spun off of, the Antarctic and you threw in a couple of Arctic stories. I'm like, oh, gosh, it's a gift that keeps on giving you are.
So. Yeah, I was always curious about it. So I learned so much. You wouldn't think there's always more to learn, but every time you think you know what's going on, no, you don't.
No, it's like a constant state of evolution, and people now know you even more. So you find you just keep getting like droves of people coming your way with incredible sightings and such as well.
Oh yeah, it's nonsense. I can't even keep up now. And I just want to use this as an opportunity to apologize to people who have emailed me and are still waiting.
Yeah.
I'm not kidding when I say I'm about 500 emails behind.
Wow. I love it
It's so
though.
hard to keep up.
Yeah, but you can just imagine what's in those emails.
Yeah, well, I take a quick look, and if they're really good ones, I don't want to just breeze through it and send them a quick, answer. I want to take the time to really dig in and.
Yeah, no, I completely understand that. I mean, I've been, no, I can't say I've had 500 emails I have to get back to, but God, it's a good 100 or so, which has been pretty consistent. And after a while, I've had people say, you should let me answer for you. I'm just like, no, I don't feel right. I don't feel right about it. Right.
Yeah, me too.
It takes time and stuff, but I mean, at least it's just such a personal thing when someone reaches out to you for help or for a story or something like that. And I just don't want people to be passed off. That's just me. Right. So
passed off or pissed off.
Especially it gets ugly, but so I put up a lot of the hellos and such, and we're sharing a platform because Preston's on his platform as well. So I can't go through it all. It's just like there's a million people in here tonight, but I will keep flashing things up across. And big happy birthday tomorrow.
Yes.
Michael Kennedy. Oh, yes, we saw that. And Dolly's just totally putting it out there.
Happy Incarnation Day is how someone put it to me. Like, oh, I like that. I'm going to remember that. So, happy Incarnation Day, Michael.
There we go. Perfect. So where do we want to start? I mean, I say just get up and go because you always have like a whole pile of good stories and we always run out of time.
All right. Hold on a second.
Oh.
Let me get my Arctic coat on.
The Arctic coat. Woo, it's going to be serious now.
Okay.
When the Coke comes out, it's going to be good. I love it. Woohoo.
All right. You ready?
There we go. Okay.
Okay,
I
wait.
love it.
I'm already
hot. No, this is great.
Sorry. That's too much.
What? Off already?
I'm starting to sweat.
No.
I always get hot when I do these shows. I don't know why.
Yeah. I love it.
Okay.
I love it. I say go crazy.
I can't resist having a little fun.
We always have fun when you're on. And as always, if you see something of interest and coming up in the chat rolling by, just snag it. They're coming in hot and heavy. Okay.
Okay. Well, before I get into the cases, I just want to give people a little rundown about the Arctic.
Yes.
Because we all know what it is, the North Pole and so forth. But
yes.
I chose cases that are anywhere within the Arctic Circle. what we would consider Arctic territory, which is actually pretty big. Let's see, 7.7 million square miles.
Wow.
That's a lot of territory.
Yeah.
Now this kind of surprised me. There's only 8 countries that are within the Arctic Circle. I don't know what I was expecting, but that's not very many.
It's not on the grand scheme of things. No, not really.
No, and I was kind of surprised to hear Russia. We know, of course, Finland,
yes,
Sweden, and Norway. Really, more than just about anybody. Canada does have a little piece here and there.
Yeah, yes.
The U.S. too managed to snag it with Alaska, a tiny portion.
Toe in there, yeah.
Greenland is almost half, I think, within the Arctic Circle.
Wow.
Greenland's a weird place. It's all the cities are widely spaced. It's really unusual.
But that's a great place for crafts to come in and
got some really cool cases there. And of
Good,
course, a small part of Iceland, which is actually, greener than Greenland. Iceland, their names are switched. That was actually historically done on purpose. They wanted to attract people to Greenland, so they called it Greenland when really it's covered with ice.
Yeah, it's just so obscure. But was it always?
Well,
maybe it was lush and green at one time. I know, but I know.
So the Arctic has an average winter temperature of, let's see, minus 30 degrees. That's Fahrenheit. I don't know Celsius that well.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, but it's like, I think minus 30.
I'm not quite sure what that would be either. Anybody chime in? Because I was never really good at math or science.
But it can get as cold as minus 76 degrees.
Oh.
So, that's.
I can't imagine. That's not even humane.
No, it's just mean.
That's it. Yeah, exactly.
So, of course, it's got the Aurora Borealis, which is really beautiful. Compasses go crazy up there because, if you actually go to the North Pole, forget it. The compass is not going to really work. It'll just spin.
Right. Kat says when it's minus 40.
All right. Yeah, I knew it was close to it.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Okay.
Kat.
Thank you, Kat.
And we talked about this in terms of the Antarctic. What are these warm lakes, which they don't fully understand, called polynyas, which is really interesting because, basically they should be frozen. They're not sure why. It's geothermic, clearly. And that's got to be the natural explanation, but they're not fully understood. I didn't really dig into the whole Admiral Byrd stuff because it's just a mess. I mean, that would take, it really is. I'd try to pick out what is true about him. So I was concentrating mostly on really well vetted accounts.
You're right.
But what I did find was, not just sightings, but landings. Apparently one UFO crash, which is really interesting. And also quite a few humanoid accounts. I'm still doing the research on this. I've got, I finally got all the cities located that are within the Arctic Circle, and there's quite a few.
Yes. Do you think it's just because it's so desolate up there? So, you just, they feel maybe a little safer or figure they can go unnoticed.
People have lived there for thousands of years. The Russian indigenous population.
Yes.
But
the indigenous were never weird about it like we are today. But I think it's conditioning. Like we're so conditioned now, to look at these things like anomalies. I think it was more commonplace in ancient times when you're looking at all the ancient monuments and all of the, the petroglyphs and hieroglyphs and, like I was going to say picolage, but I think you know where I'm going with it. So I don't know. I think that now we're just conditioned to think, oh no, nothing good comes out of this, and you don't want to talk about it.
Yeah. Well, there's definitely a cover up of events going on in the Arctic and the Antarctic. We know this. It's a cover up all over the world. Who are we kidding?
Yeah.
In particular, I think there's quite a few events. I would say the vast majority of events that go on there are
Yeah.
covered up, and probably not even observed by human eyes. You
Yes. Yes.
know
It's
what I mean?
true.
'Cause there's nobody up there.
I
In
know.
fact,
It's all the best stuff.
I
You
was
know.
just researching how many people are actually within the Arctic Circle, and when you consider that we have over 8 billion people on this planet, it's almost nothing. It's, let's see, 4 million people
Mhm.
live in the Arctic, and it's
Hmm.
mostly in, a handful of cities there that are fairly large.
Mhm.
But
Yeah.
it's an interesting place. I mean, the sun does not set one day of the year. One day of the year it's completely dark. The solstice, of course.
Yes.
But
Yes.
I don't want to live there. It's too cold. I like strawberries and peaches, and
That's it.
you know,
Well, Tamaris is a penguins know everything. Gotta put little cams on their heads. Just see.
I love penguins.
Oh, I do too. They're so cute. So,
And it doesn't support a whole lot of wildlife up there. Polar bears, of course,
mhm.
but
Mhm.
Arctic foxes, and there are
Mhm.
some wildlife, but gosh,
Yeah,
not like most
it's
places.
limited. Yes. So, out of all the places up there, where do the most stories come from?
Oh
In your
gosh,
opinion?
they're spread around pretty much. I would say mostly from Greenland, because there's a military base up there, which was
Mhm.
formerly called Thule,
Mhm.
which I forget what it's called. Someone in chat might be able to figure that out. It's a funny name, almost
Yes.
insulting if you pronounce it wrong.
Right. Of course it is. I'd be the one who's totally butchering it too.
It's like, that's not how it's pronounced. You're
Yeah.
gonna get in trouble.
Yeah. Oops. Yeah. Oh gosh.
Yeah, it's all over the place. Usually, in, of course, populated areas.
Mhm.
Ooh, I've got some that are, one like right at the North Pole, which I'll get
Yeah.
to. It's probably my favorite in the whole bunch.
Yes.
But
Yes.
yeah, I want to do this kind of chronologically.
Oh,
That's
you take it. You take it. We're gonna follow along, and I'll throw my 2 cents worth every now and then. But
yeah,
we're
it's
just
just easier for me because I've got my notes. I just
yeah.
cannot memorize everything these days.
No, that's tough. It's tough to do. It's information overload, right? So, no, okay, you go wherever you want
All
to
right.
start. I'll keep up. I promise.
All right. Well, I want to start in 1850
Oh,
because I found, I'm always interested in the historical accounts.
yes.
Well, before this can't be reverse engineered.
No, this is
Military
good.
tech, right?
Yeah,
Not
exactly.
a chance.
Exactly.
But this is really interesting because there was this ship called the Franklin, and it disappeared. And people started sending. It was in search of the Northwest Passage,
Mhm.
and never came back. And they never found it for the longest time. They sent ships up after it, couldn't find it.
Mhm.
Finally, one of the expeditions that went up there was the USS Grinnell.
Hmm.
They were hoping to find it. They, of course, didn't find it.
Wow.
They finally did find the ship, but
Mhm.
at any
Yeah.
rate,
Yeah.
they had the first recorded sighting that I could find in the Arctic. And it's a first-hand testimony from one of the crew members, Elijah Kent Kane. And he described how they all saw this, quote, large spheroidal mass floating in the air at an unknown distance to the north. It was undulating over the Wellington Channel. And after a little while, they saw another one. So it was going against the wind. It stayed there for quite some time.
Mhm.
Very large. They tried to think, well, maybe it's a kite, thinking that the people lost up there are flying a kite. Of course, that was disregarded when who's going to be flying a kite in the
Yeah,
Arctic?
right. Right. Yeah.
And they're like, could it be a balloon? No, that was rejected either. Also, so this was the first one. It's a relatively simple sighting,
Mhm.
but interesting to me because this is 1850.
And it
That's,
was documented.
yeah,
Wow.
pretty interesting.
Yeah.
So there's
Yeah.
the early events are kind of like that. There was one in 1912 from the Russian ship, the Saint Anna,
Yeah. Yes.
which became icebound. I don't know. These people are crazy. Can you imagine being on a ship that becomes icebound?
No,
Mm-mm.
I can't even imagine like the way they would do that in like 1850. Like you're not getting out of that.
No, they don't. I ended up buying this book called In the Land of White Death because I love survival stories. And this
Yeah.
ship became icebound, and they're like, okay, we're obviously not getting out of here. They were there for 2 years
Yeah.
and still not getting out. So a group of men decided, you know what? We're going to hike out. And
Yeah.
the captain was like, you go, more food for us.
Yes. Yes.
One lady was on the ship. She did not go with him. So these 10 guys leave. They never saw those people again. They're gone forever. So these 10 guys are hiking across the Arctic, and one by one, they're passing away.
Yeah. Well, you wouldn't even be dressed for it back then either, would you? Not knowing what to expect.
No, they didn't have the Gore-Tex.
Yeah, they didn't have a coat like yours, that's for sure. So,
No.
yeah.
Poor
No.
thing.
Yeah.
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 It was actually a pretty interesting adventure story. Grim, of course.
Mm-hmm.
But if you've got the will to survive, you can survive. And 2 guys did.
Mm-hmm.
They were last 2 guys surviving had little kayaks, that they were dragging along the ice because you reach these watery places where you can't hike.
Right.
And they saw this kind of red, huge glowing object in the sky just
Mhm.
hovering there. And there's nothing that you can explain this in terms of a natural phenomena.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously not a satellite. It wasn't a meteor. It's not
Mhm.
Mars.
Mm-hmm.
They
And
don't
so,
know
and
what it
what
was.
year was this one again? What year?
This was 1912.
1912. Wow. Yes, that was like the Titanic time.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yep.
So,
So that's kind of an interesting case.
very interesting. Yeah, Nikki says so 2 guys survived. So I guess that they're your eyewitnesses. But again, like the fact that you come out of that and think to document it after going through,
I know,
going
it's so
through all that.
sad. All the people in that ship, like waiting for help, and never
Yes.
comes, and you never see them again.
No.
They've never found that ship. The Arctic just eats ships up.
It does. Yeah. It just breaks them up and swallows it,
Yeah.
Very, very sad. Very sad.
Very sad, but interesting because he ended up writing a book about it, and actually went back to sea again. I'm like, you crazy. I would not.
That would be it for me. That would be it for me, So
Okay,
kind of
now-
reminds you of Molly Brown from the Titanic, right? Who like goes down with the Titanic and goes down with the ship again after that. And then still sailed after having 2 ships go down. I would take that a little personal. If I was on 2 ships that both sunk, I was kind of like, I don't think I'm ever going to be on a freaking ship again. So, but
I'm not doing it.
yeah, for sure. So,
Okay,
all right.
well, I want to go to the next story. I think I'm going to pop this up on the
Yes.
screen.
Ooh, beautiful.
A vanished Eskimo tribe gives North mystery stranger than fiction.
Yes.
Now, this is actually a really famous incident,
Yes.
which I started looking into because, of course, this is in the Arctic,
Yes.
and there was so much written on this. I mean, there's so many people who've talked about this. And I started tracing it to the original article, which is this.
Yeah.
Because some of the coverage of this is so off the charts exaggerated. Like, this is a village with 1,000 people. No. There was just 25 people.
I know they made it just seem so much worse than it is, but it's bad enough. Yeah, gone.
But this is interesting because it comes from this trapper who you can see here.
Yep.
Right here. I can't really. Can I blow that up? Yes, I can.
Yeah, I think so.
There we go.
Here we go.
There he is.
Yeah.
His name is Joe LaBelle.
Yes.
And so this does seem to be a legit story. This guy did exist, I
Mhm.
should say.
Mhm.
And he's really the only source for it. So I don't know. Take it
It's
for
one
what
of
it is.
Canada's biggest mysteries when it comes to, like early mysteries.
Oh, you've heard of it then?
Oh, yeah, but a lot of people haven't.
Yeah. Well, this is
Yeah.
interesting because there are vanished cultures throughout our planet.
Yes.
That just picked up and left. No one knows where they went. We're
No,
not sure.
because everything was still cooking. Like, and the dogs, they had dogs there that were like they were just like they were dead, but yet there's things cooking. Like there's no way they would look
Yeah.
like they had been gone for like days and days, but yet they're not. There were buried bodies, yet the graves are all
Yeah, you know
disturbed
it.
and stuff, right?
Yeah,
Like,
exactly. He
yeah.
worked with these villagers, trading with them. He was a fur trapper,
Yes.
and went up there and was immediately puzzled
Mm-hmm.
because there's still food on the stove.
Mm-hmm.
The tables are set to eat.
Mm-hmm.
You didn't see any tracks going in or out.
Mm-hmm.
There was one grave disinterred,
Yes.
which was weird. So and who does that? Uh,
Mm-hmm.
and the
Yes.
dogs have been tied up and perished, very sadly.
Yes.
So he ended up calling the Northwest Mounted Police,
Mm-hmm.
and they did this whole investigation.
Mm-hmm.
He
Mm-hmm.
questioned neighboring villages. None of them had any information.
Didn't one of the villages claim that they saw lights over
Yes.
top of this village? Okay, good. I
Yeah.
thought I read that, but I couldn't remember.
That's not in the original article, though.
Okay.
So there's
Yeah.
some question about that.
Yeah, came afterwards. Yeah.
But,
Yeah.
so, I mean,
Yeah.
reportedly there's quite a few reports of that.
Yes.
Some
It doesn't it sound like people who go missing at sea, like the Bermuda Triangle type, because there's triangles all over the world. It's not just Bermuda
the Alaska
Triangle.
Triangle, the Great Lakes
Yeah.
Triangle.
Yeah. Michigan Triangle, Dragon Triangle, Eastern Canada. But that's the same story. Sometimes they'll find a vessel with no people, but yet food still sitting on the plates. And so, do you have thoughts on that? Like, is that something like that happens here? But does this come up in any of your research with people, or the articles that you have found pertaining to your UFO research?
I can't tie it directly to UFOs,
Mm-hmm.
but I do know about the ghost ships and stuff where they go up and
Yeah.
there's nobody on
Yeah.
it. And I'm
Mhm.
thinking, well, did they get food poisoning and all go crazy? You'd think there'd be
Yes.
some evidence of that.
Yes.
Everyone has theories about this.
Yes.
And there was some Native American villages that just disappeared off the face of the planet.
Mm-hmm. Yes. But there are some that disappear. What I find interesting is that you have, in this case, dogs that look like they have been dead for a really long time, like
Yep.
days, but yet, and one grave that has been completely opened up. There's still stuff like cooking, I mean, like
That's insane.
it is. That's beyond just a relocating tribe,
Yeah.
for
The
example.
circumstantial evidence says that whatever happened, it happened quickly. They
Yes.
had to get out of there fast.
Yes.
And I mean, what would do that? You take your dog. It doesn't take
Yes.
that long to take a dog.
Well, the dogs are, they're sled dogs. Besides that, that's what's going to get you out of there fast.
Yeah. And they love their dogs. So
They do.
I don't
Yeah.
know. It's an
No.
odd story, but it was
Very odd.
intriguing because
Yeah.
there's another thing that kept coming up, which I didn't really get into, but little people. This reports of little people. And
Yes.
I'm like, oh, this is another can of worms. This is a
Yeah.
completely different whole thing. 'Cause I was
Let's do
trying
it.
to define it to just confine it to what's overtly extraterrestrial.
Right.
But
Yeah.
no, there's little people. I'll call them crypto-terrestrials if you want.
Sure. Let's go with
Beings
that. Yeah. I mean, folklore, they're in all the indigenous folklore.
Yeah, and Eskimos. Well, I heard that's not really a political correct word. I've been chided for the Inuit. They prefer.
Inuit. Yes.
So I'll
Up
go
there
with
they
that.
do. Yes.
So that seems fair enough.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah,
So
certainly an interesting story.
it's interesting because when you factor in that, on an average ET, so many people have had, well, there's mixed stories, but a lot of people have come forward with very positive stories. So did they just hightail them out of there because something was coming down, or was it something like a time slip? How many time slips happen, and some people just don't find their way back? Do you remember? I think we talked about this one time on a time slip with a show that you were doing here with me, and I had mentioned about that woman who woke up the one day and she was dressed in her pajamas, and her apartment looked the same, but it didn't. But her fiance and his daughter, there was no trace of them anywhere. A guy she was engaged to for 7 years, and she was a stepmother to, and there was a reward out for anybody who could try to get her back to her timeline. So could it maybe have been something like that? People just like disappear
Well,
in a whole other
suddenly,
timeline, multiverse.
suddenly
Yeah,
20,
see.
30 Inuit suddenly appear.
I know, out of
You're like,
nowhere.
what? What?
I know.
Well,
I
no,
know.
I don't know. It
See,
seems
it's
logical that
crazy.
they were taken somewhere.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I know the cultures are very tight-lipped to outsiders
Mm-hmm.
up there, and they don't really like to talk to people about their personal stuff.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. No, it's
But
true.
I don't know. I'd love to know. I'd
Yeah.
really love to know.
Yeah. Keep
One of
digging.
those enduring mysteries that I don't know if we'll ever get
Yeah,
an
but
answer to.
maybe they'll surface. Maybe they'll surface in another decade, or like if it's a time. So the time is different. We put constructs on our time.
Yeah.
Like
Well, there weren't footprints going anywhere, and he's a trapper. He would have seen them.
Yeah. See. Yeah. That's right. So it's a full on somehow.
And people have tried to debunk it unsuccessfully, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was absolutely
Yeah.
exaggerated in later accounts.
Yes.
There you go.
Astral Taurus. Wow, so many timelines in the astral. Never heard of someone actually disappearing into one and not returning. Well, I think you hear stories about that, and again, the triangles. And triangles
There
can
was
be in the
that guy.
mountains too. Like they're not just in the
Where
water.
was he? In the north, the northeast somewhere. I don't know, Minnesota, somewhere around there. He
Yeah.
disappeared for like 20 years, and then they found him. He has no memory. This is a legit case too.
Yeah.
He's a real guy.
Yeah. Yeah.
He has no memory of what happened to him. He was gone for a long time.
Well, look at in the Romania Triangle, which is in the haunted forest. That they call that their Bermuda Triangle, and a shepherd, all of his flock went missing. Then after that, a little girl went missing who was 5 years old. She came back 5 years later, still 5 years old, but just it's no memory, but not functional either.
Oh wow. Yeah, there's weird things that we don't fully understand, I think.
Yeah.
The whole missing 411 thing is intriguing, but
Well, there's a question about that for you. So right here, question for Preston. Does Preston think that there's a link between the missing 411 phenomenon and the UAP phenomenon?
I know that, David Paulides has put forth some cases.
Yeah.
But the problem is, unless someone actually sees that person getting pulled on board,
you don't know.
You can't say that this person was taken.
Yeah.
It could have been anything. It could have been nefarious agents from our own planet, because people get kidnapped for all kinds of reasons.
Mm-hmm.
Falls can happen very quickly.
Mm-hmm.
And, animal attacks.
Mm-hmm.
There can be
I like the portal ones too.
So I don't know. I do have some cases where people have gone to live with the ETs.
Yeah.
And fairly well authenticated.
Yeah.
So
yes.
I think we can't discount this as a possibility.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure.
Yeah.
I would say there's being kidnapped against their will, but
yes.
I don't know.
Yes.
I mean, there was the case over Lake Superior where Felix Moncla was sent out to vector a UFO. The blips merged, the UFO flew off, and we never saw Felix Moncla again or his navigator. So
yeah, they just
So,
I don't know. How many people are thinking like, oh, I wish ET would come and get me. Got to get out in the open water, apparently, or on a mountaintop. They can maybe improve your chances. But you hear about stories like that, like the Mayan. Right?
Yeah.
The
Well, I
Mayan.
did interview one lady from Maine, and the ETs told her all kinds of stuff. They were giving her kind of predictions like, oh, there's a huge earthquake, the Madras Fault, what's it called? It runs down the U.S. At some point, we'll go, and told her that Hurricane Katrina was nothing compared to what's coming, which of course turned out to be true.
That's right. That's right.
Told her that if people should start disappearing from this planet, it's being done by us for the universal good.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm like, okay, yeah. So we're up some.
Yes. Well, I don't know. The stories that are coming up, and looking into the ancient past, seems to be cycles as well. Certain areas seem to be reoccurring.
There's a lot of disappearing people.
Yeah.
It happens a lot more than people know. So,
but then how many do you get that, where you have bases nearby? And then people just go.
Military bases, you mean?
You betcha. I wasn't going to say it. you do it, Preston.
Oh, thanks,
Yeah.
Michelle. Appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Looking out for me. Thank you.
Yeah.
I mean, we know that that goes on. We've got enough
Yes.
reports of that.
Yes.
Unfortunate, sad, a shame.
Yes.
Humanity needs to grow up. It's time.
Babies have to learn how to play nice in a sandbox, and I think it's just not working out the way it should be. So,
All right. So
uh,
let's
we're
move on to the next case, unless you got a question.
no. You go. You go.
Okay. This one kind of gave me chills. This was a really good one.
Hmm.
This occurred they didn't give the exact date. If anyone's going to report a UFO, come on, give us the exact date. But we know it was during World War II.
Need the info. Yeah.
I appreciate it. But this does come from a naval historian who's very well respected, William Schofield, who wrote this book called Eastward the Convoys, which he's a Navy guy, he loves everything about ships in the Navy, and had a chapter in this book called Weird and Unknown. And this is not well known. This is a really early sighting. I'm guessing it's around 1943 or so.
Yes.
But there was this 4-ship convoy whose job was to patrol near the Arctic Circle, right? Looking out for enemies, so to speak. And it was a March evening just after midnight. So, this is a convoy, 4 ships. And suddenly there were these 4 identical balls of light hovering, one over pretty much each ship, and one way the heck up there. Cold, white, didn't glisten, sparkle, or gleam, they said, just hung there, these pale white globes. But clearly, not stars or anything, these were pretty big. The guy who made this report was on the bridge wearing battle phones and heard all the lookout gunners started talking about it. So they had their guns trained on them just in case, because this is the military. They're ready for war. They're in at wartime. So from a military mindset, you can understand that. Thank God, they kept calm, cool heads, didn't shoot at them. Probably not a good idea to shoot at a UFO.
No.
But these things just stayed there. They could not say how long, or how big these things were. But it clearly wasn't St. Elmo's fire.
Right.
Now, St. Elmo's fire, for those who don't know, is kind of like a ball lightning phenomena, because the masts on ships or anything sticking up can develop high amounts of static electricity, which causes a weird lightning type phenomena. But it's generally brief, and they'll flit around and off they go. So this wasn't that.
Yeah.
Now, they became concerned, so the captain of the lead ship orders a course change, hoping to escape these lights. But no, stayed right along with them, maintaining their speed, never wavering from their fixed locations. And all the other ships were radioing like, what are these lights? Do you know what these are?
Yeah.
Like, no, we don't know. Hold formation, regard as friendly. So that, kudos to the captain for just that.
Yeah. Wow. This is good. It's inspiring, right?
So they stayed there for, let's see, 4 hours, I think it was.
That's substantial.
Yeah. Here, I actually did a little illustration. I'll bring it up for you.
Wow.
So this is, I think, very close to what it must have been like for these guys.
Wow. You just look at this expanse, and I mean, even Christopher Columbus had accounts of having lights over the water, in his travels. And I know, like, we're north here, but I would think that it's the same idea. Like, there's just so much space where you could be undetected. The fact that it would come to where the ships are and hover over them, to me, is very interesting.
Yeah, I kind of think it's, a very subtle message, like, what are you guys doing?
Yeah.
You're at war. This is probably not, I'm purely speculating.
Yeah.
But based on some further accounts, which we'll actually get into.
Yes.
It's more than just purely speculation, because this is a message that does come up.
Yes.
But must have been an incredible experience to see, because they stayed there for so long. You know,
Yeah.
it's really rare that a UFO stays for more than 5 minutes, generally speaking.
Do you think they were guiding them? Do you think they were expecting something, or they were just trying to prevent something? Maybe their presence would just keep everybody playing nice, or just keeping them on their way, escorting them perhaps?
I think it was a display. Like, we're watching you, you know,
Right.
we
Here we
know what
are.
you're doing, we know what you're up to.
Yes.
Uh,
Yeah.
and again, this was at a time before UFOs were really in the public,
Hmm.
what would you call it? Consciousness, awareness.
Yes.
UFOs weren't part of the zeitgeist. That's a good word.
Yes.
That we get to use a lot.
I like that one. Yeah. Yeah. Hmm.
But pretty interesting. And what's also interesting
Very.
is
Yeah.
that how they moved away. All four moved at once, as though on signal, pulling away
Mhm.
from their positions to higher and higher altitudes at a speed that was astonishing, and then poised high overhead, streaked off towards the north, and within moments vanished from sight.
Mhm.
So
Yeah. Like
yeah,
the Foo Fighters.
could be.
Yeah.
Um,
It's so interesting. It's so fascinating because so much goes on up there, and you would never have any idea.
Yeah, and I like what the witness said. He says, "We never did know what they were, where they came from, what they sought, or where they went. How does
Wow.
one explain a thing like that, except to point out that it happened at sea, and that the
Yeah.
sea contains many mysteries and always will."
Yeah. Yes.
Right?
Yes. Oh my gosh. Yes. Well, I just have to look at the Nimitz for that. That's a
Yeah,
frequent flyer with UFO sightings right there.
yeah.
You know. So,
Yeah, it makes me wonder how much goes on up there that we don't never see.
oh,
You know?
that's exactly right. And here it was one in the Northwest Territories. A bright light was seen crashing into a small lake in the Northwest Territories. The RCMP, which would be the U.S. version of FBI, investigated but didn't have the tools to do a proper investigation. So whatever crashed is still there. So that's
That's
not far
intriguing.
from the Arctic. Yeah, Northwest Territories, Canada, northern Canada.
Wow.
So,
Unless, the ETs probably gathered it up.
which is possible, sure. Probably so overgrown by now, too. Things go wild up there. It's just,
I imagine there's all kinds of stuff under the ice. Well, we know there is. Just last year, they found another woolly mammoth in the Arctic.
see.
So,
Yeah, it just hides its secrets.
yeah. I had a dream once that they had discovered a woolly mammoth and carved it out of the ice and dragged it by a helicopter and cut it open, and they found fresh food in its stomach. So it looked
Oh.
like it had flash frozen. And then it
Oh.
was 2 weeks later. I'm like, oh my God, it's on TV. I called my sister, look. She's like, oh my God, yeah, that's exactly the dream you had. I'm like,
Premonition.
occasionally I will have precognitive dreams.
Yeah.
That was a good
Yeah.
one.
Yeah. Oh my God, I love
Saw
that.
it. I mean, I saw the darn helicopter lifting it up in this block of ice.
Yeah.
It's very cool.
I think it's it's phenomenal. I think it's maybe have more of a connection. Well, now you have a connection. But back then you're probably like, oh, that's insane.
Yeah, that's very cool.
Yes. All right. What's next, Preston?
Okay.
Take her away.
Let me see if I can find my slide here. Okay, so I can pull it up. It's a perfect time.
Love it.
I got a good illustration for this one. This is kind of secondhand, I guess, because this is not coming directly from the witness, but from a guy I really respect, who does have some controversy surrounding him, unfortunately. But Lieutenant Colonel Wendell Stevens is a pioneering UFO researcher who ended up putting out several books and basically was threatened by the government, like, if you touch this one, we're going to get you. And they did. And he was accused of nefarious acts and ended up spending time in prison for, if you want to get into it, you can look it up.
Yes.
But I didn't talk to him directly, but I did correspond with him briefly, not too long before he passed away.
Yes.
I think some people, if you get too close to the truth, they'll come after you. And it's my opinion that's what happened to him, but y'all can make up your own minds about it.
Again, I didn't say that. Just saying.
Allegedly.
Yeah, allegedly.
We'll put
Yeah.
allegedly before everything.
I love it. Yeah, you were
Yeah.
remote viewing. That would make sense, wouldn't it? As
Yeah.
well.
We can all do this. When you're dreaming, you're out of body, you're dissociated,
Yeah.
your psychic abilities are turned on. It's a
Mhm.
great way to access the paranormal very easily. Anyone can do it.
Mm-hmm.
And most people will have a precognitive dream at least once or twice in their life. It's,
Mm-hmm.
according to some studies, the most common psychic experience. So,
Yes. Yes. And I think just people just don't know what it is that they're experiencing. That's the only difference.
it's
You
funny.
know?
Even my skeptics in my family and friends would be like, I did have that.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. It's like, imagine that. No, I love it. You can always tell the difference between just regular dreams and, let's say, visitations, or, like you say, remote viewing, or
Yeah,
like
I can tell. If it's
travel,
a visitation
traveling. Yeah.
from a deceased loved one, say, the
Yeah.
quality of their presence is different.
And you remember, like they
Feel that.
say, if you can remember them, those are usually something substantial, like a message or a visitation.
Yeah,
What are
and the
your thoughts?
precognitive dreams are so vivid and
Yes.
really weird. It's like, why am I even dreaming this?
Yes.
Because
Yes.
usually you can relate a dream to something and kind of
Mhm.
interpret it.
Yeah, it's true. Like dreams to me are fuzzy, and I don't remember them all. Whereas everything else, they're very vivid to me. I can remember more of the details. Yet when I was younger, I could lucid dream. I could do everything. I could rewind my dreams. I could fast forward them.
Oh,
I
wow.
could keep going back. Oh yeah, I was a freaking like genius with that stuff. Then I had kids, and like my brain cells were never the same after that. I could never do it. I was like, oh, you sucked all my brain cells out. I say my lucid dreaming cells were just like gone. It happened like so few and far between. But as a parent, you never sleep again, really.
Wouldn't
Just like,
know.
it changes. So
Yeah, well,
anyway,
doing the astral travel has kind of
yeah.
done that for me. I'm always slightly awake. It's
Mhm.
hard to describe, but I don't sleep like I used to.
Don't anymore, right? Yeah, it's
I'm
true.
always like, I hear, a cricket walking on the other side of the house.
Isn't that crazy?
Yeah. It's
Do you think it's
insane.
just because you're more aware? So you're just like everything else is enhanced, like sound and everything?
Definitely.
Yeah.
I've always been, super sensitive in hearing and
Yeah.
can smell things a mile away. Not kidding.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
what's that smell? Do you guys not smell this? I'm like, what are you talking about?
Yes. Yes.
We're getting off tangent.
Yeah, that's okay. I will roll. We'll just reel it back in. We'll go there.
I did have, just because it's interesting, I did have one OBE not too long ago where this lady, two women showed up, and one was Susan, the other, I asked her, like, what's your name? And her friend Susan's like, well, my name's Susan. She doesn't remember her name, but it's Julie, and gave a very unusual last name.
Yes.
And I'm like, oh, because I don't want to repeat it, because I
Yes.
found her.
Oh.
She's like, I died, and I overdosed, and they left me on the street to die.
Oh.
I'm like, oh my God, you poor thing.
Yeah.
Can I help you? No, let's cross over to the other side. And I started to lift them up, and then Susan, her friend's like, I got it. I'll take her from here. And off they went.
It's
But I
just
said,
raining
honestly,
on your parade. Get out of my way, Susan. I can do this.
Hey,
Yeah. Okay.
it's her friend. So
Right. Yeah.
but I
Yeah.
looked her up. I'm like, this is a person who has a very unusual last name,
Mhm.
and beginning with E. I guess I can say that safely.
Yes.
But
Yes.
I looked her up, and I'm like, oh my gosh, this
That's
is her. Died like 2 months earlier.
Wow.
Crazy.
It is,
And it
isn't
looked
it?
like her too. I
Yeah.
can't prove it for sure, but it was.
But it's a nice
her name.
validation. Even when you know, your gut tells you, no, this is definitely. If it walks like a duck, it quacks like a duck. It's a freaking duck, right? It's just like that's sort of the way it is. So you're probably right onto it because your instincts. Trust your instincts, right?
Okay, now I want to get to this one with Lieutenant
right.
Colonel Wendell Stephen. He's a young man. He's made many contributions to the UFO field.
Okay.
But if you've ever wondered why, he was in I think it was the Army. He was part of I couldn't verify this to the degree I'd like to, but this apparently secret project called Project Ptarmigan. A ptarmigan is an Arctic bird,
Yes.
and he said he was assigned to Alaska, and it was his duty to brief and debrief the pilots who were going out there to photograph every inch of the Arctic. This is when the Arctic was not known, 1948,
Mm-hmm.
beginning of the modern age of UFOs. This is when they're coming in big numbers. We have UFO activity going back millennia,
Mm-hmm.
but 1947 is when it really escalated.
Hmm.
They came in big numbers and didn't stop for the longest time.
Mm-hmm.
So they're mapping the Arctic, and he says these guys were coming back losing their minds because they kept seeing these strange aircraft, which were perfectly round,
Mm-hmm.
saucer shaped, bright, shiny silver,
Mm-hmm.
and we're doing all this crazy stuff. Some thought they were Russians.
Mm-hmm.
Others like, no, there's no way this could be anything on Earth, because they would fly at thousands of miles per hour. Here, I'll put up the illustration I had AI do, which I think
Yeah.
is
Well done. Yeah.
pretty much close to what they saw. But they would
Yes.
fly thousands of miles per hour, make sharp angle turns at super high speeds,
Mhm.
stop, reverse instantly, stand still in the air, descend and ascend vertically at slow and high speeds,
Mhm.
land on the ice, on the water, and even submerge underwater, emerge again, and fly away. So
Wow.
now, what
Yeah.
are they doing up there in the Arctic?
I know. Nobody's gonna
Cooling
see
it
them.
off? It's
Yeah.
probably what Dolly says, they get very hot. This is why they go in the water.
They cool down. Yeah. That would make a lot of sense. But I
Yeah.
mean, you could just imagine like what goes on there. Like you had just said, what goes on there? How much is up there that people aren't actually witnessing?
Yeah. The UFO phenomenon is not dependent on an observer to
Yes.
exist, which,
Yes.
I think some people assert that, like, oh, it's only here for us. It's working on our beliefs.
Yeah.
We're actually producing this. No. It's
Yes.
objective.
Yes.
We are not the center of the universe. We
Yes.
keep learning that. We're trying to learn that, at least.
Mhm. Yeah,
But
we're the
how beautiful
classroom.
is that? Man,
Yeah.
can you imagine seeing something like that?
Oh my goodness, I would love to see something like that. Usually you could just never get that close to it,
Yeah.
you know?
So
So
that's what got him interested, and I wasn't able to find any evidence of this Project Ptarmigan.
Mhm.
I think I'm pronouncing that right. So,
Yes.
but certainly interesting, and it absolutely makes sense that we would map the Arctic and not tell anybody about it.
Yes. Yeah. That could be. That could be a thing. Craziness though. They're beautiful,
Yeah.
and easy to blend because they just pick up on the reflection for everything
Yeah.
around it. So it makes it a lot harder to see as well.
So yeah, we wouldn't have heard about this if not for him. So there's
Yeah.
a bunch of pilots out there. All these people are sworn to secrecy. If you're in the military, it's you don't talk.
Yeah.
Which
Yeah.
I understand to some degree. But
Mhm.
let's face it, it's practically 100 years later. You can tell
Mhm.
us now.
Yeah, it's true.
We're finding out anyway, so why
Mhm.
not?
Yes. Yes. Absolutely. Well, more and more, we'll see more and more, right? I mean, they'll make themselves known to those who are supposed to when the time is right, and it's kind of a crazy time right now. So,
Yeah. Well, gosh, when I was doing the Antarctic studies, almost every one of those cases was photographed and filmed. I'd love to see that. That is so annoying.
yeah. So, hi,
Oh,
Karen. Hey.
darn.
Yeah. No, no, exactly. All right. What's next?
Okay, this was interesting because this was very widely viewed. August 1950. I
Wow.
love butchering foreign names, so I'm gonna have fun with this one.
Better you than me. Go, Preston.
Nizhny Kolimsk. I think I got it. Nizhny Kolimsk, Russia.
Kalinsky.
And I like this one because we hear very little about what's coming out of the Soviet Union,
Mhm.
especially back during the Cold War times.
Yeah.
This guy is the chief navigator of, this is such a mouthful, chief navigator of polar aviation of the Administration of Civil Aviation of the USSR.
Jesus, there's a handout to try to remember. Wow.
Valentin I. Akuratov
Yes.
gave this report, which was on August of 1950. This disc-shaped object appears over this Arctic village, which I said Nizhny Kolimsk. But it did it for 3 days in a row, always at the same time.
Mm-hmm.
Why? Why are they doing
Yeah.
this?
Yeah.
But this was observed by the entire population of the town. It caused great interest. Everyone was absolutely freaking out. But turns out, and I think this might be one of the reasons why they were visiting there, this is sort of a military landing pad there.
Yeah. But at the same time,
Yeah.
so that's very unusual, isn't it? To have it's like almost a residual or like a planned thing. I mean, that's unusual for
It
them to
is.
do
I
that.
mean,
'cause
it's
then-
not unusual for an encounter to happen over a period of days because they
Yeah.
come back like they're
Yeah.
doing something. But all
Yeah.
right, 3 o'clock, let's go.
Well, yeah, because if it's predictable, then people can catch you. Call me crazy, but if you're trying to be covert, that's not the best way to do it.
Yeah.
So,
So they reported it to superiors and were
Yes.
told to try to attempt to intercept them with their aircraft, their Catalina airplanes.
yeah, yeah,
So they could reach an altitude of 25,000 feet. But these obviously went much higher, much faster.
Mhm.
Uh,
Yeah.
But really beautiful. They said pearly colored, very reflective.
yeah.
And,
A little
he
bit
saw
like
himself.
just what was just saw on your last picture, but only iridescent.
Right. Now here's a UFO crash incident, which is super controversial. With what one isn't? Let's face it.
Yeah.
And this one has, the people came out of the woodwork to try to dismiss it, debunk it.
hmm
So that always makes me suspicious.
Yes.
But I like this one because we have a quote from a colonel who is, a Norwegian Air Force colonel
Yes.
who absolutely said this happened. And the story of it dried up. The Spitsbergen Island UFO crash, May 1952.
Mhm.
This is conflated with another incident around the same time. So
Mhm.
again, confusing and controversial.
Mhm.
But apparently this squadron was flying over the area when they started getting weird radio interference. And they couldn't figure out where it's coming from.
Mhm.
And one of these guys, pilot Olaf Larsen, was the first to see a glint of light on the jagged peaks of Spitsbergen Island. If you
Mhm.
look it up, it's pretty remote, rugged area.
Yeah.
And so they flew lower and lower and lower, and there's this 135 to 150 foot wide metallic disc
hmm
cracked open. It's crashed. So they send they're thinking at this point, aircraft accident,
Yes. Yes.
conventional, right?
hmm
So they send a rescue mission to it and get it into, find out, no, this is probably not, they were thinking Russian is what it might be. But it was your typical disc. And why I don't think it's Russian is because they found 4-foot tall human looking humanoids, or no, 7 of them.
Wow.
Or all badly burned. They said they had perfect sets of teeth. It's kind of unusual.
That's very unusual. Yeah. Wow.
But here's another thing that makes me think, this is legit, because they couldn't find any engine in this thing. There was no rivets, fuses, bolts.
Yes.
And it was believed that the craft navigated using the magnetic fields of our planet.
hmm
They found a tank of heavy water, what looked like some pills. So this is when the Norwegian government releases a statement. This is official, calling it definitely not of this earth.
Mm.
And it was shortly after that the security lid comes tight down over the case. And very little information was forthcoming. However, this is when this Norwegian Air Force colonel, let's see, I've got his name here. I'm going to do my best here. Gernod, Gernod, Darnhill. I couldn't find evidence that he even exists, but here's his name. It's in the multiple reports. Because I always like to vet things from multiple. There's so many sources on this case.
Yes.
So something clearly happened, but here's his name.
Yes.
And I like what he said. He says the Spitsbergen crash was very rewarding. A misunderstanding developed some time ago when it was stated that the flying disc was probably of Soviet origin.
Mm-hmm.
It has, this we must state emphatically, not
Mm-hmm.
been built by any country on Earth. The materials are completely unknown to all experts, either not to be found on Earth or processed by physical and chemical processes
Mm-hmm.
unknown to us.
Mm-hmm.
So they tried to get in this thing, break it.
Couldn't.
It was impervious at absolute zero and the highest temperature they could create, and
Mm-hmm.
impervious to every known chemical treatment.
Mm-hmm.
So he was
Yeah.
gung ho for releasing. He said, "We must tell the public what we know about unknown flying objects. A misplaced secret may well one day lead to panic."
Mm-hmm.
And he said that a report would be forthcoming. Of
Mm-hmm.
course, never did. Never hear anything more about it. And this is when this case was viciously attacked. There are some.
Yet with a colonel, or an Air Force personnel, you would think that that adds to the credibility.
Yeah, and we've got some of the names of the pilots who were there.
Mm-hmm.
There was another guy, a Norwegian Lieutenant Tillensen.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
He said that he was assigned to observe the polar regions and says that he's seen UFOs taking off, landing several times, doing all these
Yes.
brilliant maneuvers that they do.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And I know some of these people who debunk this are kind of on my naughty list. I know who they are. You can look it up. I don't want to get in trouble.
No. But you know what? You're presenting what's out there. I mean, I'm sure there's things out there that can be debunked, and there's probably things out there that you cannot debunk. It's hard. The fact that you can even find these accounts, to me, are wow, that they're still out there.
Yeah.
So
this is amazing how much of this is suppressed or covered up. And I'm finding most of these in very obscure places. The Spitsbergen crash was fairly well publicized, broadly publicized in numerous publications. But again, they get exaggerated. You have to track it down to the original source. And people are inserting absolute disinformation into these cases. They're professionals at it. They're very clever. They'll give you a grain of truth and then build something around it that makes you absolutely dismiss what's going on here.
But that takes away from the credibility. After a while, your peers are going to chime in, and that's an awful big chance to take.
Yep.
Because all you have to do is be discredited one time. It takes a while to bounce back from that.
Yeah, and there's going to be a lot of heads rolling at some point.
Oh yeah.
So kudos to that colonel for you know what, people deserve to know. Because I think they do.
Mm-hmm. Well, especially when you're looking at certain countries. Besides, I think they're very private about things like that. Russia, there's actually quite a few different ET accounts that have come out of Russia, which I was surprised. Even Russian scientists. How many times have you heard me say this? No, they didn't do CE5. Well, they did a CE5, what we call CE5 now, but we didn't have to go to space. We just called them to come to us. And there was one specific base, and they would they would have a certain race that would come down. I'm just like, fuck, that was back in the 80s before.
Yeah, they found this method. They would set up a false scientific experiment, would bring them in every time.
See, it's just brilliant.
ETs are monitoring our, venturing into space and what we're doing. Because you see this in a lot of these Arctic reports. They come down. Like this next one, June 26, 1952, Tadloping Island.
Ooh,
and this is an interesting case on the eastern coast of Canada, uninhabited, but it has a small weather station. And so this is what it's used for. Now, you know what a theodolite is? It's a kind of a telescope with a protractor, and you can use it for monitoring weather balloons and aircraft, and it allows you to triangulate an object, determine its size and its speed, and so forth, its trajectory. It's a scientific instrument. So they launched this, what's called a pieball weather balloon, to just do weather readings.
Right.
And they had a theodolite tracked on it. And this is when this disc shows up, oblong and flat. They watched it for 5 minutes, and it was investigating this balloon. several cases of this happening.
Yeah.
So they're like, what are these humans doing? And it's interesting to me because, that's the explanation. It's a balloon. Well, what if you have something flying around this balloon like that?
I know. After a while, it gets a bit old. Yeah. Yeah. Wow. Wow. Nice isolated, desolate area, though.
This is apparently a really busy time because here's a tiny little tidbit I found from the South Wales Echo newspaper, which said that an American research institute, unnamed, don't know, told them that in 1953, get this, 126 UFO reports. This is 1953 alone. 126 reports came from Alaska, 103 from Greenland, and 187 from elsewhere in the Arctic Circle. So I found like 2 dozen.
Wow. Yeah. Wow.
108, that's what, 400 right there?
Yeah.
1953?
Yes. Yes. Yes.
Can
That's
you
insane.
imagine? That's the word, insane. That's insane.
It's crazy, but it's one of those places. It's just undetected. Like I say, that's just what you're talking about. That's just documented.
This American Research Institute, I don't know what it is, but they're detecting it.
Yes.
Someone up there, and you can bet your dollars that they document all of this.
Yes.
All of it.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah,
that's
but you're never gonna get your hands on it. Oh, sorry. You just look so sad.
I'm sad.
Yeah, so sorry.
I want to see those little Spitsbergen bodies. Why not?
Yeah.
If you want to keep parts of it secret, I can understand that. How to make the metal or what, but you can certainly show us the little bodies. Put them behind glass. How is that going to hurt?
Yes. Yes.
3 a.m. Thank you, Solomon.
I know. Solomon's a champion. It's like Mark Monzo. He's in the UK too. He's a champion.
Appreciate it.
Yes.
Hope you don't have to work tomorrow.
Oh boy. Let's hope not. That it makes it very frustrating because you see all the stuff being documented, and you would think that now we are, in an age where the information should be getting put forward. There's just so many people
100%.
screaming for disclosure of sorts,
Yep.
So maybe might get it yet, Preston, because you're just a likable guy. People gravitate towards you before they just, with certain people.
I always said sooner or later it's got to come out because it's true.
Yeah.
If this is actually happening, and it is.
It is, yeah.
It's got to come out,
Yeah. But you're the guy to do it. I think you would just do it with so much grace and integrity.
You never know. I just want it to happen. Come on. How many hundreds of years is this going to take?
Oh, you put it out there. Just might take longer.
It's ridiculous.
Yeah, it is because most countries many of the countries throughout the world have already put it out there. We're all just hanging on over here. Whatever. So, all right.
Someone's going to be the first to really spill the beans. So
yeah,
they will be on the right side of history when it happens, and I think the dominoes will fall.
I hope it's sooner rather than later.
Yeah.
I'd like to see that, in my lifetime.
Right. Now, I still haven't gotten to my favorite case yet. So
okay, let's keep going.
Really good stuff coming up.
Ooh,
I haven't gotten to the humanoids either, but hopefully we'll have time.
Yeah.
Time is passing by. Okay, I found a bunch in Thule, Greenland. This is an Army Air Force base on the north part of Greenland. Again, someone can look that up, what it's called now.
It's
a funny name. But at any rate, found a bunch there. Here's one of the more interesting ones. August 29, 1952, Commander Edward P. Stafford sends up 3 planes, right? One of them is piloted by Lieutenant John Callahan. And he comes back, he's all tense and pale. And the commander, Edward Stafford, is like, what's wrong? And Lieutenant Callahan says, you're not going to believe it. I'm not sure I even do, and I saw it. And it was their job to send up a skyhook balloon, which is another one of these, it had a scientific package on it, right? And they send it up, it's going way the heck up there. And sure enough, they're using binoculars watching it. 3 discs appear and come right up to it. Here, I've got the drawing they made. I love it when the witnesses do drawings.
Wow. Yeah.
I mean, it's rough, but
It's creative. It gets the point across. Yeah.
but look at that. This is unclassified.
Yes.
Now it's unclassified.
Yes. Yes.
So they all saw this on board, and they used binoculars, watched these 3 discs for several minutes as they were executing tight turns. And here's what's really interesting. This thing accelerated at in excess of 10,000 miles per hour, far faster than anything we have, certainly at that time, and went up to 90,000 feet altitude.
Wow.
How about
That's
that?
Yeah. Yeah, that's a hike, isn't it? So
Yeah.
Michael says the Thule Air Base in Greenland, located in the Arctic, is now called the Pacific Space Base. Rolls off the tongue a little better.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
See how you can mess that up? You could definitely get in trouble.
Yeah, I think so. Best to try to avoid names. So.
I'm already in trouble with the grammar police, so I'm not even going there.
Well, I should have let you read it out then, because you're already in trouble. I'm doing all right so far.
But yeah, they have so much is going on at that base. I think they see it a lot more than they're saying. Here's one year later. This is a good one. December 9, 1953. There were 3 flights going. They're all separate by a couple of miles. 2 people in each plane. All of them saw it. This UFO darting by, blue glowing object. All 3 of them saw it triangulate. It's really well authenticated. So they go down and they land and talk to the intelligence officer, who is, I nailed this guy, Captain Harold R. Miller. Interviews all of these guys. All of them said, this was not a meteor. This was a craft. We don't know what it is. So he writes up a report and puts probably astronomical phenomenon.
Wow.
I want to call him a name right now. I really do.
Go crazy, Preston. Just do it. Just do it.
I'll put him on my naughty list. How's that?
The naughty
Shame on
list.
you,
That's
Harold.
not good.
Captain
That
Harold
speaks
R. Miller.
volumes.
Busted.
Busted.
Probably not around anymore, but if you're up there or down there, maybe.
Shame on
hear
you.
me.
Yeah. You made it to the naughty list. I like that.
Terrible.
All right.
Yeah, I mean, let's see. There's a lot of really interesting cases. I want to get to this really good one because these are mostly just sightings. Here's one where a craft landed at Umiat. This is in the Arctic Circle, January 1959. Red saucer-shaped object. If you look this up, it's a tiny. You would not want to go there. Tiny little town surrounded by ice.
Yeah.
This object just lands, goes right over the base. I'm thinking they want to be seen in a number of these cases. Here's one which is, I think, an important case because Ivan T. Sanderson wrote about this and absolutely lied. I had such respect for him until I read this. His book is good, Invisible Residents. He's the first to talk about USOs. But the witness, Rubens J. Villela, says he absolutely screwed up his firsthand account. They were anchored at Martel Inlet. This is in Admiralty Bay at King George Island, March 16, 1961, when they saw this luminous phenomena, which he says should be classed as a true UFO. It was silent, its trajectory nearly horizontal, multicolored, blue, white, and red, moved slowly, split into 2 at one point, and took off. He says it's much too slow. He says, I could think of nothing on Earth which would reproduce this phenomena. But later in life, reads Ivan T. Sanderson's book, Invisible Residents, and he wrote that this thing came out of the water, broke through the ice cap, and flew upwards. That did not happen. So I'm correcting the record here for Rubens because you can't be too careful.
Well, it takes away from the validity. It takes away any validation of the story.
Why would you do that? It's incredible enough.
You don't
Yes.
need to do this.
The fact that it splits in half to me is amazing.
Yeah,
You
there's
know?
reports of this, and I think this is what, tempted some people to call this a meteorite. But
Mhm.
these are scientists, mind you. This is their job to observe.
Mhm.
He was with the U.S. Navy's Operation Deep Freeze as a scientific observer aboard the USS Glacier. He knows what he's looking at. He
Mhm.
knows his stuff.
Mhm.
So
Right. Right.
pretty interesting.
Mhm. It
You know,
is. Oh, absolutely.
I did
Yeah.
find a humanoid. Well, several. This
Okay.
one's kind of interesting. This is in Finland.
Mhm.
Puolanka. I think I got that right.
I don't know.
Puolanka.
I'm not touching it.
But
Yeah.
this involves two witnesses late at night, August 1962,
Mhm.
northern Finland,
Mhm.
and driving at night and come upon this little man
Mhm.
standing in the road with his hands raised up. So they stopped to pick him up. This is kind of what you do in northern latitudes.
Mhm.
It's the law in, I think, Alaska. There's a hitchhiker on a frozen road. You have to pick them up.
You have to pick them up. Wow.
But
Wow.
this guy was unusual.
Yeah.
He had an abnormally large head,
Mhm.
huge round black eyes, a large nose, a wide mouth with thin lips, so very unusual looking.
Mhm.
And his eyelids blinked upwards instead of downwards.
Oh
So
boy.
okay.
Oh,
And had 6 fingers on each hand.
right. Did he
So
actually get into the car?
no, he did not. They
Okay.
asked where he came from, and he spoke telepathically and saying, "Well, I'm not from Finland."
A sense of humor too.
But he said he was touring the earth. What
Oh,
he said.
yeah.
So he started to, they got out of the car to talk to him, and this man walked up to a big old stack of logs, jumped on top of it without apparently even touching it, kind of gliding, and disappeared. So they started driving on, and this flying saucer comes up. They hear it humming, and it circles over the car,
Mhm.
and off it goes. So
That's
I think he
crazy.
was like saying, "No, here, this is my car." Boom.
Yeah, that's
An
insane.
interesting case,
Yeah, to say the least.
right?
God. Yeah, that's amazing. Oh my God. You imagine just for a moment pulling up to somebody like that and inviting them into the car? It'd be just like, hey, you want to
It
ride?
happens. I did a whole thing on that
You
extraterrestrial
did.
hitchhikers.
You did.
Remember?
I do. That's
It's
insane.
crazy.
It is. It
It does
is.
happen.
It
Just
does.
saying. They've
Oh
got
my
like
God.
over a dozen cases from researchers like Brad Steiger and one of my
Mhm.
favorite RD6 Killer Clark.
Yeah.
I hope she's okay. She does no interviews. She wrote
Wow.
3 excellent books. Don't know what's
Oh,
going on with her, but I just love her books.
and she
I
doesn't
just
do
want her to
any.
date her cases. That's my main thing.
Just
Give me
send her a
dates.
nice polite email. Would you mind? Yeah.
Okay,
So
so
no.
now this is why I wanted to do this show. I love this case. And I dug deep and I finally verified that this did happen. I found independent confirmation
Mhm.
because this comes from Sally Remaley, who is a journalist and wrote this article for Fate magazine
Mm.
titled Luminous Objects on the Arctic Ice. I would retitle it to what she said. An extraordinary thing happened to me on my way to the North Pole.
Right, yes.
Because that's what she said. She was invited to participate in NASA's Aurora expedition of February 29, 1965
Mhm.
to March 10, 1965. I can't tell you how long it took me to verify that, but I found it,
Wow.
independent
Kudos,
confirmation
Preston.
of this.
If anybody can, it's you. Yeah.
And she was invited in her capacity as a journalist. So she's
Mhm.
joining all these scientists.
Mhm.
And this is, a month-long scientific expedition, which she called the most exciting assignment of her journalistic career. So they're flying over the polar ice cap, literally going over the North Pole over and over again at 40,000 feet elevation.
Mhm.
They have warm coffee and stuff, but still cold inside. The temperature outside is 60 degrees below zero.
Mhm.
So, gosh, let me see. I know I've got some pictures of this. Let me see.
Woohoo. I
Okay,
love the
yeah.
show and tell. Good.
This is the aircraft that they were inside, which was specially outfitted. See those windows on top?
Yes.
They
Wow.
actually built this aircraft to do this.
Hmm.
And this is it. This is the Galileo Convair 990.
Mhm.
So I think this is the actual aircraft. 129 feet long, specially outfitted with cameras and equipment and survival gear because, in case it crashes.
Oh
we do.
God. That's what you want to think about boarding the plane.
So this is
Yeah.
what happened on March 1st, 1965. Thank you, Sally, for coming forward with this because no one else did to
Wow.
this day.
Wow.
And I know people
Incredible.
know about it. So she goes up, gets a cup of coffee, and is sitting curled up in her seat, looking out. She's
Mhm.
very familiar with what lights look like down below because
Mhm.
you occasionally see villages and boats and stuff.
Mhm.
And she's looking out the window and gets this incredible shock because, as she says, far below on the ice's surface were three round glowing lights arranged in a straight line. Each light was huge, all were the same size, perfectly round. They were luminous, glowing with an inner white light completely different from any other thing we had seen in the Arctic. So again, she's familiar with all these lights and she's looking at these things. They have to be huge. Here,
Mm.
I have her drawing here. So, and I did a little recreation of it too. But this is what she saw.
Mhm. Hmm.
So these things are, it had to be several city blocks, each one of them.
Wow.
So
Wow.
perhaps larger, she says. She says, I
Yeah.
could hardly believe my eyes. So
Mhm.
she's just absolutely entranced. She's looking at these, just gobsmacked,
Yes.
and finally has the presence of mind to point them out to
Mhm.
people had to be seeing this. These had to be photographed. These had to be filmed
Yes.
because this plane, that's their purpose. That's what they're there for.
Mhm.
They were basically there to study the aurora borealis mostly.
Right.
But
Yes. But this is like bonus.
yeah.
Yeah.
So she goes to the official expedition photographer who's sitting behind her, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah. And he says, what are they? And his response was, could they be reflections? And she's like, no, as well as I do, they're not reflections. Because the reflections will kind of move along with you. You've got to
Right.
wait. And these
Yeah.
were disappearing fairly
Yeah.
quickly,
Yes.
starting to go behind them. He says,
Mhm.
I don't know. I really don't know. So she jumped up and asked the guy in front of her, a scientist, and his no, he was the one. Let me see here. Yeah, he was the one who said they were reflections, not the photographer.
Mhm.
And Sally balked at him and said, no, they're not. And he replied, they don't look like settlements. I don't know what they are.
Hmm.
So by this point, they were only in view for a minute or so
Mhm.
and disappeared behind them. But just moments later, there were three more, only this time, instead of this formation, they were three arranged in a triangle. So I did a little, mock-up of what they might have seen,
Mhm.
and that's about as good as I could get.
Well, that's very impressive. Yeah.
Interesting, right? I mean,
Mhm.
so what is that big? What can be that big? This is not a natural phenomenon.
No. No,
And
absolutely not.
it really impressed her because, she says it looks like an arrow. Was
That's
it
true.
pointing towards? This was
Yeah. That's true.
no
So
idea.
was they witnessing this above? On the windows
Yeah,
above?
this was like over the North Pole area. This is in the Arctic Circle.
Yeah. No, I mean, but they're on the plane. So to be able to see the whole lineup like this, where were they viewing it? Was it through the windows above the plane or were they
No, below. This is below.
below the
This
plane
is
with
landed on the
the camera?
ground.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, this is on the ground.
That's okay. It's been a long day. I'm sorry.
No,
I'm keeping up, I promise.
If I didn't make that clear, just
Okay,
let me
got
make
it. On
that
the
clear.
ground.
This is,
Got it.
yeah, this is
Got
on
it.
the ice pack itself. So not a
Yes.
village, not a boat.
No.
There's nothing there for, and you couldn't go there if you wanted to.
Yes.
So
No.
what the heck is going on here?
Mhm.
Um,
Wow. Yeah, that definitely sheds light on a whole different story to be able to go over it and just see something like that, where it does look like an arrow.
Yeah.
Did she ever research this further and look into this, or?
Yeah. Well, she tried,
Yes.
and it did not go well.
No.
Because they returned to the base. She wakes up the next morning, and she's like, "This has got to be the talk of all the people
Yes.
here.
Yes.
Nobody's talking about it." So she goes one to one to all these people. "Did you see the strange lights?"
Mhm.
Only 2 admitted to seeing them, and those were the ones she pointed them out to. So they
Yes.
kind of had to admit, like, so what are they going to say? "Oh no, what are you
Yeah.
talking about?"
Yeah, you can't play stupid at that point when you've been called out. No. No, that's pretty
So she said
incredible.
they were miles and miles from any known settlement, any known life, arranged in a
Mhm.
geometric pattern. Never
Mhm.
saw them again. I don't know what they were. I only know that I saw them.
Mhm. Yeah.
So
Very,
they
very
were,
interesting.
and how many people did I say were on that plane? A lot.
Yes. Yeah.
um,
And nobody's
yeah,
talking.
33 people were on that plane.
I bet you most of them saw them.
Yeah, I mean, I
Just
don't know. I
dealing with
can't say for
scientists,
sure.
not everybody wants to go there. Not everybody
Yeah,
wants to go there, right?
that makes me so mad because that would be so cool to see those photographs.
Yes. Yeah.
And study them and
Mhm.
triangulate them and figure out how big they were.
Mhm.
But
I wonder if anybody has.
I couldn't find any information. I couldn't find her picture. I found out, her obit. I think I found it, and she is
Mhm.
in fact a journalist. And I
Mhm.
do bet to the extent that I can.
Yes.
I found the article in Fate magazine.
Not
Obviously,
not everything ends up online, unfortunately. Some people are very guarded with their stuff.
yeah. And I mean, this is the Navy, so this was
Mm.
hush hush to some degree, I guess,
Mhm.
or
Yeah,
the Air Force
clearly.
rather.
Yes. Yes. So
So
another one of those things, Preston, you just never know.
yeah,
You may just have some unsealed archives one day and you're just going to come across a site and it's all going to be there.
Yep.
They just won't advertise it because it's just going to be for the, really the people who have a good incentive is going to go and say, what? The people who aren't really thorough researchers will never know.
Yep. That was my favorite case, just because it's Sally
Yeah.
Renee,
I
the
know.
journalist.
Yes.
It's cool.
It is very cool.
She's a whistleblower and
Mhm.
absolutely had the courage to
Yeah.
talk about. No one told her she couldn't, so
Yeah,
why not?
technically, yeah. It's a shame she doesn't do interviews. I wonder if she was sort of, threatened or watched and it sort of
I
made her
wonder.
back off.
That was some time ago that article was published. Gosh,
Mhm. Yeah.
I don't know what date it was, but it wasn't long after
Yes. And she kind of
it
went dead
occurred.
silent, eh?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. Usually it's because somebody gets to you and you just sort of bow out gracefully and just disappear.
Yep.
So, all right, what's next, Preston?
Okay, here's a humanoid case. I like this one. It's very
Okay.
interesting
I like
because
the humanoids.
this shows that ETs are watching over us. And it's
Mhm.
April 15, 1970. And for
Yeah.
those of you who are space historians, look it up. Something really intense was going on at
Mhm.
that date, which I'll get to. And for those of us who don't know, I didn't know. Just saying, but it's
All
a
right.
really important date in terms of the Apollo missions.
Oh, okay. Here
So
we go.
this witness is apparently well known. I have not looked him up yet because I just
Mhm.
found this case. I'm going to butcher his name. Kali Tihonen was in his home in Kursu. This is in Sala, Finland.
Mhm.
I heard this sound resembling a swarm of bees. Instant red flag for me because this is how so many people describe the presence of a UFO. Other members of his family heard it. He had the feeling someone was looking at him.
Mhm.
Another red flag
Mhm.
from the door behind him. So he
Yes.
turns around and there's this small creature, 120 centimeters in height. Don't ask me to get that into feet. I don't know
Don't
what
ask me either. Okay, guys, chime in. 120 centimeters high. What is that in feet?
4 feet, 4.5 feet.
Okay.
At any rate, he's your classic ET.
Yes.
Tight fitting, skin tight, shiny green jumpsuit and helmet. Very large dark eyes, but looked very human.
Yeah.
He felt like this shouldn't say that. This being
Yes.
walked through the door because he didn't hear the door open or close. So that
Almost
was weird.
perfect.
Oh,
Okay. Thank you,
Thank
Kat.
you.
Kat,
was close.
also on the network, just so you all know. Yeah.
So he stared at this little being, absolutely speechless,
Mhm.
and had the presence of mind to say, "Where are you from?" The answer, this one made me laugh, was
Yeah.
"From the space," is what the being said. Oh,
Yeah.
said from the space.
Yes. Yes.
This was mentally, telepathically. And so, for those of you who don't know, Apollo 13 astronauts were stranded in space at this time.
Mhm.
And so he asked about them and asked if they would get back home safely. And this little ET said, yes, they will.
Yeah.
And said all this other stuff. But the witness, Callie, says he couldn't remember any of it because he was so gobsmacked by that answer.
Right. Yeah. Yeah.
And this humanoid steps back and disappears. I heard the same noise again.
Mhm.
Again, other people in the house also heard this, and his 8-year-old son heard him talking to someone. So
Mhm.
there's some level of confirmation here.
Mhm.
And he went outside and saw this UFO lifting up, and off it went. And didn't
Mhm.
sleep for 3 nights after that.
Oh my God, I guess
And
not.
felt unwell for a week. Which happens.
Is that normal? Yeah.
I wouldn't say it's normal, but it's certainly not unusual.
Right. Okay.
And I would probably attribute that to nervous shock
Mhm.
more than anything else,
Mhm.
because it can be very difficult to process an event like this.
Yeah,
Some
for
people,
some. Yeah, for some people.
people will get a headache,
Mhm.
nausea,
Mhm.
feel unwell, have insomnia.
Mhm.
I'm not so sure it's the presence of the ET or the UFO that's doing this. In
Nerves.
some cases, I think it is.
Yes.
But
Yeah.
I'm not so sure in this case that it
Mhm.
was.
Okay.
But yeah, I
Me-
want to just concentrate mostly on the humanoid cases because there's one I'm really looking for. I'm
Yeah.
doing this in order.
Well, you're okay. You've got time. They'll be on after us. Kids will go
Oh,
crazy.
okay, cool.
Yeah.
Because there's a lot of really interesting. Here's one where an Inuit, I'm gonna use that term, Inuit Scout Sergeant John Chimuk and his wife saw a football-shaped object with a window and red lights around it move slowly across the sky, and then it comes down and it lands real close to them. Oh, thanks, Solomon.
Yes.
So it's sitting there, just sitting there. This is so interesting to me because this happens case after case after case.
Mhm.
Sometimes ETs come out, walk around a little bit, and get back in.
Yeah.
Maybe pick up a rock or something.
That's so funny.
I mean, maybe some are tourists. I don't know, but I think in a lot of cases they're doing this intentionally. Like, here's a little married couple sitting around on this. Let's land for them. I don't know. I'm speculating, but that's what
There's
it
a
looks
rock.
like here.
I take rocks when I travel too, so I can relate.
Yeah, I do too. I have a little collection. It's fun. It's a little memento.
It is.
Just don't take one from Hawaii or the volcano. You're not supposed to. I've heard.
I know. Same.
At any rate.
Oops. Yeah. Okay. So go ahead. Yeah, that would be a very cool experience.
Yeah, football shaped.
Mhm.
Really cool. 1972. Watch it for 5 minutes. It takes off and leaves behind landing traces. A little burn mark, melted snow, 2-inch deep holes in the ground. And it turns out 20 other people saw this UFO flying over the town.
Yeah.
But only they saw it land. So that's kind of cool.
That's very cool.
I found them. I found their pictures. These are real people.
Yeah.
There was a big controversy over that town for other reasons, that they were not being treated well due to, I think, discrimination.
Mhm.
So, such a shame.
It is a shame. Never mind, there's just like an alien down the street from some of you, and this is your biggest worry.
Right? Which just goes to show, why we haven't had open official contact. It's our own doing.
Oh, absolutely. They've got to come in here and think we're like the freaking like Truman Show or the Gong Show or something. It's gone, get him off the stage. Like we're terrible. We're terrible. We're like a work in progress. Some much better than
Yeah.
others, but I mean,
I really like to think most people on this planet are good people, and given
yeah,
the right environment, would absolutely thrive.
yeah,
But let's face it, most of us are struggling for survival.
it's true. It's true. And when you come across like-minded people is when you do shows like this. We have all these people in here and everybody's like, yes, sharing their stories and their opinions. And we know you're all out there listening.
I remember when I was young and moved out of the family house, I lived check to check for over 10 years. I'm like, what do I buy? Toilet paper or food?
I know.
Salad dressing. I can't afford salad dressing.
It's true. Well, I can just go out and like chew on the grass or pick a dandelion or something. It's hard to prioritize,
When I worked at Pioneer Chicken, I got to take home chicken at least. They fed me for lunch free.
That's right. That's right. The toilet paper, now that was gold a few years back.
McDonald's made me pay. They're like, you can have 10% off. I lasted 1 week.
Yeah, I don't think
I got
so.
fired
How
from
about that?
McDonald's.
Yeah. Yeah, I am not going to do that. So yeah, screw you.
I do like their
me.
breakfast.
Yeah. Wow. Charging
Okay.
Preston Dennett 10% off. Little
And
did
then
they
you pay for
know.
my uniform too. I'm like, come on, you're paying me minimum wage. Give me
Yeah.
a break here.
Yeah.
I had I hated that job.
I know. It's every student. They can take 10% off or whatever, right?
Yeah.
This is
I quit
terrible.
when I went to college because I am not coming in dressed up in a Pioneer Chicken suit,
Yeah.
showing up at college class smelling
Yeah,
like
but you can hand out chicken. You'd be like the most popular guy in the class.
I loved that job actually. It was fun.
Yeah, see? There you go.
What was I making, $1 or something an hour? Ugh.
Oh my God, it's a way back machine. Don't you just love it when we just kind of like age ourselves that way? People are like, what? So
Yeah.
yeah,
Man, oh man.
yeah, I know.
All right. So here is another humanoid case.
Okay.
I love the humanoid cases.
Me
I think
too.
they're more fascinating.
They are. They are.
So this guy is anonymous. He's a traveling salesman. I guess we can trust him, but he's a salesman. Okay, and he is in Kemijärvi. This is one of the most northern towns in Finland. Finland has a lot of this stuff. And sees this bright object landed off the road 100 meters, 300 feet away.
Mm-hmm.
And it looks about 12 feet in diameter, 4 meters,
Mm-hmm.
and 3 feet in height or so, and real bright. And he's looking at this thing, and immediately 2 small humanoids appear right beside it. And he can see they're strange looking, even though it's pretty dark. They're wearing dark green suits, under 4 feet tall, begin to walk towards his car and get to about 120 feet towards his car, turn and run back to their car. Their car, their UFO. He did
Or
not see
car,
how they
same
entered
thing.
it. They apparently just went right through the wall, which
Yeah.
again to me is a legit description because they can do that. They have the ability to move through solid objects.
Mhm.
And it went up without a sound and was gone. Oh, and his car stalled as well. As soon as this craft came down, his car stalled, sees the craft. These 2 beings come out. I'm not sure if they didn't see his car or what, but as soon as they got close to him, they turn around and run. So I don't know.
Should have asked for a jump start.
But he, to his credit, got out and went to this area and found 3 landing marks, 5 centimeters wide, 2.5 meters apart. Note to people: photograph the landing traces.
Yes.
Go back
Yes.
to the camera.
But I don't think people think that far ahead. I mean, you don't always think.
I've seen UFOs. I had
you're
a camera on my
petrified,
neck.
you know.
I did not think I could not take my eyes off of it.
Yeah.
So, I get it.
Yeah. Larry's aging himself too.
Oh, wow. Larry,
Don't do it.
poor
Yeah.
thing. 75 cents.
Yeah. Okay. Wow.
But my dad bought his house in Topanga Canyon for let me see, I think it was $10,000. No, 20,000.
Yeah.
He sold it for almost $1 million.
There you go. 10 times your money. I
Insane.
love it.
What
I
a
know. That's insane for sure.
oh my God. He bought a plane.
A
Like,
plane.
should I spend my money? We all told him, he has 6 kids. We all told him, buy your plane. Are you kidding?
Yeah.
He always wanted to fly. So
Oh, that's nice.
shout out to Pa. Love you.
Yeah. There you go. Hope
He
you
never
enjoy the
believed in
plane.
UFOs.
Yeah.
Never read one of my books.
Wow. Wonder if he ever saw any while he was up there. He would never tell you.
He hated his subject so much, which makes me wonder because maybe he saw something.
Some say it's generational. It's generational for me. They wouldn't tell me till I was a freaking adult. My dad's like, oh yeah, we'd see them all the time in the night sky because I grew up in an age of the aging myself thing. No satellites.
Yeah,
Right
wow.
there. Right. So when you're in the night sky, there's no satellites up there. You are, I mean, maybe one, the U.S. military might have one, but when something's zipping across the night sky, the satellite's not doing that. So, and then it's like, oh no, yeah, we'd see them all the time. I'm going, huh. Seem to remember asking about that when I way back in the day, and nobody would fess up any freaking answers. And both my parents, all of a sudden, all these freaking stories. Never mind the giant freaking meteor that dropped into the lake on the way to work one day. We lived in a valley with a small lake.
Oh wow.
And they're like, oh, it's 5 o'clock in the morning. Went to work, and this big freaking thing came, ball of light went smashing right down into the lake. I'm like, you know how old I am right now, and you never felt this was anything I might be interested in knowing. I swam in that damn lake. I'm surprised it wasn't glowing in the damn dark. So yeah, parents.
Is it a deep lake? Is this a big lake?
No, like it was a large enough lake, but it wasn't super deep.
Wow, because meteorites are valuable. They're
Right?
Very, very. If you can find it, it's worth doing an expedition. Wow.
Going back to that lake. My sister still lives on that lake. I said, hey, get some scuba gear. Let's go.
Let's go.
But you have to think though, it must hit so hard that it must just go way down underneath, like into the way into the
Well, I
earth.
was thinking, wouldn't that create a kind of a wave?
Yeah.
That must have created quite a splash.
Yeah. I know. Well, that's what I said. I'm like, why am I hearing about this now? Like, this is a big deal. Well, I don't know. Everybody was asleep. We were on our way to work. We had to get to work. Okay, what about after work? But we saw UFOs there all the time. I spent 20 minutes watching one come down.
Yeah, if you're seeing a UFO, call in sick.
I
There
know.
was one guy who was seeing humanoids, and he's like, the school bus came. And he got on the school bus. I'm like, you know what? I think I would have just skipped school that day.
Yeah.
But he's like, I didn't know, what these guys were gonna do. He wanted to walk up to them, but he was, nervous about it.
Yeah. See, to me, it's just like I would be all over it. I sat there and watched that thing come down for 20 minutes, thinking, okay, good, something's going to happen. Then it shot up like a bullet and was gone. And then we had military or Air Force helicopters all over the valley the next morning. I'm like, I did see it. Yay.
The coolest
Excitement
meteorite
about
once. It ripped a tear in the sky. This was during a meteor shower.
Yeah.
Bright purple, you could see the thing roiling and rolling. It left this scar on the sky that lasted for like 20 minutes.
Yeah.
It was so cool.
Yeah. It's insane though, isn't it? It's to me, when we would see them, I was just like, you try to get the camera. Sometimes you're just like, by the time you get the camera, it's gone. Now we have camera phones. But I'll tell you something, I've told you guys about some things that I've seen. I'm looking at this great, amazing thing happening, just floating over the truck. And I'm just like, I'm fumbling. And by the time I get there, it's like, it's gone. I'm just like, anybody?
I'm glad we have camera phones, which were what? Popular in like late 1990s is when people really started to get them.
Yeah.
They were probably way before that. Can you
Yeah.
imagine if they were in the heyday of because the 1970s UFOs were raging.
Oh, they were right in. Yeah. Yeah.
There would have been so much more photographic evidence.
Oh, for sure. I saw the thing in the 80s, like early 80s when I saw that just coming down. Well, I say early 80s, maybe 84, 85. But to me, it's just like we didn't have doing it again. I didn't have a camera phone or a camera with me. The camera phones weren't a thing, and I didn't carry a camera around. I think maybe that's why you're just so limited in all of the information. Like right now, it's like, it'd be nice to have pictures of this, but it's not like now there's really no excuse.
Yeah. Almost nobody had videos at all. I mean,
No, not
you
at
had to have a
all.
serious, honest to God
Yeah.
movie camera if you wanted to do videos.
No, it's true. Now there's no reason that you're not getting stuff, right? We should all be out there. But
Which is why AI and Photoshop and came to
yeah,
mess up the waters.
exactly. It doesn't help. All right, what's next,
All right.
Preston? What's next?
This one is an onboard experience. There's a couple of them.
Okay, let's do it.
This is so brief, so it is what it is.
Yeah.
This gentleman, I think, is a man. No, this is a girl.
Okay. Oops.
I know Ivanov.
Okay.
Sounds like a male name, but I guess it's female. She was driving across a bridge and enters into this really peculiar fog.
Yes.
And this is so interesting. The car headlights were deflected upwards. There's a half dozen cases where UFOs bend car lights, headlights. So this is really important from a scientific perspective. If something can bend, but I'd like to get Dolly's input on this.
Chime in, Dolly. Yeah.
Magnetic field of some kind doing this.
Yes.
Really, really strong field of some kind.
Mm-hmm.
So needless to say, she stops
Yeah.
and sees this silvery domed objects with portholes. Very brief case. This is from Richard Hall's book, Uninvited Guests.
Mm-hmm.
I haven't tracked down the actual source yet, but I'm going to. And was apparently taken inside of it and undergoes what most people do when they're taken on board. She was examined, physically examined by 3 figures wearing dark clothing. And she was given an anti-war message. It basically told her, humans need to stop fighting each other. And said that they're having trouble reproducing, the environment of their planet is having problems, so forth.
Yes.
And afterwards, she felt drained of energy for 1 week. There's that same thing.
Yeah.
Anti-gravity would cause light to be altered from its natural trajectory.
Yes, and Dolly chimes in with magnetism at strong levels can bend light.
See, this is such important evidence because when you it's so interesting.
It
There's a
is.
case in Australia where the headlights bent
Yes.
right to the object, and then as he passed, they bent the other way or something, or kind of curved around like. Really unusual.
So question, if it was one of our reverse engineered crafts, would it do the same thing? Dolly?
I don't know. This is 1980.
Dolly, chime in. Yeah.
I'm guessing this is not because it's not like our military is going to take someone on board and say, don't do wars.
No, that's true. But I mean, if ever you're in a position where, something were to come that close to your vehicle, that an ET craft would do that. But would, just so you know who you're really witnessing, would a reverse engineered craft do the same?
The best way to identify something as ET as opposed to military is ET craft are beautiful. They have a very shiny surface. There's no seams, no rivets.
Yes.
There's no real engine inside as we would think of it.
Yes. Hold on. Oops, wrong one. Okay. All right. And Dolly. Yeah. Different system to produce anti-gravity. Oh, here we go. Jody, where did that happen? I experienced it as well.
It doesn't say the exact spot. So again, a really brief case, and it's kind of apocryphal. That's another word I haven't used a lot, but of uncertain source.
Yes. Okay. I like those little tag buzzwords. Yeah.
I'm trying to increase my vocabulary. I'm a writer,
Yeah.
I love wordplay.
I love it. It's always entertaining when you're on here with me.
So yeah, I love these cases. They're so well verified. Here's one from a very respected Soviet researcher, Felix Zeigel.
Okay.
And he got this from an aviator, Captain Vladimir Dubstov, who went public. So I'm really glad that some of these people are like, you know what, people need to know.
Yes.
So he saw this Captain Dubstov, October 22nd, 1980, was flying over the Arctic Ocean and sees something hovering right over the surface below his plane. And it's huge. He says it's probably 900 feet in diameter.
Wow.
So, and it's sending down a cone of light because he's coming at it from the side, giving it a real eerie appearance. Not moving, nothing's really going on. But as he gets closer to investigate it, always use caution when approaching a UFO.
Yes.
Because they have huge magnetic fields surrounding them. This is one of the reasons they're very hard to photograph, because they will shut you down. And that's what happened to Vladimir Dubstov. All his instruments went completely haywire. He began to lose altitude and was losing control. At which point, apparently, the UFO occupants sensed this because they vertically rose at high speed, whooshed by his plane, and were gone. So
wow.
He started talking to other Soviet Arctic pilots, found out that a lot of them were seeing stuff, and that the scientists in the Soviet Union were really trying to figure out what's going on because it was very active in these Arctic regions. And this was when they started to wonder if they were using this area to kind of go in and out of Earth's atmosphere.
Yes.
I asked Dolly about it. Like, it's not really a good place to use gravitational field lines, the North Pole.
No.
Because it's a little bit,
yeah,
unstable, but perhaps this is a place where they can be less detected. So
I would think there's not always eyes on you. Like even when we talked about Antarctica the last time you came on, I mean, there's quite a few people that are, it's a smaller space, unlike in, the Arctic, with you have bits and pieces of all these countries. But down there, it's not. You just have a lot of scientists and a lot of,
Yeah, it's much more secret, hush hush. And
oh yeah, but eyes are on it constantly. Yeah. Right.
Yeah, I would love to know the truth about what's going on in the Antarctic, but I'll tell you for sure they know about UFOs.
Oh yeah.
I told you I got kicked out of an Antarctic science website. They were so mad at me. Boy, were they were mad. They called me names. I'm like, you guys are scientists.
Oh,
how rude.
Rude. You know who you're talking to.
I'm providing documentation.
Yeah.
I've got high-level authorities here releasing information, and you're calling me names. What kind of a scientist are you?
And you're not. Do you not know who I am? That's what I would have said. I am the Preston Dennett. So, wow. To me, when people do that, they're not being objective. They're not even looking to. They're closed-minded, and it goes back to like, when you're dealing with, like, let's say hidden archaeology, and then you're having to deal with academia. Some people who go off and make discoveries on their own, find the best stuff, but academia will not pay any attention to because it was nobody within their little club that found it all.
They'll destroy evidence and experience.
Smithsonian, right? Yeah.
Oh my God, it's
exactly
insane. When someone does that to me, it says far more about them than it does the person they're accusing.
Exactly. But that, what? That's why, it's people like yourself who are putting it out there, because it's the only way anybody's ever going to get it. So.
Yeah, and I really wanted to concentrate, like I said, on cases that are at least somewhat vetted,
Yeah.
And I'm not, with all due respect, I'm not a flat earther.
Yeah.
I don't know about, some of these kinds of things. Hollow Earth, I'm not going there. I don't think it's scientifically credible. I really wanted to talk about stuff that, we can reasonably assume happened. And is well documented.
I won't say there aren't entrances in to somewhere, but I don't think
for sure.
you're going to go down.
The Earth's crust is riddled with caverns.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, absolutely. Okay, what's next, Preston?
one of my favorite. I really wanted to get to this one, so I'm glad we got there
Okay.
before we run
Woohoo.
out of time.
Nah,
This,
okay, go ahead.
this one, I'm assuming, was at Thule or Pity Thick?
You're asking me. You have the paper for
Thick.
you.
I almost
Yeah. I'm just following your lead and glad it's not me butchering.
the Thule Air Force Base. Petufik.
Okay. Thank you, Dolly.
So this story is technically secondhand, but I really, really like the witness. He is Professor Dr. Robert Jacobs.
Yes.
Who, from the University of Wisconsin, a former Air Force photographer, but best known in the UFO community for having been a witness to a UFO incident at Vandenberg Air Force Base, where a UFO kind of circled around an Atlas missile and was threatened and had his mailbox blew up. And
wow,
researchers verified it, talked to his superior, Major Mansman, who said, "Oh, yes, this happened." So he filmed a UFO. Very, very famous case. This is a good guy. I like him. You can see interviews with him. He's angry about what happened to him, and I don't blame him one bit. But he had a very interesting conversation with a good friend of his who was stationed at what I believe to be, I'll just call it Thule Air Force Base.
Okay.
I can't get that one for some reason. Petufik.
We're with you.
So,
yeah.
And he said it was a U.S. base in Greenland, and so I think Thule is the main one there.
Yes.
At any rate, per Bob Jacobs, his good friend, he knows him well, and another security guard were stationed there as security guards watching the base. Boring job, but you're out there doing it, and you do what you do.
Yeah.
And they spotted what appeared to be Petufik.
Yeah, she's got ya.
So they're security guards watching the base, which you have to have people out there, eyes on, and see a woman standing on a nearby hill 300 feet away in a blue ski suit. Long blonde hair.
Wow.
Standing on the top of a hill, her hair blowing in the wind, right?
Right.
Of course, nobody's supposed to be there. This is a secure base.
Right.
Really, this is 1982.
Beautiful blonde
Still
just standing in front of
largely
you.
a boys' club,
Yeah.
Let's face it.
Yes. Yes.
But not, I don't really want to go there because times are changing, but
exactly.
there's not supposed to be a woman out there in a
Yes.
ski suit right next to a very secure military base.
Right.
So this is weird right off the bat.
Mm-hmm.
And one of them has to go investigate. So Professor Bob's friend wasn't the one. The other security guard, unfortunately, went up to investigate it, and she disappears behind the hill. He goes up, climbs down behind the hill, and is gone for like 15 minutes.
Yes.
Right. So he's starting to get nervous. Jacob's friend, and finally comes back to his post, and he's freaked out. His eyes are glassy. He's dazed. And he says, "That was not a woman. That was a man."
Wow.
And a very beautiful, what we call Nordic, human-looking ETs. And that was not a ski suit. That was a jumpsuit. Very thin, skin tight. He was very muscular, very tall, like I think 7 feet tall.
Wow.
And over on the other side of the hill was a spacecraft. Landed on the ground, took this guy into the craft. And what's really interesting is as he's walking, he sees this guy standing next to the craft, right?
Yeah,
and as soon as he looks at him, music starts playing in his head, telepathic music, calling him to the craft. I've heard this only a few times, but it does come up. And took him into the craft, which he didn't really describe. One message was there only. The ET said, "You have to stop testing atomic bombs because you are damaging the atmosphere of your planet." That's it. Let him go.
Wow.
So I can see this happening because, here's the people you want to tell. These are the people who are, in power, they're the military. They're the ones doing it.
Yes.
So get
Yes.
this message. Of
Yes.
course, they did tell Eisenhower. They've told all
Mhm.
our world leaders this.
Mhm.
Did not listen. So they're going to the people.
Yes.
Everybody, Joe
Mhm.
Public, everybody on the street. They're telling everybody.
Mhm.
Tell enough people this word will get out.
Yes.
Oh, it's just Sunny.
It's going to make Preston all bashful now. This is
Oh,
like,
shucks.
darn. Aw. Makes you just feel all warm and fuzzy.
I love
I
this
can feel it
subject.
coming across the screen. So
I am really grateful to, have the
the
ability,
following
the
that you
chance
do.
to do this.
Yeah, people
And,
love you because they know you have integrity.
well, I hope so. I wish there was more integrity, and there's a lot of really good researchers, but boy, are there some bad apples.
Yeah, I think that's in every field as well.
And I'm not even sure how to deal with it because I don't want to call them out.
Yeah.
Because
Yeah.
I've had a few come after me. There's one right now. I'm like, oh, this is not okay.
No, but it's funny how when you're putting out positive stuff, it's like, why does it have to be silenced? You would think that everybody has their own perspective, whatever their experience. Maybe these guys maybe they had a bad onboard experience. Maybe they're interviewing people who've had bad onboard experiences. But that doesn't mean it's all like that. You happen to have a very wide array of people who seek you out because they trust you to tell their stories. You feel safe. A lot of times people need to feel safe in telling these stories, especially when you're dealing with older generation or people who just aren't versed on the topic. Some people grew up in a generation of, oh, you just don't talk about things like that. It's a really big deal for some of them to come forward, especially if it's somebody who maybe just went through hypnosis. So they're like,
100%.
they're like in shock because they realize it's a whole lot different than maybe what they're having recollection of.
I mean, it's really hard for everybody involved. The
Yeah.
family of a person who's going through this, has certain stress about it.
Yeah.
The witness, especially because they're challenged mentally, physically,
Yes.
emotionally, psychically, spiritually. So
Yes.
if it's freaking them out, they know it's going to freak everyone out around them.
It's true. No, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. So we're there. Top, almost 10 after. Is there anything else you want to?
Well, I would just say, to wrap that one case up,
Yes, do
this
that.
guy is sharing this, and then that's when, sure enough, from behind this hill rises up this craft, and so they both got to see it dart off.
Wow.
Classic
Wow.
flying saucer.
And here you are on this base. I would take that pretty seriously.
Yeah. So we pretty much covered all the cases. I got another one from 1997 for this little town.
Yeah.
I'm doing UFOs over your hometown series.
Yeah. Yes.
And
Yeah.
this is kind of what inspired me. This guy says, I bet you can't find one in, okay, I'm going to say this, Tuktoyaktuk.
I bet you can't find Tuktoyaktuk.
I did. He's like, good job.
Yeah.
I found a case there. So,
Okay.
yeah.
Yeah, you want to share it?
Well, it's typical craft, which was, metallic lighting over the trees, silver gray, rows of portholes.
Yeah.
Absolutely freaked out all the passengers in the car.
Mm-hmm.
They didn't want to talk about it.
Of course.
And she says, I'll never travel again without my camera.
See? Yeah, see? But back then, that's you have to rely on the camera.
That was 1997. And the final case, most recent I could find, was in Norvik, Alaska.
Yeah.
Which was a big wave of sightings. Everyone there saw them.
Yeah.
December 2002 to 2003 became absolutely normal.
Like hundreds of sightings, wasn't it? Like a couple of hundred sightings a year or something back then?
Over this period of
a
couple of months, it was, yeah.
Wow.
There's this enormous wave. So sometimes I think stuff is going on that the ETs are like, we need to deal with this right now, whether it's a geologic study or perhaps they're pulling animals up or something. But
yes,
I don't know. If people tried to get close to them, they'd always dart off.
Yeah, I've heard crazy things coming out of Nome. It seems to be a real hot spot up there.
I'm telling you, there's stuff. We're not seeing the tip of the iceberg. I'll stick that in your
Yeah.
Wikipedia iceberg.
Yes. Yeah.
That's perfectly appropriate for
It
the
is.
architect.
It is.
So yeah, I mean that's amazing, huh? And this is, what, a half dozen? No, this was 24 cases, about a
Mhm.
little more. But 1953, 400 cases. We didn't hear anything about them. Thank you, Patsy.
Yeah, no, it's true. And there's so many. Just look at how many that you have found, and just
Yeah.
know how many more that are out there that people.
And I'm still working on this, by the way, because once you open the floodgates, more come. So
Yes. Well, I think with your show, The Light Gate, of course, every Monday night at 8 p.m. Eastern, 7 p.m. Central.
thank you.
You're welcome. I think that's a great way to bring people forward. It really is. So, and
We're
there
having
you
so
are.
much fun with it. So thank you for helping us with that, because it's
Kidding.
amazing.
Thank
I was
you.
like, I'm not sure I can do this, Dolly. My plate's full. She's like, let's do it. This will be good.
It's
We'll have
great. You do it every week on a Friday. It's the same thing. It's true. Only this time you're just, bringing other people to talk with you.
Yeah, we had fun with Malcolm Robinson. So amazing.
Yeah.
What a fun show. And
Yeah.
Gerald Pratt.
Yeah.
Lovely man, having out of body experiences. These are our most recent two guests.
Yes.
We've
Yes.
got another great guy lined up for
Philip
Monday.
Mantle. He's
Amazing.
wonderful. He's UK's the guy in the UK.
Yeah.
I think
Yeah,
he
I've been at it
donated.
longer than I have, so that's
Oh
come
yeah,
right.
he donated all of his files to an organization in the US. Actually, he's come on a couple of times to talk about it. But I mean, realistically, Pascagoula is the big one for him. But he's been researching this for like eons.
Yeah, one of the top 10 cases, easy, in terms of people being taken on board.
Yes. Yes. Yeah, it's interesting. It is one of the go-to stories as well. Especially people just getting into this. Just look up Pascagoula. It's just, especially for this side of the world. Whereas you in the UK, you have Rendlesham, and this side of the world, it goes more than just Area 51. There's some pretty.
Name any town, I'll find one. I'm just saying.
Yeah, just email Preston. Give him a town. We should actually have a quiz. Or we should just have some kind of like contest or something. Just come up with the most obscure place for Preston to find.
Oh, and torturing me.
Most obscure place, but not just obscure as in a location, but obscure as in a location with UFO stories.
Yeah,
I say do it. Then we could just bring that person.
No one
on
stumped me yet. My problem is someone picks, a big city or something. I'm like, are you kidding? I could write a book on this. This is going to take me forever.
Yeah.
Los Angeles. Okay. Well, yeah, I think I can find something in Los Angeles. New York.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah. Poor Preston. What do you mean?
Have pity on
Knock
me.
it off. Preston can handle it for sure. Well, you know what? I am so glad that you were on tonight. It was so much fun, and the stories are always so amazing. But I mean, you're coming back on. And this time it's going to be Preston and Dolly, but August the 6th. So it's a bit of a ways off, but mark your calendars because it's going to be good. But Dolly's joining me for an uncensored show Beyond the Outer Realm on July 15th. If you need a Dolly fix, there it is. So,
yeah, we like uncensored.
I know uncensored's good, kind of. Sometimes you have to bury them, but I know. But it's good. It's going to be good. And speaking of that, so next week, everybody. Well, tomorrow night, actually. What am I carrying on about? Tomorrow night, we actually have Carol Ann Iadarola, who has Ethereal Encounters Unveiled. You can catch her on Thursdays at 5 p.m. Eastern and also Fridays at 3 p.m. Eastern. But she's going to be joining me tonight to talk about, we're going to be talking about death, the afterlife, grieving loss, and moving on. So it's going to be a pretty heavy show topic, but it's going to be an outstanding show topic. She's awesome. Tuesday on Beyond the Outer Realm, our spin-off show, Mark Ollie, all the way from UK, joins me again for more uncensored, forbidden knowledge. Might throw some Antarctica and Grand Canyon in there. It's going to be interesting. It always is when he joins me, and it's a lot of fun. It's really laid back. So thank you to everybody in the chat room. You guys totally rock. I always say you guys make it that much more fun. So, thank you all. You have been catching the Outer Realm this evening with my dear friend, fellow, host here at United Public Radio and, the Light Gate. Don't miss that show. It's going to be a good one. Philip Mantle. God, he's awesome. He's just awesome. So you've been joining us on the United Public Radio Network, UFO Paranormal Radio, 105.3 FM from the Gulf Coast, 107.7 FM from New Orleans. We shall see you all tomorrow evening, at least my regulars. Any newbies that would like to join us, always welcome. Much loved and appreciated. So thank you all and good night.
Bye.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to Beyond the Outer Realm, the spin-off show of our sister show, The Outer Realm, which airs on Wednesday and Thursday evenings at 9 p.m. Eastern Time. We are still broadcasting live here in the United Public Radio Network, UFO Paranormal Radio Network, 105.3 FM from the Gulf Coast and 107.7 FM from beautiful New Orleans. Today, been looking forward to this because not only do I get to hang out with a very dear friend of mine for the next little while, he's also a fellow host here at the United Public Radio, and he's the host of Becoming Quantum Conscious, which is Wednesdays at 3 p.m. Eastern Time. And today we're actually going to be talking about, well, he's in the south of France. So, for him, it's later. So for those watching from that area, welcome and thank you. But we thought we would talk about his search, I guess many people's search, of the Christos and the Goddess consciousness. He also hosts the tours, Sacred Sites of Mary Magdalene, which is in France. And it's very popular. It's grown quite a bit. In fact, that's how I found him. Because I'm like, next time I'm in France, I have to go check this out. And we just became very good friends. And he's been on the Outer Realm before. But when you guys know him or see him or meet him, you'll know exactly what I'm talking about. So without further ado, my dear friend, Bart Sharp, how are you?
Hey, it's good to see you, Michelle. It's always a pleasure. Incidentally,
Thank you.
Michelle, we started our friendship with Mary Magdalene in France, and
we did.
And so
we
so
did.
grateful. You said, "Hey, you ought to be on my show," and I said, "Sure." And it's like
I know.
It kind of began just in this
It did.
wonderful relationship.
Because I saw the Facebook page and I went, what are these shenanigans and why am I not a part of it? Like, how do I not know about all this? I had just been in France. I'm like, wait, what?
Yeah.
So, chances are we might have been in France at the same time. I still managed to miss it. So,
Yes, and just to give a plug for that, what we're talking about is
yeah, let's do that.
I'm obsessed with Facebook. That's my favorite social media. So I started a group, and this is a mouthful.
Yes.
Sacred Sites of Mary Magdalene and France Tours. I can never figure out what I need to leave out of that title, Sacred Sites of Mary Magdalene and Southern France Tours.
Yeah.
However, a community of Magdalites and France lovers and metaphysical lovers all put in articles. It's not just me. And
Yeah.
it's a very interactive community.
Yes.
I'm sort of a celebrity over here, Michelle. I mean, about once a week,
Yeah.
I'm walking down at a sacred site or someplace that's cool like that, and somebody goes, "Are you Bart?" And I'm like, "What?" You know, but all we
Last
can
time
say
I
is that
checked.
it's a tight knit community. You
Yeah.
know, we're very interactive with each other.
I love it. One thing I found about, I've traveled different parts of France, northern France, southern France. It really depends where you are, but the south of France has a whole different feel to it, I find. And it's just like taking a step back in time with very humble lifestyles and really honoring a lot of these ancient places. Like people will seek them out, even the locals, like yourself, like
Yeah,
how often
yeah.
when we talk when you're back home, and I'm just like, God, you just really need to get back there because the connections to some of these places are just, I think as you build them, they intensify. They never get old.
That's right. They're kind of endless. It really gets you in this idea that a church that's been built anywhere from, whether it be 300 years old or 2,000 years old,
Yeah.
they have a vibration and a consciousness all within themselves. And you could probably say the same thing with the Black Madonna.
Yes.
So many people pray and put that energy back into those pretty little Black Madonnas.
Hmm.
They hold a space.
Yeah.
Consciousness is a very peculiar thing.
Yes. Yes. And I find that there have been those of us who have followed all along with these sort of things. And then we have a lot of newcomers. And it's the newcomers that I really want to, I guess, reach today, like an education of what all of this is about, the
Yeah.
goddess Sophia, the goddess energy, because people don't realize how ancient goddess worship is. I mean, I've seen, just in the research you've done, look at the old goddess statues that go back 30,000 years.
Yeah. Yeah.
This isn't just like a fad. This is a real deep-seated following.
We really don't know how old goddess worship is, or
Yeah.
really, when we start to think about, well, where did this begin? We had to look at Egypt,
Hmm.
and they really do not know. I'll give a shout out to my friend and colleague, and also guest on Becoming Quantum Conscious, Hakeem Iwan, which is Awyan.
Yeah.
His lineage goes back to an unidentified time where tales have been passed down from generation to generation. His great grandfather began Egyptian chematology, which is
Wow.
kind of taking those folk tales and putting them into historical fact.
Hmm.
And I'm asking, how old is Egypt? And he's going, well, at the most boldest projections, 80,000 years.
Hmm. Wow.
And that when the historians look at all of the patina on the inside of a sacred site, they're thinking, oh, well, that's dated,
Hmm.
5,000-10,000 years.
Mm.
But they're not considering what's underneath of that patina, the rocks and the structures there that are
Hmm.
30 to 80,000 years old.
At least, yes.
At
I mean,
least.
and I mean, how much of it gets weathered over all of this time where some of it's pretty indistinguishable. You can't really figure out what it is. I mean, heck, there are mountains that look like trees, and then all of a sudden you come in overhead and you see like a ring structure and a big hole in it, like an old petrified tree. And you're thinking, got that wrong.
What? Oops.
I know, big faux pas.
Yeah. I think some of the archaeologists are just downright stubborn. Like, no, it can't be that way, and they kind of got their
Yeah.
eyes closed. And you look at some of these structures, and you're looking at it from a helicopter, and it has all these trees over it.
Yes.
But it still looks like a pyramid out in Bosnia. They would not
Yeah,
have recognized the Bosnian pyramids for
it's true. It's
decades
true.
and decades. And now they're going, oh, wait, if you have water in these pyramids, they create a frequency similar to the Schumann effect and have healing potential.
Funny that though.
It's like, what?
You know, I
That's
know.
we didn't
See,
learn that in the archaeologist textbooks, you know.
yes, and you just pegged something with stone. Stone, it resonates. Stone has a memory. There have been people who've done experiments with stone, especially in old castles or churches. You know, where they've taken recordings and the stone, I mean, there's a reason. I mean, you know, it absorbs that energy. So when you have people, for example, singing like in choirs and so on, chanting, um, it resonates. And people have captured recordings in there, which they would probably call residual. But in fact, it remains is that the stone holds so much. So you come into these
Does.
ancient sites, how much of that energy are you holding on to or picking up on?
Is that a personal question?
Sure.
Uh, the vibrations come from different places,
Yeah.
and the stones hold those, but also they hold gateways. Some people would call them a portal,
Yes.
where another reality comes through, and all of that memory is held with the stone, which makes it easier for these gateways to come through, or you could call them ley lines that connect to
Hmm.
this opening, and it's all in a very
Hmm.
sophisticated configuration.
Hmm.
And that's all over France. There's one place in eastern France, close to the Swiss border, called Alais,
Hmm.
that has 24 ley lines, all in 15-degree increments, like you would have them, and then we go 24 15-degree increments to make a complete circle. And
Hmm.
those ley lines would go and connect to a lot of the places that are power spots today or confirmed power spots.
Hmm.
And all of it's coming out of Alais.
Hmm.
Nothing in history talks about this except that Julius Caesar conquered 90,000 Druids on that site, and he had 40,000 Roman soldiers, which is quite a feat to
It is. Yeah.
beat up 90,000 Druids. But when you go to that place, which I have,
Hmm.
uh, it's like other worlds are coming into this really bitty small place
Hmm.
and then being sent out in 24 different directions.
Hmm.
Electrifying.
To say the least. To say the least.
It is. And like, who did that?
Hmm.
We don't know.
See, that's all part of the either suppressed, but most certainly hidden history. Because the ancient people, I think, I mean, they were very habitual for building over top of power spots. They instinctively knew to show you how in tune they were. For example, like right now, we have technology, we have power lines, we've got all kinds of things that I think affect our energy on many levels, you know, to be able to connect to our abilities. Some people can do it, but it's not as easy as it was. Let's say if you live out in the south of France where you don't have as much of it, or if you live on a rural community where you're not as surrounded by it, where you're able to tap in to you know your higher self, because it's pure energy at that point.
It is. It is. You know, and I think we have to also keep in mind that we can create different power vortexes wherever we are.
Hmm.
And, you know, you're in Canada. I mean, I live part of the time in Austin, Texas,
Hmm.
and we're reinventing it.
Yes.
You know, it's great to go to France and be in this world and learn all of these things. Magical, love it. But
Yes.
it's also important to go back to my hometown in Austin, Texas, and connect with the consciousness of all these great creators in that city.
Hmm.
And that's dynamic, but it's extremely different. It has the electricity, the Wi-Fi, the
Hmm.
all these other components that we have to contend with.
Hmm.
In France, we just have to contend with cheese and bread.
And wine.
Yes.
I'm
Yes.
French. I like my
Yes, yes,
wine.
and pretty French girls. So
Exactly.
yeah.
Exactly. So people who come out on your tours, do you find that you have, I mean, you're going to have, people who are new to all of this, and you're going to have the ones who are already well versed. And when they go to these places, they know how to tap into these energies.
Yeah.
Since we're talking a little bit about, the goddess energy, where are you taking them, and what are you teaching them or introducing to them when they come to you for these places? What kind of experience are they looking for with that?
I think you have to get in touch with your own womb space.
Yeah.
You have something alive in you, and your whole body connects to everything, but you have an essence inside of you that is where you start.
Yes.
So we were doing these meditations, activating a place called the harmonious flat spot, which
Mhm.
is the connection to your own unique energy. But then you may sit on a power spot and start to say, okay, let's focus on going down into the earth and feeling that vibration.
Mhm.
A lot of times in power spots, you want to activate them. And what I find, and this has been the last couple of years I've been doing this, is just chanting. It seems
Mm.
like chanting on power
Vibration.
spots really activates stones and stuff to where it is.
Mhm.
You can vibrate that in your body just by a meditation and doing that concentration. But something about the voice and taking your voice and visualizing it going right into the stone itself, going
Mhm.
beyond, and then asking a question, because questions open consciousness.
Mhm.
In other words, when you ask a question, you're asking your body and its surroundings to fulfill that question. So I would ask my body, how deep can I go to connect to the source
Mhm.
of this place?
Right.
And
Yeah.
that begins the connection.
Okay. So if you're at home and you want to connect to this type of energy, what's the best protocol? Because not everybody can travel, but so many people, I think I'm seeing, a very, some renewed interest,
Mm-hmm.
and some brand new interest, because I see a whole lot of goddess and goddess Sophia energy. Like a lot of people I'm noticing, because you and I will work here and there, and I habitually, after that happens, will sit and just observe. And I'm seeing this is becoming a really big thing. And it's
It
interesting
is.
because only you and I know what we do, but it's sort of like interesting because I'm like, oh,
And
this
by the
is
way,
very cool.
I just realized that I'm wearing a almost a white shirt, and let's just make a misnomer that I don't leave my tours where everybody wears white.
Yes.
And a lot of people do go, well, that symbolizes purity.
Oh.
But no, it's more that you want to bring your intention into a pure space inside of yourself.
Right.
We
Okay.
were doing an exercise today where we were walking in circles and we were just feeling the negativity in our body and seeing ourselves back at 2 years old,
Mhm.
being humiliated or angry at 12 years old when somebody pushed us down at the playground.
Mhm.
And that feeling inside, when we relive it, then we just drop it into the earth. And we
Mm.
were walking in a circle doing that.
Mm.
So letting go and working out emotional issues, every time you do this, and more of on a somatic, energetic approach to
Mm.
really feel it and have something that really gets to the vibration inside of your body,
Mhm.
and then finding a tool that releases it. What that does is open a space for spirit to live inside of you.
Mhm.
If I was beginning, I might start with, in fact, I did start with this, is I would breathe, take my breath and breathe really deep and keep breathing to where it feels like it went 10 feet into the earth.
Mm-hmm.
And then when I release it, I would see the earth come up into my body, and
Mm-hmm.
I could start to feel a vibration there.
Mm-hmm.
And of course, you do this a bit, and suddenly you're going 100 miles into the earth, or you're going to the core of the earth.
Mm-hmm.
And you're starting to realize that, wow, my intention can go any place.
Mm-hmm.
I am starting to create some sort of travel.
Mm-hmm.
And pretty soon you don't need a breath to do it. You just go, okay, I wonder what the center of the earth feels like, or I
Mm-hmm.
wonder what the spirit of Gaia
Mm-hmm.
feels like. And
Mm-hmm.
maybe you take your breath and you breathe and you say, go to Gaia.
So
And then,
basically, it's manifestation or visualization.
yeah, it is. It really
Yeah.
is. You want to, but you're looking for a visceral sensation as a start.
Mm-hmm.
You want to get that happening to feel it. And
Mm-hmm.
yes, you're thinking, God, this is silly. I'm just making it up. And at some degree, you are, but this only proves the fact that your body is an infinite source and it can do just about anything.
Mm-hmm.
You just have to figure out tools to help you apply
Mm-hmm.
that infinite source.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So
Yes. Yes.
you can go any place, really
Mm-hmm.
energetically, and feel different things.
Mm-hmm.
It's intention,
Mm-hmm.
concentration, practice, and play.
And in doing so, you can also connect to certain, certain ethereal beings or deities or of your choice, basically, because I
Mm-hmm.
know Sophia is a big one for myself.
Yes.
And I know you've been talking about, the exploration of the Christos consciousness, and I mean, that seems to be a thing as well. Why don't we talk about the origins we'll start with Sophia, because I think people are just like, well, are there many goddesses? This is something I'm starting to see. Are there many goddesses? Who do you connect to? Who is the most ancient? Who's of course, and I love Gnosticism. Like, I think it's a lot stems from that, the
Yeah, yeah.
Catharsis, all of that. And of course, enter Sophia, who is very well known in the Gnostic teachings.
Well, she's the beginning. If you could say Jesus was the Son of God, well, who was God?
Mm-hmm.
Sophia. That's my opinion. Maybe I'm sure that
Well, Sophia,
rises somebody's hackles, but
yeah, because Sophia even speaks of a creator. She speaks of a creator as to where she comes in, and because she can create as well. And the creator just sort of lets her, according to text, kind of go, okay. She kind of goes in there and does this faux pas, and then it kind of backfires a little bit.
Yeah,
Hence the archons. And a little bit of trouble we're in with that right now. So there's a lot of time spent in trying to rectify that when you really start looking at what she's about.
Yeah.
But essentially, yeah, she's probably the first, right?
You begin to question and wonder, well, maybe they were just experimenting, and maybe not everything came as planned. I mean,
yeah,
with all of that.
Yeah.
But the Christos energy, I think we all have a little bit of it in us.
Yeah.
And that was originally made because things weren't exactly in balance in the lower realms of consciousness and in the lower realms of our body in the more primitive physical forms.
Mm.
Hence an Archonian influence, or hence the mistakes of common human beings.
Mm-hmm.
And what's to balance that humans can have something that can bring a lighter form of consciousness inside of them, and that would be the Christos.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm beginning to really realize that there's a lot more than that. I mean, there's places that have a Christos energy.
Mm-hmm.
I'm questioning about, well, the sun has a Christos consciousness.
Mm.
There's a lot of symbolism that Jesus was the sun, Mary Magdalene was Venus, and they held this balance. And
Mm-hmm.
Jesus was the Christos, much like the sun,
Mm-hmm.
an infinite source.
Yes.
But we have that infinite source inside of us.
I was going to say, it's sort of makes you wonder why they want to block out the sun on a spiritual level.
Yeah, yeah. Let's just become
Oops,
mechanical.
did I say that? Maybe. But
Yeah.
I mean, if you're looking at it from a spiritual level and the representation, there's it is very, very fascinating because I don't know that somebody would look at the sun and associate that energy with it. So this comes from energy work and knowledge, being
Yeah,
versed.
it's a fun meditation to do, is to practice a visualization that the sun comes from your backside, and you're just visualizing the sun coming into your backside and coming into your heart. And all of a sudden, well, everything's brighter, that's for sure. But
Mm-hmm.
it feels like a greater consciousness is easily within you.
Mm-hmm.
And that to me is how you become more enlightened in more the intuitive side, or the
Mm-hmm.
personal empowerment of it, is you want to make the space of your body larger.
Mm-hmm.
You want to hold something as big as the sun. And, do you have that imaginative vision to really perceive what it's like to have something that big inside of you?
Mm-hmm.
It stretches the imagination,
Mm-hmm.
but it's good exercise. It's because you walk away from an exercise with that feeling bigger and grander. And when you feel bigger and grander,
Mm-hmm.
all kinds of magic opens up in your life.
Well, doing energy work, I think once you get a handle on being able to manipulate that energy in any form, you realize that you don't feel lesser. You know what I mean? Like, oh, I could never tackle an energy as big as the sun, for example, or as big as this planet, or when you say reach for the stars, I mean that's a metaphor, but it's still a matter of no energy or energy.
Yeah.
And if you can meld with other energies, you just have to be able to will it. You have to be able to have a strong enough intention, I think.
And practice and persistency and
Yes.
willingness to be that big. When
Yes.
of course, the legend is that Mary Magdalene did all of this work in southwest France. But when she became older, she went to the Provence region, which is in the mid-south of the country, and went and lived in Grotte Saint-Bon. Now, I don't know if she lived there the whole time, because I went into that cave and it's up on this top of this mountainous plateau, and it's facing north, which means that the wind would whip in there like 60 miles an hour on cold days. And I know she's kind of beyond human.
Yeah.
That would be hard to hack. However, there is a gateway there that maybe she made it or other beings made it. And this is the legend, that she traveled to 7 levels of heaven 7 times a day for the remaining parts of her life. And at that point, she became like more of an infinite being of magnitude.
Yes.
I would like to think that maybe they just started expanding their body beyond the solar system and started traveling to other planets, other places. And every time that they went to these places, they absorbed that vibration. If you were communing with an Arcturian, or you were communing with some higher level being, you would absorb who they are. Your Christos energy would match in with their Christos energy, and you would come home with a real treasure energetically. And they would grow.
Yes. I think once you connect, it's just the journey changes, because you're not really traveling it alone, so to speak.
So to speak.
Yes.
So this is a fun story. I go to this church. It's called Saint Salvaire. It's in Roman building, and it's shaped like a cross.
Mm.
It's like an eight-sided cross with, when you go into the room, it has 4 different wings. And there's these heads on the outside that are the chariots of fire.
Mm-hmm.
Now, the chariots of fire, for those who do not know, they're these winged beings. The bull, the man, the eagle, and the lion all have wings, and they transport beings from higher realms to this realm. And of course, people say, oh, that's Jesus that they're bringing in. And it's Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. That's part of it. But those of us who've studied this more say, no, they can bring in anybody. You could be bringing in, Arcturians, or you could be bringing in Ezekiel, the prophet, highest level of angels. It's pretty unlimited,
Mm-hmm.
and it works. So here's Saint Salvaire with these chariots of fire. It's like signature. This is the only thing on this building are these heads.
Right.
So, and it looks like it's a little spaceship, so I call it a launching pad. and so I take the groups in there. I'm leading a tour right now. This is day 3 of the tour. We're having they're really good sports with it, because I'm trying to get all of this stuff in, and
Yeah.
it's something that they've never felt before. So we summon in all of these beings, and this would also be Sophia and Magdalene and Isis, and Yeshua and angels, and it feels like the whole room is full of spirits. So then you start to sing, and you ask whoever. I was asking Sophia and Mary Magdalene to come through my body, through the backside, and open and come through my voice.
Mm-hmm.
And since the spirit is very alive in there, I'm singing in ways that I've never sung before. I mean, I've never done this before. This is the funny thing when you get into these power spots. It's best to give yourself permission to experiment.
Mm-hmm.
And pop into whatever shows up.
Mm-hmm.
So here I'm singing with a magnitude like something like an opera singer.
Wow.
Yeah, not as skilled as an opera singer,
Right.
but hitting these highs.
That's a good effort. Yeah.
That's not something I've ever done before.
Right.
I used to clear rooms when I sang.
Yes.
I had a horrible voice. However, what spirit does when it sings through you is takes all of those stuck points and moves them out of the way. Think about throughout your life how many stuck points you've had in your expression, and people told you can't do that, you don't speak that way, you're supposed to be a good boy, and you're not supposed to be angry, and so you're holding back these emotions. They get stuck in your body, and therefore you can't express. One way would be singing. So it's great therapy to allow spirit to move through you to move this stuff out.
Right. Right.
Just one fun little story. Every day's a journey.
Yes. Well, I mean, trial and error. I mean, everybody's energy is different, so it will react differently. Some people are naturally born to be able to just work with energy, so it's very, very simplified. Some people don't have to go through processes, others do, but the process is part of the learning, right?
That's right. I confess I've made every mistake in the book.
Yeah.
I have messed up so many ways, and so many things I tried, and it really seemed cool. And then the next day, it's like, that was really kind of dumb,
Yeah.
Well,
I
but
mean,
you never learn until you jump out there.
I know. I find sometimes, I don't do steps with the same result, but there will be times where I'm like, no, I want to do the steps because I want to know what each step feels like. I want to, it's an education thing. So I guess where I'm going with it is no matter, what your abilities are, just break it down and take those steps, and
Yeah.
it will help. I think they'll just help you evolve easier.
You got to get out of your head and feel what's going inside internally.
Mm.
I mean, your head is what's in your mind guides you,
Hmm.
but the real gifts come from your heart and your second chakra, or your sexual energy, or
Hmm.
your gut. All of those places, they hold the juicy stuff.
Hmm.
That
Yeah.
and the brain just kind of facilitates this.
Hmm.
It doesn't mean we don't have power spots in our brain and stuff, but
Mm-hmm.
if you want to get more conscious and get into God as energy, it's not so much an intellectual process,
Hmm.
and you really have to surrender. So
Hmm.
so exercise we did yesterday is we went to a spring, the Chair of Isis, which has this spring
Hmm.
right beside it. And so you would anoint yourself and you would just open up as much love that you can feel. Like, what does it feel like to have your biggest love that you can imagine? Whatever that is. It could be that when you loved your lover, or you looked in your mom's eyes, or you looked in your baby's eyes. That
Hmm.
might get you started,
Yeah.
but you want to get it, like, you got to get that feeling. And
Hmm.
then you take some of the water, put it in the water, and then you anoint somebody else, giving them that love that you've been concentrating on.
Hmm.
And then, to make it even more fun, the person receiving has to be fully present with you to really pay attention to that love that that person's given you.
Hmm. So they have
Which
to
is,
connect to that
yeah,
energy.
yeah. And these are people that
Hmm.
may not like each other.
Oh
Like,
boy.
well, there was this
Yeah.
person in the group that has irritated me. So,
Mm.
that was the first person I called up and go, come on,
Right.
because yeah, I knew this was my issue. And so, you can give it to anybody.
Yeah.
It's one thing to give it to somebody you really like, but
Yeah. 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 Sorry, I'm just fighting with my necklace and my headset. It's like, come on.
come on.
Speaking of love and light, yeah.
Yeah, you need an anointment. Yeah.
I know.
Uh,
Throw that energy around. Love and light.
yeah.
Yeah.
But this
So,
helps you get in touch with your heart, and
yes.
how to, think of your heart as a being of light,
Hmm.
and it comes out of you.
Hmm.
That was just one practice. Uh,
Yes.
but
Yes.
give people that all the time. I mean, if you're on the bus and somebody looks like they're tired,
Hmm.
open your heart up and visualize light coming to that person,
Hmm.
and you give them light. And what
Hmm.
you find is you won't get tired, you'll get energized.
Hmm. So, is it a
Because
good idea to ground your energy first to
no,
keep it focused? Because I find with grounding, it helps to focus my energy more, so it's not as scattered.
I've that's a good thing to do. And if you make your energy bigger and bigger and bigger, you'll be more grounded.
Hmm.
So I if I don't feel grounded,
Hmm.
I start visualizing energy from the earth, or
Hmm.
from some source, maybe the sun,
Hmm.
coming into my body, and I'm just getting bigger and bigger and bigger,
Hmm.
and I get more focus.
Hmm. Yes.
But you're doing the same thing. You might be going into a tree root and visualizing your body getting rooted into the ground
Hmm.
and feeling that connection with the earth,
Hmm.
and suddenly you feel more present. Well, what did you do but make yourself bigger?
I'm a Taurus, so I love the earth. I do. I have a very strong planetary connection, which I love,
Yeah.
but it is fun to sort of venture out. But I feel some of my better energy work is very I guess I say grounded because it's planetary. I think we just like being a steward of the planet. You just want to care for everything on it as well.
It sure sets up that attitude to do it that way.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
I think that's the beauty of it.
A quick question. Um, Kathy's asking, is there a good book to explore to research Sophia? Because I mean, you've done a lot down there, and I do agree with Teresa, because I've had a guest on who's talked about the Nag Hammadi Library, the Gnostic texts. I mean, that's a good place to start. But there are some things out there that are specifically geared
Yeah.
to the goddess Sophia, and I know you read a lot.
You know, a couple of new authors. I'll mention Alethea's Piece to Sophia, or Anaya Sophia.
Mhm.
She has some good books on that.
Mhm.
Another woman, Haley Allison Ramsey, has written a really good book on the goddess.
Mhm.
I thought her stuff was really, really interesting with that.
Mhm.
And I can't really think about too many that specifically address Sophia, because, you know, when you start to think about Sophia, it's kind of Old Testament stuff.
Yeah.
And who is bringing that Old Testament stuff into the newer constructs?
Mhm.
I think Anaya Sophia does that real well. She
Mhm.
changed her name, but I think Anaya is the word she used, and that be Aniya, Anaya.
Mhm.
Her books are really good.
Mhm.
Um,
Yes.
with that, um,
I think it's safe to say that if you do get into the Gnostics texts, that you will um, get a lot more information on Sophia. The Nag Hammadi Library, absolutely. I mean, there's so much there as well.
yeah.
But
Well,
anything specified, I'm sure. Yeah, you guys would just
yeah,
be too
yeah.
big.
Well, you're more of a college professor level, you know,
Yes.
uh, with your knowledge. You always amaze me with that, and
Thank you.
I, I think of myself more as a artistic with knowledge. In other words, I take bits and pieces and put concepts together to
Mhm.
take them to another concept.
Mhm.
That's probably what I do well.
Mhm. Well, you do
So,
lots of things well.
well,
You're humble. You're
I can
humble.
I apply stuff well. I think
Yes.
that's my strength
Yes.
with that.
Yes.
I can't quote you with any of this
Yes.
the way uh, Richard Stanley met my tour
I know.
group for lunch,
Yes.
and he proceeded to give the tour group a 1 hour history on the Cathars,
It's
and giving
beautiful.
all the dates, all
Yeah.
the sequences. And I'm going, oh my God, how can somebody remember all of those facts and figures?
Yeah, he's
But,
brilliant.
you know, when you think about Richard Stanley, or
Yes. Yes.
he's that type of guy. I'm
Yeah.
thinking of Hamilton White too.
Mhm.
You know, these guys are they're just amazing with that.
Yes. Yes. I mean, Richard's, I mean, he's lived there for 10 years, you know. He's an author himself. If anybody want to check him out, he's done a few segments of The Outer Realm, so has Hamilton. I think they even wrote a book together, you know, on the trail of the Grail sort of thing. But I think that's the thing, is when you're in the area, you are within the space of these energies, you know, and you're taking it in every single day. You
Yeah,
start
yeah,
to really become it, and I always say it's a different world. No matter where I traveled in the world, because I've traveled many really interesting places, and I always say I leave a part of myself behind, and I bring a part of that location with me. Because I work with energies, I think it's easy for me to always remember how an energy feels, even long
it
after I've
does.
been, right?
It does, and this area has its trademark,
Hmm.
particularly because it's so old and ancient. And what makes it different than the United States, my home, is that's more of a raw energy.
Hmm.
It doesn't seem to have the ley lines that are specifically guided to places for specific purposes.
Hmm.
that's the difference. I mean, there's plenty of power in the United States.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I used to pull energy from the center of the earth and bring it into my body
Mm-hmm.
and then bring it into my heart, and it feels like you're gushing energy, and then you send it out to the entire city of Austin and kind of meticulously send it into every neighborhood you can think of in the homes. And this is kind of the exercises I would do to develop my energetic abilities, really not knowing what I was doing, but it felt like the right thing to do.
But I think
Uh,
it becomes instinctive. That's
yeah,
what I was saying earlier. Like sometimes when you work certain energies for so long, it becomes instinct. You don't have to necessarily go through those steps. You just can think about. For me, I think about what I want to do, and then it's just done. But the steps
yeah,
are, I guess, the steps are just a way of making sure that you haven't forgotten anything.
yeah, yeah,
The layers are very important.
yeah,
And when we work together, that's where you say, okay, we're going to do this. Okay, well, I can just go in and do that. But I pay attention to your layers, and I'll pay attention to what you're doing. So I'm just like, okay, yes. So now I see this unfolding. So I'm going to come in. I'm going to do this to complement that. So I pay attention to what you're doing. I'm just not like, renegade cowboy go, get out of my way, Bart, here I come. It's just like, we complement each other.
So in case anybody's wondering what we're talking about, uh, we do energy work together, and we work on various places in the world, and we kind of are kind of the good guys trying to make something happen in the world.
Yeah.
And this is happening, from people all over the place.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, well, one of my favorite people, she's going to be on the show June 25th, Angelique Pijney.
Yes.
She's this petite little French woman that looks like she could knock a mountain over.
Yeah, I was going to say feels feisty. Yeah.
To say the least. And she moved to Renly Chateau last year, bought a house, and there is Renly Chateau is the world famous beacon for the area and maybe for France. It's one of the most powerful places, but yet it's a very touristy place. And yet most people who go there never get it why it's so powerful. However, Michelle and I know.
We know stuff. Yeah.
And Angelique is one of the, I don't want to give away too much,
Yeah.
she's kind of like one of the matriarchs that can live within energy of the earth in her body and help it percolate and change. She has a very unique talent. She calls it cosmic midwife.
Right.
That she can take Glenn and hold that and help it change and grow and improve.
Yes. But do you find that
It's
in
brought
working?
me to some interesting discoveries.
Yeah.
Yes, go ahead.
Oh no, go
I
ahead.
didn't get you.
Finish. No, finish.
No, you go ahead. It's your turn.
Well,
I'm done.
I was going to
I'm
say,
done.
do you find when you start? We'll go back and forth. Do you find that in doing this sort of work with all of these different energies that people, how we always talk about like people of like mind just gravitate to one another, and people who are meant to do certain types of energy work will always find a way to connect and work together. Do you find that's happening? Because I know I've had people messages say, look, like, do you want to try and do this? But for me, it's like, I can help you out with this. It's like a quick bap done. It's not always habitual, like with the same individual.
Well, you're so generous. I mean, your field of helping other people in the world always amazes me. And yes, I think there are people that I think that there's a signature mark that you really want to pay attention to is when you get around these people, do you feel bigger?
Hmm.
Do you feel something more alive in you, more active? And then you may want to ask that question, well, why is that so? I mean, what is that about? It may not be that you're energy workers together. It might be something else. They may have something that you want to develop in yourself and they haven't, and you're trying to pull that in, or the vice versa. But then occasionally you find somebody that you really resonate with and you're doing energy work together. And I think that's, it's not, it doesn't happen every day.
No, I agree.
You know, it's one thing to get groups together and you all focus on something. Because I do this in Austin with a group I do called Becoming Quantum Conscious.
I love that.
That's my signature, whether it be in Austin
Yeah.
classes or on the radio show. But
Yes.
we will focus on an area and send energy there and our concentration together. But it's not exactly the same as somebody that you have an affinity with, that y'all just seem to match. So,
Yeah.
you know,
But you automatically, I think you find out pretty quick. For myself, if I have somebody whose energy doesn't jive with me, I know it immediately. So I can either conform to that a little bit, or I can just say, "Ooh, yeah, we don't really jive, but I think I know where you're going with it," and work it behind the scenes kind of thing. But I mean, you and I, our energies up always jive. Like we just work very well together, And I have found people that I can work very well together. I have many friends who do light work and energy work, and other people who just do all kinds of different things. But I think that's part of it. It's just you learn from one another,
yeah.
And that's the key is leave your ego behind. As I said with my tuning fork, leave your ego behind. I'm always fidgeting. There's no place for it. I think your energy has to be very, very pure intention.
Yeah, exactly. And I think in relationships, when you start to feel something expand, it's one of the joys of having relationships, period. I have an old girlfriend that's a very good friend, and she's not very interested in metaphysical stuff. She likes it that I do it.
Yes.
But there's a joy and something else happening with us that makes the friendship really rich. And we're both energized from it.
Yes.
Although we hardly ever meditate together.
Yeah, it's funny. It's
Go
funny.
figure.
Well, energies jive in different ways, where you can be strong in one place, you're not necessarily strong in another. Like I love to meditate, but I find sometimes my mind doesn't let me settle enough to do it. But then there are other times I'm just like, I could close my eyes and I'm just there already. And so I'm just like, again, miss out like the steps. But if I did the steps, I'd probably fall asleep. So I just like, just go where I need to go and do what I need to do.
So I got a question for you.
Uh-oh. Okay.
Since we're doing the goddess show, we might as well
Yes.
goddess. What goddess or goddesses, or even gods, male side, do you have a particular affinity to, and has it changed over time?
It's I don't know that I think a lot of things change with me because I'm always educating myself. When you start looking at the different connections of goddesses, like Isis and Mary Magdalene, and you see who, like the connections from every culture, but in the end, they talk about it sounds like one individual as far as the energy goes. You start to realize, wait, I can love them all because they're almost practically the same. You realize. So again, it's like just speeding through it. But I have to say that I do lean on Sophia quite a bit. I like that the strength, the feminine strength that comes from it, and it doesn't belittle or I'm not trying to diminish anybody else's beliefs. It's not not the point of what I'm trying to do. She's still very, very significant in Christianity, right? So I think it's important for those who follow, Christianity. But I love how she's transcended through Gnosticism, Kabbalah, the Bible. Even the Bible portrays her as a personification of wisdom, a guiding force in the world, right? But she manifests in different ways, and I think she's even known as, well, I mean, I don't want to get into the deep history, but I mean, she's still known as like Mary, Saint Sophia. So I mean, there's something there that transcends all of the different belief systems. So I think we're covered. But that to me is what's changed is the constant need to want to grow with it.
Yeah.
Not just say, well, this is who she is, but encompass all that she is.
Mm.
I got that whimsical look about you there. So,
That's beautiful, though. That's beautiful. I love it.
Yeah.
Well, everybody has their reasons,
Mm.
for loving and having affinity different goddesses.
Mm-hmm.
I always think of Mary Magdalene and having this very powerful womb space, and she's like very strong between the hips.
Yep.
And she had different lovers. She is very practical in this life. She might have had the best lover on the block with Yeshua, who knows?
Yeah.
Who transcended so much energy into her body. So I admire that womb space that she had that could hold so much energy and vibration and then take it into love.
I feel that energy big time with her, obviously. Yeah.
Yeah, and let's just say that I'm not having any desires to not become a man. I love being a man, but I admire that energy just as much as I admire Yeshua, because Mary held it and it emanated and vibrated out of her to change everything, and she took it into action, whereas Yeshua, I think, more projected it. Because I think that's a difference between men and women. Men project it out.
Balance.
And they hold that. And men need to project it out. This is my rant and rave with men throughout the world.
Yeah.
Is that you're meant to project out good things to the world. Plant trees that you'll never sit under. But go out and do these things to build and grow, because that's what we do. We're always thinking we're supposed to receive, but it's not. No, you're supposed to give, and everything will come to you.
I agree. And there needs to be balance. I look at goddess energy as nurturing energy, but also the strength to lead as well. Obviously, I've got a very close connection to Mary Magdalene, very close. That has never changed. That will never change, because it's just a connection that's there. But I love but if you ask some people who are looking at goddess energy, they may not lump her into that. They will look at Sophia as being that true, you're the true goddess. You come from, like you're right there. You've created. So I think it gets kind of funky when people, this is what the show is important, because it's trying to make people realize that it's the energy that is encompassed and brought forward, that you can accept and meld with this energy no matter who, because it's what you do with it. Mary was a leader. She did educate. She did know how to work this incredible energy. I mean, you feel it everywhere. Certain areas that you go to, you can't not feel it. Right? Where she practiced, where she spent time. It's there. It resonates. There's no going into, certain caves or certain areas and come out and going, I didn't feel a thing. So I don't think it's possible. But who am I? I mean, I know people say, "Oh, I'm as thick as a stump." I wouldn't know. Okay.
Yeah, I felt some warmness in my fingers, I think, or
Yeah,
something.
it's just like, yeah, yeah, exactly. So it's just there's that aspect of it as well.
Yeah,
But
yeah,
it's about a journey. Our journey is about evolution. We evolve, and that comes
we
through
do.
knowledge, experience, and connecting to energies and other sources that we've either didn't know we could connect to or that we've been conditioned not to.
Yeah, yeah, we really definitely have an affinity with our own value of how we see ourselves and what type of god or goddesses we have an affinity to. I look at my life. I grew up in my teenage years going to a Protestant church. I'm not going to label any church, but
Mhm.
it was very condemning. And it's kind of like, well, you're going to go to hell unless you're lucky enough to redeem yourself.
Mhm.
That's really uplifting message.
That's
And
scary.
yeah, and
Especially
why
when
did
you're a kid. Yeah.
yeah, why
Yeah.
did I have an affinity to that? It was probably because my father had that same type of attitude. He wasn't a church-going man. He was a heathen who
Mhm.
was extremely abused, and he
Mhm.
was always looking at the most pessimistic way. So I heard the words from the preacher that resonated with the message I lived with.
Right.
And I stayed with that and was kind of like, well, God doesn't sound that fun, so I think I'm gonna
I know.
not even going there.
Right.
But eventually I came to it because I
Yeah.
think it's something
Mm.
I have an affinity to.
Yes.
Uh,
Yes.
it's
But
something you can't explain.
it's growth. No, I mean, it's just part of your growth. I mean, there are connections to everything. There were back. You look at the Old Testament. There were gods, Gnosticism, gods for everything. Gods, goddesses. Everybody had their realm at which people would worship. But there's one thing that's out there. I mean, you do temples to the gods they were out there, but there seemed to have been a lot more temples to goddesses.
They were,
So
and
that
even
the church would build over top of. So
yeah.
why do you think that is? Like,
Well, you wanted to stamp out the pagan energies you were taking over. It's really funny. In a lot of the French towns in this area, particularly on a high part of the town, they will have a shrine to Mother Mary.
yes.
But everybody tells you, well, that used to be a shrine to Isis. And Isis's presence is very strong here.
Yes.
Um, even Paris, when you look at the original name, that was Pour Asi,
Yes.
meaning for Isis.
Yes.
She has a shrine in Notre Dame in Paris. And I don't know
Yes.
if they put that back in or that got wiped out with the fire. I don't know,
Well,
but
it was
it
on.
used
It
to be
was.
there.
It's still hollowed ground for that sort of thing. It's still
Yeah,
what's underneath. Like.
yeah.
But I think. Why do you think there were so many goddess power spots and shrines and temples?
Because you need the earth. You needed fertility. You needed to grow. The number
Yes.
one priority in those days was to have children.
Yes.
Everybody needed to populate.
Mm-hmm.
That was a necessity
Mm-hmm.
because a lot of people died.
Yeah.
And so you needed to keep putting them out until you got something right and you built a population.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
Yeah.
I find it interesting before 2000, before the time of Christ, when you look at the goddesses of Athena and various other ones are all warring goddesses.
Mm-hmm.
Power was holding a spear and a bow, even if you're a woman. So Artemis is a good example.
Mm-hmm.
She they gave blood sacrifices to Artemis for her to come in and be present with the people.
Yes. Yes.
Kind of gruesome, but it
Mm-hmm.
was that warring type of thing. That's the neat thing about when Jesus and Buddha and all of these gods came in that era, the two concepts that really made them stand out, in my opinion, was you work from your heart, men and women were equal.
Mm-hmm.
You know, that wasn't played up with the Jews or the Greeks or any of those civilizations.
The ancient civilizations, no. I mean, you don't know of many. I mean, you look at Ramses the Great, for example. Nefertari ruled like as his equal. I mean, he built her temples. You know, I mean, it was you didn't see it in a lot of the ancient cultures. That was one that just comes to mind. You know, I think Akhenaten and Nefertiti was the same idea. Like they were there, but I mean, it wasn't commonplace for sure.
Yeah, yeah, but those were older ones. I mean, that
Yes.
2,000 years before Christ, that
Yes.
was a warring goddess
Mm-hmm.
era,
Yes.
whereas the other goddesses were really more gentle.
Yes.
It just
Yes.
goes back and forth. We
Mhm.
find an old Isis site, and we usually just do it a lot by muscle testing. It's like to meditate with the land. Feel
Mhm.
like when you feel its vibration, then you ask the question,
Mm-hmm.
you know, is this an Isis site? And if your body kind of jolts,
Mm-hmm.
reverberates or expands or reacts in a positive way, you know,
Mhm.
that's a yes.
Mhm.
But it's
Yeah.
odd. There's this hill that almost looks like it's at its slant so that it reflects Renly Chateau. And we always see it as an Isis site. And there's this grove of trees there that when you get into grove of trees, the earth energy comes up
Mm-hmm.
and you feel very fertile as a man. Let's just put it that way.
Mm-hmm. Or everything
You know,
does down
yeah.
there because it's just resonates growth.
It does. It
Whatever
does.
type of growth that may be, it really resonates in that
Yes,
area.
yes. I would love to practice fertility rites there.
Yeah.
Just have to have the right partner.
Yeah. Yeah. No, exactly. That's a thing. But
Yeah, yeah.
but it is an ancient place. I mean, I've spoken with you even about you know, some of my lineage that came from, you know, Alsace-Lorraine. It was this big area for the Templar. A lot of Templar Grand Masters came from that area, but it was also
Yeah.
where my family came from.
Whoa.
And you know, I remember there being stories that talked about how the people within the town, I mean, way back in the day, long time ago, you know, hundreds of years, maybe thousands, I don't know. But, you know, my grandfather was always kind of sketchy on all that. And I had to research it recently, and the time frame eludes me. But the townspeople, there were people within that community way back then that bought land around Rennes Chateau. Like
Yeah.
and the way it was always put down was it was just to protect it, to protect certain places around it from you know, whatever they thought at the time was going to happen or they didn't want to see happen. So I don't know if some
Yeah.
of these places end up being, you know, like I don't know what they are today. I don't know if there are certain people within the community whose family kept up with it. Like I really don't know that much as to what happened during or after that time period,
Well,
but it's fascinating.
Yeah. Well, conceptually, the Templars were holding secrets for centuries, or the families that
Yes.
became Templars. Let's just go
Mhm.
back a little bit.
Yes.
And when the Templars were formed, it was, to me, it was more like a signal that we're ready to take action. We're ready to be out front for the first time.
Yes.
And to put that message out there. So
Mhm.
what was the secret they were hiding or holding so secret? And that was that Mary Magdalene was goddess. Jesus was an equal. And all of their symbology is so much about like the eight-sided cross, for
Mhm.
example, and their buildings were eight-sided. Well, eight-sided means balance between masculine and feminine creates oneness.
Mhm.
And that was one of their biggest themes.
Mhm.
So, yeah, here was this tower that was an ancient temple of Isis, Magdalene, Church of Mary Magdalene after that.
Mhm. Mhm.
It was a precious place.
Something was known because Sonier built the Tower of Magdalene, right?
Mhm.
And he knew there was something very significant there.
Exactly.
And that's the secret that's still resonating right now. You know, like right now they're talking about the tunnels underneath it and things like that. And that's something my grandfather talked about, you know.
I've
Goes,
seen
you need
those
to go down. And I'm like, But now it's all surface.
I've seen and felt those tunnels, and they are quite powerful.
Yes.
They're quite amazing.
Yes.
And Behringer, along with the Freemasons and also other priests,
Mhm.
Behringer was just kind of like, and this is a priest, in case you don't know, he was a priest that took this old, dilapidated church called Renly Chateau that was built in 680. And
Mhm.
incidentally, it's in the perfect dimensions of, let's see, 420 energy.
Mhm.
424 is basically the 432, excuse me, that's it,
That's the
frequency. And
planetary energy. Yeah.
yeah, it's the earth energy, and it
Yes.
resonates that energy perfectly. And this was all configured and built in 680. Okay, so this is a precious place. Somehow he was the front guy, a damn good looking front guy that had a good looking brother that everybody loved, and he had girlfriends, he had popularity, he could pull in money.
Yes.
And there was other 6 priests that gave him a lot of the advice and the connections to the Freemasons, also known as the Knights Templar. They rebuilt that church. And one of the really fun parts about it is on January 17th, when you go into the church on a sunny day, there's these refractory rays, like the sun's going through the stained glass windows that were built by the Freemasons.
Mm.
And they start to show these little symbols.
Mhm.
And my favorite one, at 12:20, it happens for 20 seconds. A little light goes right across Jesus's statue and goes across his forehead, and when it goes right to his third eye for 20 seconds, and mysteriously turns into an Egyptian ankh. And
Ah,
it
that's
goes
insane.
back. Now
Yeah.
that is
Yeah.
January 17th that happens once for 20 seconds. What does January 17th represent? The first day of the Egyptian calendar.
Funny
And
that.
July 22nd, Mary Magdalene's feast day, that's been happening for a long time before the Roman Catholics declared it her feast day, I think in 1985.
Mhm.
That is midpoint of the Egyptian New Year. So or the Egyptian year.
Mhm.
So you have that balance there. And they were telling us these stories that these two had Egyptian connections. There's Egyptian stories.
The ancient mystery schools. Jesus
And
was known to have
exactly.
traveled to the ancient mystery schools with his uncle, right, Joseph of Arimathea. But let's not forget,
Exactly.
Bart, that even before the church, I mean, you're looking at the fact that this location was a Roman, it was Roman occupied up on here before all that, and then you get the Merovingians. Like
It
there's
was
a
at
lot of
times, but
history there.
yeah, at that time, when at the time of Mary Magdalene, it was possessed by the Visigoths, which were
Visigoths.
Germans.
Yeah.
And the Celts lived around.
Yeah.
And then you had Roman settlements.
Yeah.
And they kind of lived separately, but they,
Yeah.
like if you were a Celt and you were in the Mary Magdalene tribe, which a lot of us assumed that's what became the Cathars.
Mhm.
You took the country roads. You took these little trails, and you didn't want to get on the main road, which were Roman made.
Right.
And so they lived together, but they kind of avoided each other too, probably.
I find it
really-
interesting that the Celts were were all the way down there because Yeshua was
Yeah.
said to have, well, they were said to both have gone up there. And you look, you're getting into the whole thing too with, you know, the Scotia, right? Akhenaten's daughter, who ended up, he
Mhm.
had Celts in his private guard. Like,
Wow.
so you
Wow.
have yeah, so you have these connections that I don't think people really have an understanding of how connected the ancient world really was.
Yeah.
You
Well,
know.
that's a nice piece of the puzzle because when you think of the Celts, they had a lot of values that Jesus had. Men and women had more equality to each other
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
than most cultures. So
Mm-hmm.
naturally, that would have been a good culture for Mary Magdalene to gravitate to.
Absolutely. Absolutely. You know,
Yeah.
it's all there. There's a lot of information there that connects a lot of the dots. And
Mm-hmm.
I think that I think that people right now are wanting to know. You know, there's
Yeah.
so I watch, and then people who message me say, you know, you should do a show on this or on this. It's showing me where the interest is how it's wavering.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, you know what? I think people are starting to want to see real answers. They want to talk to people or listen to people who are in the thralls of it, who understand it and who share that information because, you know, if you control the past, you absolutely control the future.
Yeah. I would like to sum it up and say finding security in your own soul
Yes.
and your own heart. That, you may start with trying to learn the history and the story,
Mm-hmm.
but it's also learning internally what a divine feminine vibration feels like for you.
Mm-hmm.
Uh,
Mm-hmm.
and where do we get a divine feminine beginning in our body? We have to look in childhood. And because when we're a little kid, we are in a feminine state that's innocent, kind. It's in the parasympathetic nervous system.
Mm-hmm.
In fact, we're kind of an evolved being. And so if we want to return to a goddess or divine feminine, because that's kind of the big quote word these days, we
Mm-hmm.
want to get back and understand what it's like to be in love with ourselves, resolve childhood issues to
Mm-hmm.
where we feel calm inside of ourselves and not reactionary to our own emotions.
Mm-hmm.
When we start to, the deeper we get that, the deeper a higher power kind of has a safe place inside of us.
Yes. Yes. I think that's important. I think
Yeah,
that's really important.
it really is. But it's also praying. I mean,
Mm-hmm.
even if it's something as
Mm-hmm.
predictable as rosary beads,
Yeah.
it calms your body down. It
Mm-hmm.
takes your body in a calm place, in a
Mm-hmm.
parasympathetic style. It's not that you're making a commitment to be a Catholic. It's more like you're making a commitment to vibrate God or goddess within your body.
I think people need to see visuals. They need to feel visuals. I think it's easier to educate somebody who has, you know, if there's something that they can touch. I've spent 2 decades where I've worked with people on different levels, and I've always said that I had to educate myself a little bit even in their faith because I needed you can't work with somebody from one faith to try to say, well, you have to follow this. It doesn't work that way. You have to
That's
you
right.
have to figure out where their mindset is. Where do they draw their strength from? And then you work
Yeah.
with that strength and that faith system, the belief system. And that's what makes it successful, is because they have to feel strong inside, and you have to work with where they're drawing all of that power from and where they should focus on, right?
It's really funny when all religions seem to have that part of spirituality in it that can really go deep like that.
Yes.
And then they have these other ones that are very heady and intellectual. uh, in that type of aspect, which
Mhm.
I think you're more apt to get manipulated when you
Mhm.
are solely in a dogmatic state of mind for religion.
Yes.
And
Yes.
that's the vulnerability of it. And we see that today.
And I agree with you. It's like the story that you were just saying, when you were a child and this is what your faith taught you. It was the same, in my faith at the time. It was very fear driven. And, it shouldn't be fear driven because I've seen spirits, for example, who have passed on who just stayed back because they were terrified as to what was waiting for them due to conditioning.
Yeah.
And I would communicate with the spirit. I mean, first time I ever encountered one like that was really stuck was I was trying going back at least a couple of decades, and I'm just like, but God loves you. He wouldn't do that. You don't have to worry about that. That's and it was just like, well, okay, no,
Really?
you're right, because you're going by the Ten Commandments, and if you're covered to thy neighbor's wife, you're going to hell. Spirit's sort of thinking, I'm going to hang back here, take my chances,
Yeah.
like you have to make realize, no, God is a loving God, like just go and your atonement or whatever your faith teaches you, go to the next level of your journey. Don't hang back because
Yeah.
of the fear of what physical people have told you through conditioning. Just
Yeah.
follow your heart, and that is where I think what I love about especially the goddess energy is it's just this really nurturing energy.
And I think when we go into stress, we, I practice a lot of vibrations.
Mm,
And I think the Mother Mary vibration is really strong for me. I have a great
yeah.
affinity to it.
Yes.
I had a personal challenge recently, and I was burning Mother Mary. I was summoning in and
Yeah.
making my body so big that nothing was going to penetrate me.
Yeah. Yeah.
And it really got down to finally it broke down, uh, and I realized that I just need to create that love like Mother Mary inside my body, and it's my energy.
Yes.
That's the bigger lesson.
Yes.
There are teachers, but we also have to keep in mind that we can learn it ourselves and vibrate it and have our own unique style. And it's not an ego thing,
Mhm.
it's just learning how expanded we can become as an individual. In fact, the more you expand with that, the more you feel complete and whole, and the
Mhm.
ego diminishes because the ego is all about trying to correct our visions that were not whole.
Well, the ego holds you back, I believe, as well.
Yeah.
From being able to connect to these other energies because it's such a mental thing that
Yeah.
drags you down. But it also applies to the old Catholic saying, "The Lord helps those who helps themselves." Right?
Yeah,
And
exactly.
it just sort of lends to what you're saying. Like you can do this and create this for yourself within your own space. It's always been there to do.
Yeah.
It's just learning.
I'm fiercely independent in my
Yeah.
spirituality.
Yeah.
And so to say that I'm surrendering to God
Hmm.
has always been a difficult concept,
Yes.
but more like I felt a big affinity that God was within me,
Hmm.
and that within me can connect to others, and that
Hmm.
felt more like I
Yeah.
could give of myself to others because it was me. And
Hmm.
that maybe it's because I'm a pioneer spirit from Texas, but
Yeah.
that always felt right for me.
Because it doesn't make you feel vulnerable because I don't pick that up from you, even though you're willing to surrender to a degree to certain energies. It's not a
Yeah,
vulnerable type of
yeah,
surrender. It's a willing
yeah,
growth thing.
yeah. I'm always suspicious of the concept that, well, I'm going to let a god or an angel or a high spiritual being make my decisions for me,
Hmm.
or a religious figure make my decisions for me,
Hmm.
or any type of leader.
Hmm.
Uh,
Hmm. I tend to say, I'm just going to let the universe take the wheel for a while. Let's see where it goes, throw
Yeah,
caution to the wind and see where it all goes. Because I
yeah,
like the feeling sometimes. I love the feeling of just relinquishing my control a little bit, or relinquishing um, that energy, just to let it flow.
yeah. I think we have to be open to suggestions all the time and open to things, but ultimately, it's to teach us.
Yes.
And
Purging.
opening with that. I,
Yes.
I, I, I don't like the feeling of, well, somebody's going to tell me what to do with my life.
Yes.
Should I stay in Texas or should I stay in France?
Yes.
Mother Mary will tell me.
Yes.
No, that's my call.
Yes. Yeah. I like that. I like that. I think it's important. You were given free will, as the story goes. We have free will, we have energy, and we are the ones who are told, here's your free will. Make your choices. You have it. It's yours to do with as you please. Some
Yeah.
don't make necessarily great choices and kind of go, what the heck happened?
What?
I think I got hit by a Mack truck on the path somewhere. And then there's those who just, not only can they manipulate that energy, have an understanding of it, and they can grow with it. And then I think magical things happen when
Yeah.
you get there.
Yeah, when you start to bring these gods and goddesses as consciousness and the vibrations within you,
Mhm.
or even through the earth, and I'm a big fan of bringing the energy, the Gaia and the sun into my body, I become a bigger embodiment inside of me.
Mhm.
And I think that's one of the biggest contributions to my success of
Yes.
everything I do. And
Yes.
it doesn't mean that bad things don't happen to me. I got plenty of challenges,
Yes.
but they don't seem to weight me down in a lot of ways other people get weighted down.
Mhm.
Because I just enjoy that power it gives me. It's like,
Yeah.
it's
Yeah.
fun to be that strong.
Yes. It is. It is. And it's very encouraging to those. I'm glad that you teach it and you work with people on a personal level as well, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
So if somebody wants to, can't go on the tour and needs to work with you remotely, this is something that you can also guide them through.
Yeah. Yeah. And whether that be
It's part of your practice.
becoming
Yeah.
quantum conscious or my practice,
Yeah.
as we both know,
Yes.
because we both feel the same affinity,
Yes.
we serve.
We
We
s-
serve something bigger than ourselves all the
Thank you.
time and
Yes.
help people. How many
Yeah.
how many free sessions do you give, or how many times do you go out and help people and just clear something out of them just like
Mhm.
that, which is always amazing how effective you are
Mhm.
with with clearing. But it's I know a bit about Michelle, and it's phenomenal how much caring she has for people all around her, even people she doesn't know,
Thank
by
you.
doing that service. Um, I don't know very many people like that, but the world can use more of them.
Thank you. Yeah, it's 2 decades. I'm tired. I am. I'm tired. But I do love the energy work. And I do believe that if you can take care of the planet, if you can keep her just functioning nicely, because, she's abused in so many different ways. But if you can do that, then I think everybody benefits. And I love working with as you know, because we do it as a collective consciousness. And just if
Yeah.
I always, how many times do we say, like, just put one good thought in there? I've said this on the Outer Realm many times. If you just take one positive thought every single day and put it out into the collective consciousness and watch and see what happens, it's amazing.
Indeed. And just going back to a thing we brought at the first of this show, which is the Christos energy.
Mhm.
This is where I think the Christos is in everybody.
Mhm.
This is a Orzoma concept, a wonderful product, but they talk about the golden spot, and it's
Mhm.
right in the center of the heart chakra.
Mhm.
It's where the sperm and the egg were created when our parents conceptualized us. And when
Mhm.
that sperm and egg got together, a big bang happened. And all of these places in the universe and consciousness that we're connected to came together, and kaboom, we started the process of becoming human. But that light that created that spark is still there.
Mm.
And it's called the golden spot. It's about 1,064 cells right in the center of your heart chakra. And when you start meditating with the golden spot, you start to see that it is a huge, bright light, the brightest light you'll experience in your body.
Mhm.
My interesting point of view, the more I read about Sophia, that is the Christos energy that we all have, and we can grow it, fill our body with it up,
Mhm.
fill up our body, use it in a variety of ways, shine it onto other people, have a
Mhm.
communion with another Christos consciousness with somebody else, or like a tree or something like that, or a
Mhm.
power spot. And we start to enhance our own consciousness and connect it to other things.
Mhm.
I think people like Jesus were a master of that. That's why they got so big.
Mhm. Yeah, the ascended masters. It's just a
Yeah.
a tap in. It's
My light,
incredible. Yeah.
yeah, my light can be your light, and vice versa.
Hmm. So tell us about the show. Who do you have coming on tomorrow?
Tomorrow night we have Penny Loftus, who is a sound activation specialist.
Ooh.
Oh, she's an alien. It's funny. She came in on 2012, and some being came into her and started teaching her about sound activations.
Wow.
She sees it very differently than your typical sound activators.
Wow.
She's doing the 5 vibrations of the heart and
Wow.
how those work, how they vibrate,
Hmm.
and how to use them. It's a how-to type of night. She has a beautiful English accent.
I love it. I love it. So becoming quantum conscious every Wednesday at 3 p.m. Eastern time. And always a lesson to be learned and phenomenal guests. And for the rest of us, namely me right now, tomorrow night on the Outer Realm, we welcome back Dr. Christopher Macklin, and he's going to be talking about the Stargate expose and AI military industrial complex. So that's going to be a bit of a heavy night. And Thursday night, it's open mic, open discussion. You guys know the drill, but I can tell you we've got a whole list of new interesting stuff. So it's going to be great. If you want to participate, get into one of our chat rooms. We'll have a whole lot of fun. So big thank you to my dear friend and colleague Bart Sharp, all the way from the south of France. I appreciate you taking the time.
Oh, it's my pleasure.
Oh, always fun when you come on.
It is. It is.
And we have been broadcasting here on the United Public Radio Network, UFO Paranormal Radio Network, 105.3 from the Gulf Coast, 107.7 FM from New Orleans. I will see you guys tomorrow night. And Bart, my goodness, you're in the middle of a tour, so
Yeah.
Best of luck on to that, and I know we'll be chit chatting.
It's a party every day on a tour.
Yes.
We spent the day with fairies and Venus spirits today, so
I love it. So people should contact you, and if they want
what
to
a
go,
wild way to have an adventure.
yeah, go for
Oh
an
yes,
adventure.
Mary Magdalene Friends tours, or just Google Bart Sharp.
Yeah, well, the Mary
Yeah.
Magdalene France, or tours in France. What's your web?
Yeah,
What's your page?
MaryMagdaleneFriendsTours.com.
Okay, and that was scrolling across the banners, and you have a
Yeah.
Facebook page as well that they can find.
Just Sacred Sites of Mary Magdalene and France Tours, and that one's a very interactive site. There's lots of Magdalene stuff beyond my work, but
yeah,
I'm the guy who manages it and has created it years ago, and it's just fun to do.
So check it all out, you guys. And thank you all for tuning in. We shall see you all tomorrow evening. Good
Bye-bye,
night.
everybody.
Hi, I'm Brittany Ashley, your host of Breaking Norms Building Dreams, your guide through this transformative journey in both business and life. This is your place crafted for dreamers, doers, or anyone who has been told they can't. Get ready as we challenge those narratives together. You're tuning in live to the United Public Radio Network, airing on 105.3 and 107.7 FM in New Orleans. We are streaming on all the popular platforms every Monday at 3 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Join me for a candid and thought-provoking conversation celebrating your unique journey because you are worth it.
This is the United Public Radio Network, 107.7 FM in New Orleans and 105.3 in the Gulf Coast. UPRNTalkRadio.com. Esoteric programming at its finest.
Our symbol, the trident, gifted to us by the priests of Troy Xenos centuries ago when one of the first monster hunting teams out of Corinth battled a contingent of Vrykolakas that had infested their temple. After the victory over the monsters, the head priest declared, "You are three lances acting as one, not unlike Poseidon's mighty trident of light. That would become our name, the Trident of Light, for the good we did and still do against the dark evils of this world."
Available at Amazon Books.
Welcome to Negotiating Happiness, the show that helps you find happiness, success, and balance in your work and life. I'm Adriana Fiestra, your host for this journey into entrepreneurship and personal growth. We're broadcasting live on 107.7 and 105.3 FM in New Orleans as part of the United Public Radio Network. We explore the latest strategies, insights, and stories from successful entrepreneurs and experts. From managing stress to building a thriving business, we've got you covered.
The Power Agency is built for those who move like predators, decide like weapons, and execute like their life depends on it. You're either fully in, or you're invisible.
Okay, so somebody's invisible somewhere. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Author's Call. You know, guys, sometimes I'm just as surprised as anybody else when I'm listening to these promos and these intros. You know, sometimes it's the first time I've heard them when we go live on the show sometimes, so it's kind of funny to me. But I want to welcome everyone to the Author's Call. I hope everybody out there around the planet's having a great day today, or great evening, or great afternoon, whatever it is on your big part of the blue planet. I mean, you know, I know for the Australians, it's a happy another day from today. You know, it's happy Sunday over there. And for all my friends in Europe right now, it's about 10 o'clock till about 2 in the morning. So I'm glad y'all are staying up and listening. We have Orson Scott Card with us tonight, who is just probably the best sci-fi writer out there. So, but we're going to talk more about that when we get into it. Also, he's a very interesting gentleman on top of that. But we'll also talk more about that in a few minutes. We also have John Goodman with us, who's here with us on the weekends. He's a great guy to hang out with. And he's also a lot of fun to chat with and talk with and eat breakfast with. And, you know, oh, wait, that came out wrong. But anyway, yeah. Okay. Anyway, hopefully Emily wasn't listening to that. Welcome to the show, everybody. Guys, nice to have you. Arson, nice to have you here. Scott, it's great to have you on the show. And John's always a blast. So, John, before we start with Scott, what you up to?
Well, I'm all excited that we're going to have a fun show this week. We're like, we're vacillating between winter and spring and summer here in LA. It goes, Wednesday is going to be 90. Last night it was down to 62. So it's amazing how it just goes up and down.
Down to 62. I'll bet you had to put on a jacket. It was so cold.
It was a parka, I tell you.
Now, I've spent months at a time in Los Angeles, and I know perfectly well that the word seasons never applies in LA, except for when you guys are having earthquake weather. I don't know what that means, but I've heard that expression more than, oh, this is earthquake weather, better be careful. So let's just say that the weather and the planet and the climate function so differently in LA that this really is amazingly, we can go to another planet without having to reach light speed. Very good.
Exactly. That is
It is.
definitely California. It is definitely the land of nuts and fruits. Way different than any
Yes.
other land with vegetation.
Yeah.
Yes, it's definitely. I'm not commenting on that last
While,
comment. No, I'm just going to
while
leave it there.
everybody else is experiencing prices going down, prices going up here in California.
But you know that's weird for me because when I was out there with you this year, everywhere I ate was cheaper this year, including a little place, the little whatever the little thing was down in the back of the behind the check-in counter, whatever was it, the bodega, what the hell was it called? Man, they went down like $3 on their sandwiches from last year. I was like, look at this. And then the hamburger, my favorite restaurant we eat at over there, they were down like $3. I was surprised.
Well,
See,
now
I
you have
live
to
up
say
there.
what the restaurant is.
It was the one at the Roosevelt. That was $2 actually.
25 degrees.
Yeah, so they actually went down $2. I was surprised. You know, most everywhere I ate was for California. We'll say for LA was reasonable, especially for being in Hollywood. But you know, I found it to be quite a bit higher last year. I don't know why.
Well,
It's
if you check the media right now, that's LA Times, which is its own breed of reporting.
Yes.
You know, they were going like, you know, the price of eggs in California has been really, really high, and it's just it finally started coming down. Then they said, yeah, the eggs are coming down now. Everything else is going up. You've got the price of beef, the price of vegetables, everything else is now skyrocketing. You know, so there's always something there that you've got the media to.
It is though a shock though, because you know when I come home, I mean, you know, eggs are $2.99 here, brown meat's $4, gallon of milk's about $2.88. You know, it's fairly cheap, and it's going to get quite a bit cheaper. When Trump left office last time, we were paying 89 cents a dozen for eggs, $1.40 for gas. Right now, damn diesel's cheaper than gas. I haven't seen that since I was a teenager, and that was before the sun came up. So I mean, it was. I'm just saying, it's. I haven't seen it. I mean, for some reason, in the 80s or 90s, whenever it was, they flip flop, and diesel just left gas behind. And now all of a sudden here it is. So we should actually see things come down quite a bit more.
Well, to add a note of archaeology here, in the 50s, when I lived in California, growing up in the Bay Area, we still had 20-cent bread loaves. We still had movie admissions where you'd get change for $1. You know, prices are all ludicrous to me because
they
I
are.
set my idea of what things should cost. 20 cent a gallon gas. So you go in and say $1 worth of regular, not fill it up and not $5. You give them $5, they're going to wonder what to do with the other $3.
Yeah.
And you know, prices change, but in those days, if you were going to be a millionaire, that meant something. You could live on the interest from a passbook savings account. On $1 million in that savings account, you could live on that very nicely. Now, that won't even get you your rent.
It's bad. I mean, it is kind of it's a little bit on the scary side. I know when I started driving, gas was only about 45 cents a gallon. I think cigarettes were 30 cents a pack. And
the cheapest I paid for gas was 18.9 cents, and that was
that's cheap.
A gas war. That was back in Tucson.
Yeah, remember gas wars? Isn't that hilarious?
Yeah,
that people used to try to compete on price with gas.
Yeah.
Yes, but I remember when all of a sudden they said, "Oh, it's going to be 99 cents now." I was like, "What?" And then we had that you had to fill up on odd and even days. I was 15, I think. I made so much money. We'd get like 30 cars and put them in a line, and we'd rotate them and bring them. And we had one guy picking them up, one guy dropping them off, and one of us pulling them up and filling them up and just going along. We made a ton of money doing that. I mean, for kids too. I think we were bringing home about $100 each a day. And this was what, 78, 76, somewhere around there.
So
that's like big money today.
A science fiction writer then, if he wrote about $3.40 gasoline per gallon, that would be the unbelievable thing.
Yes.
Yeah, faster than light travel, fine. We'll take that in science fiction. But $3.50 per gallon for gasoline, ludicrous. That could never happen. And here it is. At least we're not like the Weimar Republic, Germany, where you'd have to get your pay in a wheelbarrow because it was millions of Deutschmarks, and then hurry and go spend them while they still had some buying power. You know, we're not that bad. It's not, you know, it's never that bad in America compared to other places. Even the Great Depression, when my parents were growing up, compared to what was going on in Europe, they had problems, but nothing like what was going on elsewhere.
Yeah, well, Americans are spoiled. I mean, I say that on two of my other shows. Matter of fact, the one coming up on after this, we'll actually be talking about that. We are spoiled. It's just part of being an American. Why I live here.
When I was a little kid, my grandparents, they obviously grew up through the Depression, and I remember my grandmother gave me a piece of tracing paper that I could use to draw pictures on, and I made a mistake on it. I asked for another piece of paper. I got in so much trouble for wasting a piece of paper.
Yeah,
because of all the paper shortages that happened during that time period that they went through. That I had no appreciation for a piece of paper. It's amazing.
And that wasn't even just the Depression. Paper used to be precious.
Yeah,
it used to be not quite as precious as needles. When people talked about housewives having pin money, it's because you had to have pins in order to sew, in order to hem things up and stuff, and to have like a basting stitch. But it was expensive. You couldn't waste pins. That's why you had a pin cushion. You'd pull them out, put them in the pin cushion, use them again, over and over again. Nowadays, they just give away pins in shirts.
Oh, yeah.
And the real problem there is how to throw them away without having them poke through the plastic garbage bag and stab whoever's taking it out to the cans.
They still aren't that cheap. When I was in LA this year, I ripped the seam out of the bottom. I caught one of my boots and ripped the seam out. So I stopped at Target and picked up a little sewing kit. And yes, people, I can sew. They taught me how to do that when I was in the Navy. Sorry, they make you learn how to sew when you're in boot camp. Don't ask me why, they just do. And anyway, long story short, I got the damn thing, and I'm thinking there was 4 needles in there and maybe, I don't know, 2 feet of thread in 8 different colors or something. That thing was $11. I'm like, you got to be kidding me, man. I said, oh, maybe because it's Target in LA. No, man, it was just ridiculous.
Anything in LA.
So that's California.
It was just too funny. But
I remember back before Los Angeles rejoined the Union, and all the chain stores that were everywhere, I couldn't find a Circuit City. I couldn't find, back when Circuit City existed, but
yeah,
there were places that I expected to be able to find because it's America. The only one that was always there was McDonald's, but all the other stores, they weren't there because the real estate was so high. They couldn't sell anything at their regular prices and make any money. They'd lose money because of rent.
You can bet your ass the first colony on Mars and on the moon will have a McDonald's in it.
They better. When they had McDonald's in a truck, in a van, following along behind Trump in the Middle East, then they understand a guy with a serious McDonald's addiction.
No, man. I worked for them as a general manager for a while.
What's that?
Yeah. I actually worked for them for about 5 years as a general manager. I gotta say though, man, I made good money. But I had a beach store. I had a store down on the Gulf Coast in Mississippi. It was a beach store. Back then, it did about $3 million a month, which today would be about $30 million a month. And I got a really good commission off if they pay me really well. And I still remember when I got hired, the guy said, "Well, you got to go to Hamburg College," and I started laughing. Literally, I started laughing. He said, "No, I'm serious." I'm like, "Dude, really?" He's like, "Yeah, we're going to send you up to Chicago for a couple of weeks." And
but unlike regular universities, when you come out of Hamburger College, there's stuff you now know how to do that you didn't before. Whereas normal universities, they give you all the opinions you're supposed to have, but you don't learn how to do much.
Well, it's funny you said it because I got a bachelor's in science and avionics and advanced electronics, and I don't do that for a living. Never have. Matter of fact, it's kind of sad. Very interesting. Learned a lot of fun stuff, but I used it when I was in the Navy. But other than that, I didn't use it anywhere else.
Well, see, that's amazing to me because what that suggests is that your major field of study, which was an engineering-heavy, science-heavy field, you ended up working in it about as much as I ended up working with my theater degree, which, of course, is as close to worthless as you can get in terms of, when they're casting in Hollywood, they don't care if you ever had a degree. That
Oh, no,
doesn't
they
even
don't.
come up. If you put it on your resume, it's like a little joke between you and them. Yeah, I majored in theater at Brigham Young University, and they'll go, "Oh, how charming! How cute! He thinks that counts for anything," but it doesn't.
Yeah. All they ever tell me is stand here, sit there, do this. They don't ever tell me what to say though, which is nice. They want chest out. Man, matter of fact, my very first time I ever did a big shoot was in Washington D.C. and my beard was gray. I still remember this lady says, "Well, we can't have him like that." They're talking to we're in D.C. They're talking to the lady in L.A. and I guess she's watching the whole thing. And the guy says, "Well, she said you can't have that beard like that. So I'm not shaving my beard off." And she's like, "Oh no, they want to dye it." I'm like, "Wait, what?" And I still remember she said that. I said, "Whatever you do, if you're gonna dye my beard, you better not use that shit y'all used on Giuliani. I don't want it running when I'm flying home on the airplane." But ever since then, anytime I do a shoot, they expect it. They'll do it themselves, but they expect it dyed. They don't want it.
That is just
They don't
weird.
want it
The
because the lady
obsession with
like cuts my face off from here down. I like my white beard.
Yeah.
But it's
Well, my dad's hair never turned gray. It was dark until his 90s, but his beard was white at about 60. And he loved growing it. My mom hated it, so it was never there for long. But the human body, you never find out what your heredity is until you do stuff like growing a beard.
Well, mine was brown till I met John, so then it turned
Okay,
gray.
well, that explains a lot. That
John
explains
there might
so
be
much.
something fishy going on around here. I don't know if that.
So
It
speaking
just
of Ender's
happened 10
Game,
years.
you've got a great story. I think that this is one of the books. I mean, I was just amazed. I mean, I knew how much I enjoyed the book when I read it originally, but last year I went with Scott we did an event in Clearwater, a writing conference, and then we went to a Dragon Con in Atlanta, and I was just amazed how much Ender's Game had actually impacted. I didn't know to what degree. Yes, people were coming and saying, "This is my son Ender. This is my tattoo from this book," and so just like the story of how he came up with Ender's Game, I think it's something that the people listening now enjoy listening to.
Well, the weird thing is, it's not like I was ever in the military. I actually did study the Civil War like crazy. I read Bruce Catton's Army of the Potomac, which really the overall plot is just Abraham Lincoln searching for a commander who will actually use the army properly. And so I had a lot of information about how bad commanders can be bad and stuff. But I found out the Civil War was over. I found out that if you're going to get into the military, they don't start you out as general. You have to go through this boot camp thing. And as a soft-bodied teenager, I knew I would die in boot camp. I would die. And so there was no chance I was going to do that as a volunteer. But then Vietnam was going on. See, I'm that old. And so I thought I better hold on to my college deferment or I'm going to get trapped in this war that they've already decided to lose. But instead, my draft lottery number came up in the 200s. And so I was safe. There have been times since then that I thought, I wish I had served. I learned later that my body would respond to exercise and that it wouldn't have taken me long in boot camp to get into a decent enough shape that I could function. But I didn't know that then. All I knew was that it would require things like running and lifting. Yeah. And I don't do those things voluntarily, or at least I didn't at that time. It's hard to read a book while running. But anyway, my older brother, go ahead.
Today you can put them in your glasses. They got the little books, the little readers in your glasses so you can read while you're jogging.
Yeah. But it's still bouncing. It's still bouncing up and down. There's no way. I've tried reading.
Run into a car, man.
Audiobooks. I
love
listen to audiobooks.
Now, I'm a big audiobook fan.
But on my 16th birthday in 1967, my older brother, who was home on leave from the Army, which he had joined, because there was no way his grades were going to get him a college deferment for more than 20 minutes. And so he knew he was going to get drafted. So he volunteered, because then you can choose your own assignment. And he chose South Korea. But on my birthday, he and his girlfriend, who's now his wife, gave me a wonderful book called Foundation and its sequel, Second Foundation. They didn't know there was a book in between those two because, of course, how could Second Foundation be the third book? That is insane. But they gave me the first two, and so I skipped the second book. I finished the first book, get to the second book, and they're all talking about this guy called the Mule. I have never heard of because I didn't read Foundation and Empire. Anyway, when I read Foundation, I was blown away. This was absolutely wonderful stuff. I'd read some science fiction. I'd read some Ray Bradbury, but these are all short stories. And even though Foundation was written as short stories or novelettes or novellas that were then put together, it was one coherent story. And I came away thinking, man, I want to be able to write something like this. Can I think of a science fiction idea? And so what I thought of was the battle room that ended up being so central to the events in Ender's Game. Because I thought, how do you train people to think and act in zero G without constantly losing half your recruits wandering off into space and never being able to find them again? And so I decided that you do it in a large enclosed space and nobody dies and they get to reorient themselves so that they can think in 3D, in zero G. And I knew I wasn't ready to write it. It was too good an idea to waste on a bad story. So I held that. I lived in Brazil for a couple of years, worked on the idea from time to time, thought of new extrapolations in the battle room. But then finally, riding up to Salt Lake City from Orem, where I lived, with a sort of kind of almost girlfriend who is now married to my brother, a different brother. So we keep it all in the family. But yeah, but she had to drive to take her boss's children to the circus. Now that's just, you don't think of that as a condition of employment. It wasn't in her job description, but she was taking them to the circus, and I rode along. But of course, there was no ticket for me, so I was out on the lawn at the Salt Palace in Salt Lake City, and I thought, you know what? They would, I had spent an hour with kids in a car, and I thought they wouldn't bother waiting to train you for zero G till you were an adult. You'd have too many bad habits. They got to grab you when you're a kid, when you're still flexible in the way that you see the world. And that was when I decided for the first time that the trainees would be children and not adults. And then I sat down and I'd done all my playwriting in notebooks by hand. And so as if it were going to be a play, began with dialogue. Remember, the enemy's gate is down. And from there, just sort of winged it until I'm never sure if winging it, the past tense, is winged or wung. It should be wung. I wung it.
It doesn't sound right.
Sounds like I'm for FUD now.
and a few pages later, I had Ender's Game. My mom typed it up for me because she did that with my plays too. She's the only person who could read my handwriting because I couldn't even. But wrote it up and sent it off, and that was the beginning of. I wish I could say that it sold immediately. Ben Bova saw it at Analog and said, "It needs to be cut in half," and the title should be Professional Soldier. Ender's Game doesn't mean anything to anybody. Nobody knows who that is. But Professional Soldier, that'll be ironic, and and I thought that sounds like a generic title. So I submitted it to somebody else. Jim Bain kept it at Galaxy for about 6-8 months before rejecting it flat out. At least Ben had given me the hope that if I cut it in half, he'd read it. But it's one of those things that writers have to learn. Editors have no idea how to fix your story. So what you do when you get an instruction like cut it in half is you think, why did he want me to cut it in half? Because it felt long. Not because it was too long. I don't write long. I don't write extra stuff. If it's in my manuscript, it's because it needs to be there and can't be cut, which was the bane of the existence of people abridging my books back in the days when audiobooks all were abridged. And because there was nothing they could cut. It was all there because it had to be. And so I was thinking, so he thought it felt long. What made it feel long? And I realized too many battles. Nowadays, I would say too much Quidditch, because since then, we've had the Harry Potter books come out, but they didn't exist yet. So I realized these are all play games. Nobody's going to actually die. And so I went and I removed one game entirely and just summarized it very quickly, and took another one and cut the description of it way down, the events way down, so that I had 3 full games, I think. Maybe I got the total wrong. And then the other ones were much briefer. And it felt shorter. It made the story less tedious. But I also fiddled in some other areas. So when I sent the manuscript in to Ben again, it was actually a page longer than it had been before I cut it in half. And so I didn't remind him, you said to cut this in half. What I said was, I addressed the issues you raised. And the title is Ender's Game, period. He published it as Ender's Game, even though he thought I was making a mistake. I don't think I did. And then he bought it because I'd solved the problem. It no longer felt like it was twice as long as it needed to be. But that's just writer stuff. We all learn that. When Ellen Datlow was editing at Omni, I think it was at the time, she once sent me a really bizarre set of suggestions, and I could not fathom what she was going for. So I paid no attention to them at all, looked through the story and found things I wanted to alter, and again sent it back saying, well, I addressed the issues that had come up in the previous draft. I hope that this draft will meet your approval. She had no idea. She didn't remember what she had told me before, because it was incomprehensible to her as well. And so she was fine. She felt like she had contributed to the story because I sent it back and it wasn't quite the same. Editors don't remember stuff like that. They just don't. And so it's a great deal of freedom for the writer, as long as you have the conscientiousness to address any issues that really are there. But here's the bizarre thing. With Ender's Game, it was all centered around the military. I think partly because my brother had been on leave when he gave me Foundation, and because of Nordhoff and Hall's book about World War I flyers in France, the Lafayette Escadrille, and and in that book they talked about how first-time pilots up in the air, first dogfight, first action with an enemy, they had a tendency to die because they were still thinking in a level plane. If you're in a car and you're looking for other traffic, you're not looking up, you're not looking down. You only look in a level plane outside your windows. The mirrors help. But if you're up in an airplane, the guy who's going to kill you is going to come from below or from above or out of the sun. And they found that out as they died, because they simply had not looked there. So that was the initiative for my making people try to think in 3D, because it's even worse there. At least in an airplane, you always know where down is, because you have to. You don't want to go that direction unless it's on purpose. And, going down is death. But in the battle room, going down was a natural orientation your body has to have. We have to know where down is. And so all of these things were me trying to extrapolate what it would be like to train people for military service, for command in the future in space. And so I had to invent all these moves and stuff that they would do. And I just, where would I find out the physics of movement in 0G? I had to imagine it all. So one of the happiest moments of my writing career was when a shuttle astronaut wrote to me and said, we tried all the moves from the battle room in the cargo bay, which says, okay, so they did have a little free time there in the shuttle. We tried them in the cargo bay in 0G, and they all worked. You have no idea how happy that made me, because it meant that my physics was not stupid. course, later on, when they were making the quote movie, unquote, about quote Ender's Game, unquote, because Ender's Game has never been filmed, probably never will be. But they had this tall teenager playing short little Ender Wiggin, and all kinds of other crap. But I remember the director, whose name I try not to remember, brought me in to look at the early CGI of movement in the battle room. And so he showed me this, that this character leapt out from the door and then did a glancing blow against an obstacle in the middle and caromed off as if it were a ping pong ball, caroming off the side of the table. And I just had to laugh out loud. I said, come on. This isn't a car that has four wheels on the ground. You can sideswipe something in a car and rebound. But if you're a human figure and you land face down onto an obstacle, friction will grab that front of you and slow it down, but the rest of you is still going the same speed. So you flip over head over heels on ridiculousness they call a scorpion, and you'll break your neck. Your neck is now broken. You are paralyzed or dead. And so what you just showed me was the death of a kid in battle school. He had said before, say whatever you want. It's early days. We can change anything. Whenever somebody in Hollywood says that to you, it is a lie. They are completely married to what they've already done. And your only job is to say, great, that looks so fantastic. You aced it. You've done it. But he hadn't. He'd gotten the physics all wrong. Now, we happened to be in the room with the guys who actually did the CGI. And I saw them responding to what I said, nodding slightly, smiling a little. They knew I was right. They had probably told this moron about the physics, that this could not work. Said, that's why in the book, I always have them grab and hold at every obstacle they run into, and then move on, push off again in the direction they want, because you can't rebound. Anyway, that turned the director into my enemy, because I had humiliated him in front of the CGI guys by backing up what they said and laughing at how stupid it was. But I couldn't help it. I mean, that was just a reflex. I'm not a nice person. I laugh at people who make stupid mistakes, proudly make stupid mistakes. But I make stupid mistakes too, but I expect people to laugh at me. They always do. And so that was when he became my enemy. And in all the things that I had said to him that were important to me, that they never happen in the movie version of Ender's Game, he put them all in his script that he wrote. Every single thing. He turned Petra into a love interest. There was a kiss between Ender and Petra. Well, that works with Asa Butterfield, who was, I think, 20 at the time. Well, probably 15 or 16. But it would not work with Ender Wiggin in the book. And other stuff like an anti-military diatribe. Fortunately, that was cut from the film because there was a good executive at the studio that came in and provided the final funding. And I explained this to him, and I said, I don't know who this director thinks the audience for Ender's Game is, but an awful lot of them are people who served in the military and were introduced to Ender's Game because it was on the commandant's reading list with the Marine Corps. And the military loves Ender's Game, partly because it shows stupid commanders being stupid, which is an experience that all military people have. You were in the Navy. Come on, tell me. How many of your commanders were smart? And then how many of them did dumb stuff? But I'd read Army of the Potomac, and I knew that there were all kinds of commanders.
In all frankness, I because when I finally made officer, how some people even became an officer was beyond me. Honestly, some of the people I met, I was on the Nimitz. I was like, I'm looking at the guy who's a deck commander because I was a flight commander. And he's out there one day. I said, what are you trying to get everybody killed? I said, what are you doing standing in the middle of the I said, how long have you been on this carrier? 3 years. I said, 3 years. And you're standing in the middle of the flight deck while we're launching jets. I said, oh, you know
Yeah,
what? I'm just,
yeah.
you know what I did? I said, you know what? I'm just going to walk around. You outrank me by, and I walked back to my place. And he just looked at me like, and then all of a sudden you hear F-14 Tomcat's engines raring. I'm getting ready to go. And I'm watching this dude thinking, this guy's going to get cut in half. And he almost, I think he was almost going to try to stand there to show me that he could.
Oh, man.
But the Tomcat pilot was like, well, guess what? Well, because, you know, once the, I forgot, the speed guy releases them, they don't care who's standing there.
Yeah.
You better,
Well,
you
they
better
can't
duck.
care of it. When you're being catapulted off faster than your plane can go at that point, there's no way you're not going to turn. You're not going to dodge. If you turn, you end up in the water.
And I'm standing behind the guy waiting for him to release, and I'm looking at this guy. I'm looking down at the guy. He's looking at the guy. I'm looking at the guy. The pilot's looking at the guy. We're all thinking, and I see your boy go. And I'm thinking, oh shit, you're dead. And you just see this guy turn around. He just started stepping. He got hit with the backwash. Almost knocked his ass off the carrier. You know the funniest thing is, Scott, I don't remember seeing him after that. I think because they watch you from the tower, and I'm thinking I'm thinking, I think you might just got thrown off the ship.
Yeah.
Because it's dangerous and you can't be an idiot. And unfortunately, it's weird when you're in certain situations, you don't see as many idiots. But in some places, like when I was stationed in San Diego, oh my God, I think it's like the capital of idiots for the U.S. Navy. People were just like in a whole different world. I think that was the woke Navy, and I just didn't realize what woke was back then. I really don't. It was scary, but anyway.
I don't know when you were in the Navy, but woke was really a pretty recent addition.
Yeah. Oh, I know, that's what I'm saying. But I was
took a long time to get to the military.
But it felt like that in San Diego. I was there from 80 to 89.
Oh,
well, I wasn't actually
pre-woke.
Oh yeah, that's what I'm saying. And but anytime I was there, because usually, I was there for a little while. Then I was in Millington, Tennessee for a while. Then I was on a carrier for a while, and then I was in New Orleans for a while. And then I was back in San Diego for a while. Then I was back on a carrier for a while. Then I was in Fallon, Nevada for a while. It was just like because of the skill set I had, they sent me all over the place. Even though I
gotta say, you're in the Navy, and you spend significant time in Tennessee.
Oh yes, yeah. Oh, look, I said that myself. I used to say, "Wait a minute." I still remember this. When they said, "You're going to Millington, Tennessee for school." I'm like, "Tennessee?" I said, Tennessee's landlocked, right, people? I said, "Well, how am I getting there?" He said, "You're flying." I'm like, "But there's no water." He's like, "Joe, not all of our bases." He said, "Not all of our bases are on the coast." I'm like, "Why?" I said, "We're the Navy. Aren't we the Navy?" He said, "Well, we got one up there in Lake Michigan." I said, "Yeah, but it's by Lake Michigan. At least there's water."
Yeah. No, I remember when I first read about the Von Trapp family singers, I was shocked to realize that the guy was a commander in the Austrian Navy. Now, to me, Austria was this little landlocked country tucked under the butt end of Germany. How did they have a navy? Well, of course, they used to have a seacoast, but after World War I, they lost it. But still, the idea of an Austrian Navy officer was just laughable to me. But, the Navy, what it means is that there were powerful congressmen on appropriations or on the defense committee who decided that they needed to have some of that wonderful Navy money getting spent in Tennessee. Probably Al Gore's dad arranged to have that school going on there.
Yeah,
anyway, go ahead.
Well, I was just thinking, your book's got to be perfect for a lot of these commanders. I mean, it's just, it's, I was thinking about it. This is something they're going to be looking to do probably in maybe 2 decades, maybe 3. We already have plans on putting a place on the moon sometime in the next 30 years. I think they said the commission starts.
Our plans for the moon will, as things are going right now, will make us 20 years too late, because China has plans for the moon.
Yes, they do. But unfortunately, they're doing it with Russia. So that's going to slow things down, like we learned.
Well, you're right. If they're doing it with Russia. But the thing is, when the Chinese build something, it usually works. Yeah. And if they take that prime spot near the lunar South Pole that has easily accessible oxygen, so that they can be self-sustaining, so they don't have to keep shipping, lifting
oxygen off of Earth in order to bring it to the moon. That's going to be the prime spot. And once they're there, our military is dead because we are so dependent now on satellite communications. And from the moon, they can throw things, they can throw rocks at our satellites and destroy them. And, to talk about, we're so used to now orienting everything to what we can see through satellites. And suddenly we're blind if they can wipe out our satellites. So I'm happy about Space Force. Hope they can do something.
Oh no, let me think about this for a second. I gotta make sure I ain't breaking no clearance here. So there's a thing called Thor. I don't know if you've ever heard about it.
I have a thing called what?
It's called Thor. The Navy and the Air Force put this
Thor,
in space.
Thor, like that.
So this
Like
is
the
past
god, yeah.
the moon. This is to protect our GPS satellites. This is what this is for, because people don't realize how far out some of our GPS are. So these are to protect our GPS from people like Russia and China. But Thor is a sneaky little thing because all they are is tungsten rods. They're nothing else. They just shoot them. They're ejected. I think they're ejected by air, actually. So they just shoot out. But the thing is, they miss and they hit Earth. One of them is enough to level Moscow. One of them. Because of where it's coming from and the speed it's traveling when it gets here. So it's one of these things. Okay, it was a brilliant idea. No chemicals, no nothing. And I kind of wonder where they got that idea from, to be honest with you. But
that's the moon is a harsh mistress. Come on, that was Robert Heinlein. We all know about throwing rocks at Earth.
So,
There's also you've had James Rosone on as a guest, Joe, in his series that he did where China actually began World War III. They ended up with Space Force with these tungsten rods taking out the base where they had the supercomputer in China that was running all the AI and doing all the bad stuff that was being done.
Yeah.
But it was with these tungsten rods but they had the Space Force and they had their jets that they had there that were basically up in outside of radar range, way high up, that they could send these things down and it would create earthquakes to destroy it. But that's the kind of power that these things had.
Well, they've got. I got a friend that works with Boeing, but I've seen some of the original drawings. So the ones they use for satellites are only about 15 feet long and probably about 3, maybe 4 inches around. They have what they call city busters that are roughly they're about 175 yards long and about 6 feet thick. Launched from anywhere beside outside the moon. When they hit the planet, they're going to do but the thing about it is there's no radiation. You flatten the thing and then you just take it over. There's nothing to keep you from going back. It's just one big ass hole.
There's 2 years of atmospheric dust,
Yes,
of course.
at least.
Basically it's duplicating the extinction of the dinosaurs. Only we're the dinosaurs.
Yeah, it's just a controlled extinction is basically what this is.
For me, the destructive power, you can retaliate, but how are you going to actually protect those satellites? And my answer is you invent completely generic reprogrammable satellites that can do any of the satellite jobs.
You mean like the one Elon's putting into space?
Exactly. So that you have 500 of them ready to launch. You have a whole bunch of them already out of Earth's gravity well. They knock out 15 satellites, and in a day, you have new satellites with the correct programming in place to replace them. Still gives them 1 day in which we're blind on Earth, our soldiers and our ships. But after that day, we're back up and running. But those completely replaceable satellite units are vital. And I don't hear anybody but me talking about it.
Well, no, see, that's already been implemented there. That's what I'm saying. So Elon Musk, when he put up Starlink, right now he has 8,650 Starlink satellites in space. He already told Putin, if you're ever ignorant enough to launch a nuke, he said, I will knock every nuke you got out of the sky. He said, I can just run into them and knock them out the way. He said, you cannot get nukes to the United States, not intercontinental ballistics. He said, I will knock them down. Every satellite he puts up there are communication satellites that are completely reprogrammable. And a lot of people seem to think that he's got something else on those satellites that he's not telling us, because he's got some kind of deal with Space Command. And only reason they have a deal with Space Command is if they were weaponized.
Yeah.
that there's no other reason for it. And I do know that Space Command did take over DARPA. DARPA has to answer to Space Command now. So DARPA is now part.
So you're
of
talking
Space
about
Command.
you're talking about Space Force.
Yeah, Space Force. They always call it Space Command. I don't know why I do this. It's one of the things, but it's but right now they're all answering to it. And I know when Trump signed the last one in 2018, the U.S. Air Force Space Program and the U.S. Navy Space Program are supposed to report to them anytime they're doing certain types of launches. Most people in the United States don't even know that military has its own space program.
No,
they never talk
and
about
the
it.
whole idea of Space Force was new to me. It had been in existence for 5 years before I ever learned about it.
Yeah, no, it was. I thought it was a great thing, but it was. I just didn't know how it was going to work.
Of course,
but
right now, knowing that how secretive the military can be, I don't know of any Space Force people who are off Earth, who are actually in space. And Space Force ain't Space Force till it's got some force in space.
That's a good point. They ought to at least send one to the freaking space shot to the
the ISS. But
yes.
but the thing that gets me is it's like in World War II where we were hoping that they had a secret weapon, and guess what? They did. We had a secret weapon. I'm kind of hoping that they just aren't.
Oh, we got several
us
secret weapons.
how many people are out there already in space doing jobs?
It depends who you want to believe. So if you go by Jimmy Carter, science advisor, we've had a base on Mars since '79.
Base what?
On Mars since '79. That's what Jimmy Carter, science. Yeah, he said since '79 we've had a presence on Mars since '79. He said that they keep a satellite in zone L11, which is between the moon and Mars, because it's the best launching location in our solar system. So they established something there. I wasn't sure about that until I talked to a friend of mine. Matter of fact, I was having lunch with Edgar Mitchell and Buzz Aldrin at the Washington Press Club. And I just asked them if they heard anything about it, and they both just went, no. I said, so you did hear something about it. He said,
well,
he said, what is your clearance again? He said, how did you find this out? I said, I'm just asking. And they wouldn't talk about it because whatever it is was highly classified.
No, they can't. They don't want to lose their job and their freedom, because there's stuff that if you talk about it, you don't just get fired, you go to jail.
Oh, you go to
and should. Kind of like if you were to write kill Trump in the sand on a beach
that.
and then
I'm
post
still hoping
it.
that SOP goes to jail. I'll be talking about him on the next show, matter of fact.
Yeah, so somebody it was on Gutfeld. One of the people said, what James Comey needs is a
he's a prison
comfort animal, and then Tyrus says he doesn't need a comfort animal, he needs a cellmate.
Yes, like the one.
And I thought that was funny, but no, we live in really weird times. But
we do.
There are people who know how to keep secrets, and they're keeping. They're just rare in government.
I was thinking about you a lot. It was a couple of weeks ago. There's a TV series called Expanse, and for some reason, when I'm watching this series, there's something about this. Whoever wrote this must have had some kind of influence by Ender's Game. Just I don't know how to explain it. There just seems to be pieces and parts in there
No.
that made me think about you. Matter of fact, we were just talking about the rock. Well, that's one of the things they actually do in there. They're taking big asteroids from way out in space and flinging them at Earth with stealth on them so you can't see them, and smashing and killing 2 million people at a time. But anyway, it's
only 2 million.
I think it was 2 million. But they were just.
I haven't been following the series, but it's a friend of mine who is part of the team that is.
Oh, well, maybe that's why, because there are definitely things in there. And it's a weird series because season 1's pretty good. Season 2 and 3 are really good. Season 4.
Kind of like what you're saying is like most television series.
Yes. I mean, season 1 is like everything, it's just character building the first season. Season 3 is probably the best out of the gate. And then 5 and 6 are pretty good. But 4 and a half of 5 are kind of like were y'all smoking something when y'all were writing this? It just slowed down to such an extent that it was, the first 3 seasons are like, wow, let me knock you on your ass. And then all of a sudden you come into this season and you're kind of like, okay.
Like the 3rd season of Lost, where they really
that's a good one. Yeah.
Lost is a unique thing in television history because it began with a network executive's idea about the plane wreck, and he assigned it to writers, and they basically threw everything in the kitchen sink into that first season. But they had no idea what was really going on themselves. They could not wrap it all up. And we realized that in season 4, they were desperate. They were flailing. And when they had to get rid of the kid because the actor was aging too fast. So they set him up to be really important. And then they had to fire him and get him off the island because he could not continue to play that character when it had only been a month in movie time and showtime. Anyway, television is weird, but we live in the golden age of television right now, when there have been a handful of series where the writing was so good and the acting was so good that there is no dead season. You know, if you're binge watching all 22 seasons of NCIS, there's not a season you skip because they're all needed. They're all good. The writing never flagged. Same thing with Bones. It only lasted 12 seasons, but all 12 were wonderful. And every episode is worth rewatching. And I know because I've watched them all now about 5 times each, because they're on in constant reruns. And I'm an old man and I like sitting in my chair. And when I look up from my writing, I like to have a show on so that I can follow their show for a while. If I'm going to have a show on influencing me, it better be a well-written show or it'll poison what I do. So I guess I'm piggybacking off of good writing on television. But, you know, compared with anything in the so-called golden age of TV, you know, I Love Lucy is kind of an awful show. I find it, even when I was a kid and it was new episodes, I never thought it was funny. There's an episode where Desi spanks Lucy, spanks her. I was horrified. My dad would never have done that with my mom. He was too good a man, and she was too good a woman to ever have that be their relationship. I hated I Love Lucy. Terrible show. But hey, that's the one that they say is the epitome of the golden age of TV. We're in the golden age right now.
Yeah.
Well, anyway, speaking of golden age, we got the golden age of science fiction, and so we also have from way back when, because part of what we're scheduled this quilt for is because we also have Memorial Weekend next weekend, which we were originally trying to have you on here for, but you're going to be with your family next weekend, so we pulled you forward to this weekend here. One of the stories was the book Final Blackout that Owen Hubbard wrote, which you gave an amazing kudo for, Scott, but that I've sent around a few other authors, and some of them come in saying like, I guess I can give it the best the best kudo I could possibly give for any book is I wish I would have written this myself, from another dystopian science fiction author, and Heinlein called it one of the best pieces of science fiction I've ever written.
And that's not an exaggeration.
Yeah, because it was written before World War II, and so what he put in there was just so outrageous. He was accused of being a communist. He was accused of being a fascist because of what he did. He talked about, how this lieutenant, this unnamed officer, who saved his people and was rebuilding UK, and then here comes this big warship, United States, and the senator coming in with his big grandiose pomposity to offer, all this stuff. He says, we don't need it. We're doing fine. We're doing this and this and this. And, but they wanted, because they had their own problems in the United States, they wanted to come there because they wanted more property to be able to, get their food from and take their excess people to. It was just it's an amazing story, what it did and what it created. As Jerry Riddle, A.G. Riddle, just gave an amazing comment on it, saying that, this was a book that preceded dystopian fiction. This was, it heralded that as a genre.
Now, I at the risk of committing a spoiler, this is, after all, nearly 100-year-old book. but it's still. I don't want to wreck the ending, but I've got to say that it was an experience like when I read the science fiction novel Vandenberg, and even reading The Stand by Stephen King. There are these characters, you come to care about them, you love them, you want things to work out for them. And in The Stand, they set up to try to stop the bad guy from doing his terrible work, and they completely fail, which is not, by the way, the ending of Final Blackout. But they fail completely. And in Vandenberg, I just remember being devastated. And in The Stand, I just thought, I was so frustrated because he still has the good guys win, because the finger of God appears in the sky and blows up the nuclear missile. Excuse me, but that's not science fiction. The moment the finger of God gets involved, that's religious fiction. But that's fine. Stephen King didn't claim it was science fiction. It just worked like science fiction all the rest of the way. But it's frustrating to a reader when the plans don't work. If you're going to have a caper, if you're going to have some kind of plot that the good guys are doing, as a reader, you want to have it work, not because you think that all plans work, but because you think, if you're going to tell me about somebody's ornate plan, why don't you tell me about one that works, not about one that fails? But here's the thing that L. Ron Hubbard was able to do in this wonderful novel. Even failure can be success. And he makes it plausible that losing can be winning, just as winning can be losing. And this character, the lieutenant, I wish that he had named him, because there would be a generation of people named after him, I believe. But you can't name your kid Lieutenant. Well, you can. There's a guy, there was a little trait of people for a time. I had an uncle, Major. His name was Major. It reminds me of Catch-22 with the guy whose name was Major, because he was a major and his name was Major. I knew a Mormon guy with the last name Bishop, and he was a bishop. So he was Bishop. And, and so, but whatever the name, nobody's going to name their kid Lieutenant. It's just not a high enough rank. You're going to name them General or Major or something. But what I loved was, without ever naming him, this character was already legendary from chapter 1 and only got more so as time went on. And he was doing, Hubbard was doing in his book, which I had not read until recently, what I did in Ender's Game, which is, what makes a good commander? What makes a commander that someone would die for? Someone would willingly place themselves in the path of the bullet to save. Or you go over the top from the trenches in World War I because he said to. Who does? I mean, we know that the French army mutinied against their really stupid, learn-nothing commanders in World War I. And that was what Hubbard was working with, was the experience of World War I. Mm-hmm. And he was able to show what a good commander would be, even in impossible no-win circumstances. And that was really what I was trying to do with Ender. And I think that in Ender's Game, I more or less succeeded, but I didn't have the spunk to do what Hubbard did and take it to a level. I mean, he took it to a level that I would not have dared to try, because he was braver than me. Plus, he also had a lot of money then compared to what I have. But this Ender's Game was my first short story sale in science fiction, and so I had to have things work out differently. But writing about the military, when I've never been in the military, Hubbard been. He had close associations. He knew what he was talking about. I had to extrapolate everything from what other people wrote, since I had never been in the military. And that's one of the hard things about writing is, especially when you're writing things in the future, you're going to write societies that never existed yet, that are not there. And that can be so bizarre because there are people in the real military who could look at Ender's Game and say, what an idiot. That's not how it works. And I knew that. I knew that I was writing into a culture that exists and that I was going to get it wrong because I wasn't in that culture.
Yeah.
I had the similar thing with a book I wrote called Enchantment, where all of the characters are blacks in LA in an upper middle class neighborhood, Baldwin Hills in LA. Upper middle class black is not something you get written about. What you get is lots of lower class ghetto black in the movies, but upper middle class, no. And so I had a friend who had urged me to write a black protagonist, who was the actual real life hero of the book. And the way that I made sure that I didn't cheat was I simply had almost no white people, no named white people in the entire book. But, I've never been black all my life, never even tried to be black. I'm not one of the wannabes. And I knew that I could not write black characters. But my friend, Roland Brown, supplied me with details that made it ring true. And I was able to not fake it, but create a story set in that black neighborhood of Baldwin Hills. And it had to be Baldwin Hills because there was a location there, since now transformed, but at the time, a location that absolutely lent itself to my plot. And my editor at the time was married to a black man. I did not know that. So she gave him the manuscript to read. And he came back and said, I did not know that Orson Scott Card was black. and that was my imprimatur of, I made it, I did it because it sounded real to somebody in that culture. And that's what I hoped I could do with Ender's Game. That's what I absolutely believe in the pre-World War II era, L. Ron Hubbard did in Final Blackout, that he absolutely made it real, even though it was set in a then future that did not and never has existed, which is total anarchy, World War I descending into total anarchy, and nations falling left and right, which they did.
Yeah.
So anyway, I admire what he achieved, but it's always a challenge to write outside your own culture. Now, if I write an alien culture that has never existed and has no members on Earth, I'm fine, right? They'll be whatever I want them to be. But the second I write a culture that exists or is related to a culture on Earth, I'm in trouble if I don't get it right.
Yeah, it's just for, because this is one of the books we're talking about. We got Ender's Game, we got Final Blackout here. We have the author of Ender's Game below on the screen here, and then we got myself representing the author, L. Ron Hubbard, on Final Blackout. But we just so you know, on Amazon, this is on special right now. Amazon put it down, and it's part of the recognizing the upcoming Memorial weekend, and they wanted to have this as one of the books that they offered as part of the Memorial Day offers that they're doing. So, but it's just interesting because he's this is what it just continued to get an amazing reviews on it. But when he wrote this thing, he came out with it in originally in 1940, and then it was republished again in 1948, and that's where he then did a dedication to the men and officers with whom I served in World War II, first phase, 1941 to 1945, because it was just because what was experienced at that time too was Korea. After World War II was over, then these officers that were there in World War II were experiencing that Korea was now escalating. And so that's what he's referring it to phase one. And that's where also you had like some of the science fiction writers like Heinlein and Hubbard met at Heinlein's home in Los Angeles to start conceiving of science fiction that took man's attention into space and took attention, trying to create a space race instead of an arms race, which was really going with what the Cold War was. That the United States lost to Russia, on the space race with the Sputnik beating it, but it created that whole thing in '69, finally culminated And then once they were done, they kind of like we were done with that, and then just dropped the whole thing on space until Space Force. But this is this whole thing that he was doing with Final Blackout was also because he was pretty good on satire, and so he did a lot of his science fiction was satirical, and I'm sure you've experienced it too in what you write, Scott. But it's just he just goes in there. So then he goes on to say, Final Blackout dealt rather summarily and very harshly, for the author was inexperienced in international affairs, that the anarchy of nations was an unhealthy arrangement maintained by the greed of a few for the privileges of few, and that the common people, which is to say, those uncommon people who were only to be let go about their affairs of getting enough to eat and begetting their next generation, would be knocked flat, silly, and completely out of existence by these brand new defensive weapons, which would, of course, be turned only against soldiers. Bombs, atomics, germs, and in short, science, it maintained were being used unhealthily, and that soon enough, a person here and there who was no party to the frontline sortie was liable to get injured or dusty. It also spoke of populations being affected boomerang fashion by weapons devised for their own governments to use. Certainly, all this was heresy enough in that quiet world of 1939, and since that time, it is only fair to state the author has served here and there and has gained enough experience to see the error of his judgment. Everything, it can be said with Pangloss, so far as has been for the best in this best of all possible worlds. There have been 2 or 3 stories modeled in Final Blackout. I am flattered. It's just a story, and as the past few years proved, it cannot possibly happen. But I just let the last part of his preface right there. He goes through several things that he predicted in that story that came to pass, which was assured by governments and stuff that there's no way it couldn't happen, but that actually did in fact happen.
Well, there's so many. I remember being on a science fiction panel in 1987 where we were talking about what would happen in the future. And this was still Cold War season. And I said on the panel, out loud in front of God and everybody, that the only reason that the Soviet Union persists, because it has been near collapse ever since it was created, so the only reason it persists is because the people tolerate it. And they tolerate it in large part because they like seeing half the globe being pink, the color on atlases and globes of the Soviet Union. Oh, I was almost laughed out of the room by the other panelists. They said, that's not true at all. And I said, look, the Soviet Union can fall in a second anytime the people stop supporting it. And in 1989, my prediction was completely borne out, but it sounded ludicrous in 1987. And if in 1987 I had written the events of 1989 with the fall of the Soviet Union and Tiananmen Square in China and etc., no one would have published it. It would have been too unbelievable. You had to live through it in order to believe it. And even then, I still think back and go, how? Who knew? And, I guessed some aspects of it, but it's predicting the actual future, that Nostradamus business. It only works if you write really vaguely and then other people interpret it to mean things that have already happened, because you can't actually predict what will happen. I have a short story that is coming out in some book, anyway, that is about Space Force fighting on the moon to take over the Chinese base there. And, of course, this is a provocative story if anybody took me seriously, but they don't. So, China's not going to send an assassin to get me for having written this story. But at the same time, I thought it was worth pointing out that the Chinese people don't necessarily love their government. The Russian people don't necessarily love Putin. Pollsters have gone into Gaza in previous years and found out that the population overwhelmingly supports Hamas. except that's not true. You know that it's only because when the pollsters go around, Hamas sends somebody else after them to find out what they said. So nobody wants to say anything bad about Hamas because they'll be killed. And so polls are meaningless in a circumstance like that, but they can certainly create the illusion that the people are behind them. And there's so many
place that suffers that with polls. Hillary Clinton had it, 20 points ahead?
Oh, yeah.
And I still predicted she was going to get her ass kicked.
Well, I want you to know I still predict that she will win in 2016. So I know she still feels that way. So
yeah. Yes.
The thing is, isn't it funny how in that campaign her health looked like she was on her last legs? And here it is 8 years later, and she's still actually looking healthier and stronger than she did then. So it's you never know what people are going to do, what they're going to be, how they're going to last. She may yet be president for all I know. You just can't predict it. Who in the world in 2014 would have said, Donald Trump, that guy who was so frequently a guest on Letterman, he's going to be president. He's going to run for president. He's going to win. And liberal as he's always been, he's going to run as a Republican and win. And no one would have believed it. But then after he was defeated, if anyone then had said, he'll be back, he'll be president 4 years from now, nobody would have taken that seriously. The things that happen in reality are so horribly implausible that you just, how does a science fiction writer function? I know how. Set it 30,000 years in the future. That's how you do it.
Oh, don't cheat now. That's cheating, man. That's cheating.
You have to be believable.
So look, there are good.
Be believable,
but there are good near now sci-fi writers out there. There's several good series, or has been several good series, and a couple good movies.
Like I said, James is I enjoy his work. It's scary, but I enjoy it. That's.
I mean, I like all sci-fi, so it's it's how it is. But I like near now better than anything.
Well, we have had some brilliant science fiction movies after decades and decades of crap. Because even the ones that people loved were crappy. The science was crap. The future prediction was crap. Their depiction of human societies were crap. But my first science fiction movie that I loved was Deep Impact. I love that movie still. I can't not watch it if I pass by it flipping channels, because it has people in it, people who behave like people. And when Téa Leoni's character declines her seat on the helicopter and gives it to the woman who had played such a villain on LA Law, so we were predisposed to not like her, but we ended up liking her a lot, and her child. And that moment was so moving. And when she goes to her dad, I think this is real human life. They've managed to take a sci-fi premise and make it real. When you compare it with Armageddon, the other asteroid hitting Earth or coming toward Earth movie, which is shallow as can be.
It's a campy movie.
Yeah, it is. And it has actors who were capable of better.
They did.
But they did the best they could with what the writers gave them. But then, of course, we know the best science fiction movie of all time. For a while, I thought it was going to be Serenity, but it was surpassed and by Arrival. Oh my gosh.
Wait, which Arrival? There's like 5 Arrivals now.
Amy Adams.
Okay.
The aliens wrote in smoky air. These circular, it was a truly alien language, like I've never seen. I assume that was Ted Chiang's doing, because there was a real science fiction writer behind it. But every aspect of that show was believable. And even when it turned out to be a time travel paradox show, which is impossible in my view, can't be done. Time runs one direction continually. And it's one of those things that I argue with theologians about, when they say, well, God exists outside of time. I go, there is no outside of time. If God does anything, if God exists, if he does anything, than there was the time before he did it and the time after he did it. And you can't escape that. God is inside of time. If he ever does anything, if he does nothing, then it doesn't matter that he exists, does it? So those are theological arguments. People who believe in God know what I'm talking about. People who don't care, don't care. But it's still, if you want to say that somebody or something is outside of time, you're lying. Because
maybe outside the dimension. I don't know about outside of time.
No, but so however they say it, but it's still everybody is in time. We're all in time, and that's one of the things that science fiction can't get away from. We love our time travel stories. I've written so many of them myself, where in fact, I have a trilogy that I wrote whose whole point was I broke every single time travel rule that had developed in science fiction. Every single one of them. It was my project was to make them all false and still make the novel work. I hope I succeeded. I think I did. But anyway, we get these consensus ideas. This is what cyberpunk was originally about before it was called that. Bruce Sterling was the one who said, we all live in this science fiction consensus future. We're all setting our stories in what amounts to the same future with the same machines, the same storylines. He said, we need somebody to invent a new future. He said, for instance, look at the work of this guy, William Gibson, who I think Bruce didn't even know then. He's writing stories that don't owe anything to that consensus science fiction future. And so what happens? Well, cyberpunk becomes the new consensus science fiction future. Every problem that Bruce Sterling pointed out just changed to cyberpunk and still existed and was still a weakness in the field because we all follow each other like sheep. But, when L. Ron Hubbard was writing science fiction, there was no science fiction. I mean, there was, but it was blowing up planets with Doc Cummings. It was not plausible real-world scenarios in a chaotic Europe still fighting World War I 20 years later. He was inventing something new, and inventing something genuinely new it's hard and it's scary, and it can be forgotten. I mean, the book Final Blackout has it has existed for a long time. I had never heard of it. It had no standing in the field. I mean, it had been forgotten. Not really. I mean, there were if anybody who'd read it was not going to forget this book, but it wasn't talked about. It's like Time magazine came out with its 100 greatest, most influential fantasy novels, and they managed to do a list of modern fantasies that did not include Patricia McKillop. I thought, what idiot made this list and didn't put in The Forgotten Beasts of Eld and The Riddlemaster of Hed and The Throne of the Errol of Sherrill, which stand head and shoulders above most of the books on that list. And they didn't even know it existed. That's what sometimes happens. Patricia McKillop was not running around touting her own stuff. She's a mild, soft-spoken person. L. Ron Hubbard had the disadvantage with Final Blackout of being dead and therefore not doing appearances to talk about Final Blackout. Writers can be forgotten while they're still alive even because their work isn't the stuff being talked. It's not hot.
You're only as good as your last piece of work. It's fair. It's not just not for writers. It's for artists. It's for people like what I do. It's for sports people.
So
Joe, it's always...
I put a link in the chat there. If you can share it, because Final Blackout is available now for only $2.99. That if you can share that, they can go to the link there on that on Amazon, which is a pretty good deal. And
I was going to say that link is longer than my autobiography, so it's a good thing that we can do it with a single click.
Exactly.
Pop it this way and let it send out to 100 million people at one time. There we go. Go away. There we go. Look at that. Go. Click. Keep going. Oh, it's taking so long I had to take a pause.
And the thing about this book and Ender's Game too, but it also acknowledges, the significance of Memorial Day is it does, it doesn't just, these are the people that made the ultimate sacrifice. It's also those people that actually believe in what America stands for. And I think that's what's more important to really recognize that there is something worth fighting for. There is something that's important that people have to recognize. And it's unfortunate, and that there's a bit of an internal struggle with, whether you call it woke or whether you call it generational, but it's a lack of understanding, like what was actually fought for to be able to provide for these people, to be able to even have a country where they can say what they're saying, even though what they're saying is reprehensible. The fact that they can say it here and not be arrested or shot or exported to some Siberia, they don't realize that it's not like that everywhere, that they can do what they do here. And that's part of what this book is. I think Ender's Game, the whole thing of celebrating the importance of what the military does and what you've experienced, Joe.
How far is Ender's Game in the future?
It's really only about 100 years.
Yeah, see, I was thinking it was near now sci-fi.
Yeah.
When we were talking, I was like, man, when I watched it, and when, you're right, though. When you read it and you watch it, what is this to start off with? Why can't fucking, excuse my language, why cannot Hollywood make a movie based on an actual book? Why is it every movie I see and I go read the book is almost always better than almost? There's been a couple.
I'll give it to you as quickly as I can, because here's what happens. The people with the money don't know how to read. They just don't. They didn't
send them an audio book.
They didn't get to their position of power by being literate. Even Hollywood directors, the top directors, they don't read the scripts at first. They have some poor flunky fresh out of or still in college read it and do coverage, which is a synopsis of it that analyzes it for its usefulness as a movie. So the children are monitoring what books get seen. Now, if the director actually reads the book and loves it, still, it's not the director's money. It's not the writer's money. The money belongs to the network executives who can't read. With a few exceptions, I've known a couple of executives in the networks and the studios who are sharp, smart, committed to quality, but they have to run the same gamut as anybody else, which is this going to lose us money? And what is it that makes it so that it'll make money? Nobody knows. Nobody knows. Hollywood knows that its script is vital. They have no idea what a good script looks like until it's filmed and it turns out to have been good. Yes. They just don't know. So anytime you have something like Ender's Game, where it's really important that all of the cast of children be pre-puberty, because no one would believe a 14-year-old would actually believe everything adults told him. By that age, they're cynical about what adults say, and Ender's not a believable character if he is not still young enough to live in the universe created for him by adults. So that's a vital thing. But here's what happens in the executive suites. They say, the kid's supposed to be 10 years old. Children can't act. This kid has to be able to act. We need a child who's famous. And so they settled on Asa Butterfield, who was, because of Hugo and a couple of other things, well known. The trouble is, by the time he's well enough known that a Hollywood executive knows who he is, he's too old to play a child. There are, the number of child actors who can act is so tiny. Elijah Wood could act as a kid.
Shirley Temple.
Shirley Temple could mug. She was not an actress. Judy Garland was an actress. They were right to use her and not Shirley Temple in The Wizard of Oz. The Wizard of Oz did not need to be a cute movie. It needed to be a dangerous, tragic movie.
It's kind of a little dark.
It is very dark. It's like It's a Wonderful Life flopped because it was so dark, but it got made because Frank Capra wanted to make it. But it failed until it went into public domain. Nobody at the studio bothered to renew the copyright. So it went into public domain, and suddenly every TV station in America could run that movie at Christmas time without paying for it. Yeah. And it became one of the most beloved movies in American movie history. But prior to that, a guy who wants to commit suicide on Christmas Eve, I can just hear the studio executive going, "We are going to lose all our money. No one wants that."
He knows damn right what he was saying too.
But that's the reason movies become bad. Now, there's another reason, which is not just fear, the fear of losing money. My son is a video game designer, and he was doing a video game. His company was the producer, but they had to report to the publisher, and the publisher sent an executive to executive who is younger than my son, who is not an old man. Send an executive, and he said, "Okay, look, I've looked at your game. It's pretty good, but here's what you need. They need to be riding horses." Now, anybody who knows anything about computer games knows if you're going to add an entirely new animation element, you're going to have to come up with dozens of different horses that move differently. And now you have to have horseback moves for all of the characters. You're talking about another year of programming. And this was 3 months before the supposed release date. And so it's just one of those things where you just go, this guy has been sent to be in charge of us, and he knows diddly squat. He knows nothing about the job we do. And that's the other thing that happens, is that you have stupid people. So besides fearful people, stupid people are the death of so many movies. It's only now and then that you get a movie that is as good as or better than the book. The best case I can think of, Sense and Sensibility. Emma Thompson starred in it, and she wrote the script based on Jane Austen's novel. And it is better than the script. It was one of Jane Austen's earliest works. She was not yet sure of herself. She made some mistakes, especially toward the end. But Emma Thompson fixed them all. And it has one of the most powerfully emotional climaxes in movie history. And yet, that scene isn't even in the book. It's the best scene in the movie, not in the book. Why? Because everybody was committed to doing this thing right, not to improve on the book per se, but to bring the book to fruition better than Jane Austen knew how to do herself. So you can make good movies from good books. Sense and Sensibility is a good book, a hilarious, nasty, sarcastic, cynical, wry book that kept all of that and also still was a marvelous tearjerker. You can make a great movie out of a good book. It's just like 1 in 1,000 that can achieve that.
Well, today so many movies.
I found a quote in here too. I was looking for earlier on, which I really like. And it's part of why, this is it's a beloved story also amongst military. Is this one paragraph where he says, "Where this is the lieutenant." And he said he's an unnamed, he never has a name, like you said, Scott. Maybe if it was a name, you have a lot of people named that person. But he says, "I'm neither a politician nor a statesman. I'm a soldier. I know nothing of the chicanery which goes by the name of diplomacy. But I learned long ago that there's only one way to rule, and that is for the good of all. That the function of a commanding officer of a company or a state is to protect the rights of the individual within the bounds of common good, but never to trifle with the actual welfare of any man or to attempt to carry any man beyond his own ability and strength, for to do so weakens the position of all and is not for the common good. A state, gentlemen, is not a charity institution. On this score alone, I cannot accept your gifts. Now, if you please, the interview is ended. I shall be pleased to receive a report from my Sheerness battery commander tomorrow morning that the horizon is empty." This is when the United States diplomats came in, wanted to offer all this great stuff to fight them off. But anyway, it's an amazing quote.
See, if I had read that when I was working on the script for Ender's Game, because I went through 20 drafts of my own. They never used my script. The final script I had, which did work, was never read by anyone at the studio, which is fine. It was read by my producers, so we all knew that a script for Ender's Game was possible. And I don't own the rights. I can't even publish it. But the struggle was that time after time I would write a script, and anybody who had already read Ender's Game and loved it would read that script and go, "This is it. You've got it. You've nailed it. This is Ender's Game." But then people who had never read the book would look at the script and go, what's all the fuss about? Because it wasn't there. Ender wasn't there. And it wasn't until that final draft I did that I realized this is not a book about Ender and the teachers. This is not a book about Ender against the Hive Queen. This is not a book about Ender and Graf or Ender and Bean. It's not a buddy story. This is a book about a commander who loves his men more than he loves himself.
Right.
And that is what L. Ron Hubbard just said in that passage, that he regards the happiness of his people as being his highest priority, their survival, their improvement, their abilities, everything he can do to make them better. And if he does that, they will follow him anywhere. Because I finally realized that if Ender's Game was going to be made into a good movie, at the end, the audience had to wish they were in Ender's army and he was their commander, which is certainly not what the movie that exists ever even came close to doing. They just made him your standard rebellious twit. You know, the way that he behaves in the movie, nobody would give him command of a kitchen police squad because he's not reliable. You can't trust him to do his duty. But with Ender, in the book, you can trust him to do his duty, but his men trust him, his soldiers trust him to be looking out for them. They see that he is not looking out for his own safety. He's not looking out for his own career. He is looking out for them to prepare them to be the best commanders they can possibly be in the war to come. And when they see that he is acting for them and for their good, then they love him and they'll serve him because they trust him. And that is the thing that Final Blackout does so beautifully. By the end, you love the lieutenant. You trust him to always act for the good of others. And he lives up to that. He lives up to it. And that's a kind of a bold thing for a writer to do. But years ago, I discovered I don't care about conflict in fiction. I just don't care. It's not important. What matters is struggle. There's a struggle. And it doesn't need to be called conflict because it doesn't have to be conflict. But here's the thing. What moves me, what makes me care, is a story about good people doing good. I don't want Darth Vader to dominate the universe. I want good people to be the ones that I'm following. And so many movies don't know about that. So many science fiction writers don't understand that if you can't give us good people doing good, you're wasting your time, because those are the books, those are the stories that we love with a capital L, that become so emotionally compelling that we can't get out of the book, that when it's over, it's like when at the end of Lord of the Rings, when by the time I realized that Sam had been and always was the hero of Lord of the Rings, he's the only person who gave up the ring with complete willingness. He's the person that carried everybody else along because, and this is now we're back to the New Testament, whoever would be greatest among you has to be the servant of all. Because that's the same lesson that L. Ron Hubbard was talking about, is you serve the people under you in the form of leadership, but yes, they will follow where you lead if they trust you, if they know that you love them and care about them more than you care about yourself. There it is. Sermon over.
Yeah, and just like this is one of the lines that's another favorite line in here is, when that command remains, no matter what happens to its officer, he has not failed. And so this is still that whole thing there with the lieutenant.
And we saw that in the first couple of chapters, which is he is relieved of command. He is kept away from his soldiers. And they still, this is not a spoiler because it's the first few chapters for Pete's sake. But they still follow him and only him. And they do what they believe he would have them do, which in fact was what he would have them do.
Yeah.
And so the guys on top think that they have absolutely cornered him. He's checkmated. And then they find out, no, because the men will not do, the pawns will not do as they're told.
Yeah.
They do what he wants them to do.
Yeah.
And oh man, that is such a magnificent opening, where we realize that even when he's no longer their official commander, he's still their commander. He's still their leader, no matter what. They can't take that away from him.
Yeah. No, it's an amazing scene there.
Well, that's how it works when you got a good commander.
Yeah.
Oh, that was just somebody who was agreeing with what Jay was talking about with what Scott was saying earlier about Ender. He was just calling him a rebellious teenager.
Yeah, yeah. Well, in the movie, that's all that they gave Asa to do, was the rebellious teenager guy. Now, if Harrison Ford had been directing the movie, of course, he would never have settled for the script. But I was actually there on set. I was in the same room with him once because I was going to say a line that they wanted to record at the time. My part was completely cut, which is fine, but I still have my SAG card, so screw them. Anyway, I was in the room and sitting there with Harrison Ford on camera with Asa Butterfield. And the director came in and said a whole bunch of idiotic claptrap about, their feelings and the art and just all complete BS. And then he left. I saw Harrison Ford roll his eyes just a little. He wasn't being insubordinate. But then with each take, he would murmur something to Asa. And I was close enough to hear him say, okay, this time I'm going to touch your arm on this line instead of that line. That's what directors need to do, is to get the timing of events right. And what Harrison Ford did, and I commented on this to him, and he said, I just want to give the director something to work with. I want to give the editor something to work with. So no two takes were alike, because Harrison Ford was directing Asa Butterfield, not by telling him what to do, but by telling him what he was going to do, so that it didn't come as a surprise. It wasn't sprung on Asa, but it was a variation. And each variation, it was so subtle that I'm sure that most people looking at it on the screen would not realize what had just happened. But every single take could have been from a different movie, because each of those tiny changes in timing and in tiny physical actions, neither one of them got out of his chair. Every single one of them was telling and gave a different truth to the scene. I think that like Clint Eastwood is such a brilliant director, partly because he was a brilliant actor, and he expected his actors. As a director, he's famous for one or two takes, period. We got it. It's good. That's it. Why are we going to do more takes? We'll go on. And to my mind, that makes him, for one thing, a cheap date. I mean, he's always under budget. He never goes overboard and wastes money. But also, he trusts his actors, and he gives them the directions that they need to be able to deliver the movie, the story, properly, which is something that very few movie directors know how to do. Frank Capra knew. He knew how to do it. And you see things like the Adam Sandler Mr. Deeds. There are wonderful, brilliant moments in it when, I forget the actor's name, when he keeps coming in and saying, sneaky, 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 sneaky in Mr. Deeds. It's brilliant. And there's nothing like that in the original Mr. Deeds Goes to Town. But you know what? Adam Sandler ain't Gary Cooper, and the director is not Frank Capra, because the Mr. Deeds Goes to Town is flat out a much better movie. Not because Mr. Deeds was bad. Adam Sandler knows how to make good movies and makes them most of the time. Sometimes he makes silly, stupid movies that offend my sensibility because he took 2 hours out of my life. But that doesn't happen often. He's much more dependable than Woody Allen, for example, in delivering comedy. Well, Woody Allen used to be
don't get me
wonderful.
Started.
But then somebody told him he was an artist, and that just wrecked everything.
Yes, it did.
Same thing that happened to Stephen King. He got tired of being reviewed by the way they review writers that they hate. Because in the New York Times, the review you get when they hate you is, what in the world would possess a person to write a story like this? That's not a review. That's psychoanalysis by somebody who's unqualified and doesn't have enough data to work with. But if they respect you, then everything you did was right, and they point out how brilliant you are. And he wanted to write the kind of thing that got reviewed that way. And his first move there was with Misery. But then he soon got into an area where I just couldn't care about his characters. He was too busy being a writer with a capital W or a capital R. I don't care how you spell it. But he got seduced into trying to, quote, write well. If you're trying to write well, he wanted to create a better press, and it worked. He gets much more respectful reviews now, but he also is nowhere near as good a writer, a storyteller, I should say, as he used to be. He used to tell stories that made it so you could not let go of the book. Now you
I tell every one of my hosts, everybody I lecture with, I said, once you start believing your own press, you are screwed. You just might as well retire right there and be done with it, because somehow or another it is going to bite you in the ass. Excuse my language.
You start caring about different stuff. You start caring about the wrong stuff. Anybody who is writing, thinking about the manner of writing, is dead already. That's dead. That writing is going to be bad, bad, bad. There's not a moment in L. Ron Hubbard's book, Final Blackout, where I'm thinking, oh, he really is proud of how he writes. No, the writer is never the star of that book. The lieutenant is the star of the book. He is the story. Hubbard never thought that he was the story. And what has happened is Stephen King now writes books starring Stephen King.
Yeah,
he used to write books starring the characters.
You know who else started doing that? He's not the greatest writer, but Whitley Strieber started doing that.
Well, but he also started telling science fiction stories as if they were true. And I think that was even if he actually believed it, that's not science fiction.
For the first movie, I can let him slide. For everything after that, he started writing books about how his son was the second coming, and it just got. But that goes back to believing.
Doesn't he know my son is? Oh well. Anyway,
all of our sons are like that. That's the problem. Oh, it's I'm when you said Rival the first time, the first movie came to my head was not the one you were talking about. It was the one with when they went to South America. What was his name? Was the star? Oh God, I can't even. He's pretty famous. There was two of them, and one of them had a really famous actor in it. I don't know why I can't think of his name right now, but that was the original Rival I was thinking about. Yeah, they went down to Arecibo, and he met some chick down there with these aliens with their legs that went backwards, and then he went to the big disarray in the United States. Oh, what is his name?
Well, I'm now going to have to admit something. I rarely watch science fiction movies because they were always so bad.
Well,
you my money,
point about that.
Go in and walk out because they were just embarrassingly bad. But I don't know about. So that was during a time when I wouldn't have even gone to a science fiction movie. I made an exception with Star Wars, and Star Wars, in terms of common sense, is a very, very bad movie, but a wonderful adventure, absolutely wonderful. And Harrison Ford made that movie. He did a simple thing at the beginning when they were first just rehearsing, doing meetings together. He said, "Don't play this tongue in cheek. Play it absolutely straight. Play it sincerely. Don't play it like you're slumming." And they all listened to him, and they played it straight. And that's why Star Wars worked. If they had thought they were making Robin Hood Men in Tights, where it's all tongue in cheek, it would have made the money of Robin Hood Men in Tights, which was a respectable amount, but it doesn't endure in anybody's memory as a great, great story. Whereas with The Princess Bride, that one, they all played it absolutely straight. Slight exception, Billy Crystal. but everybody else was sincere. Cary Elwes was not tongue in cheek, and that's why
Because it
Princess
was
Bride.
true love.
You what?
Because it
Go ahead.
was true love.
Yeah.
Yes,
Well,
it
and I have to say, it's because it had one of the great screenwriters of all time, who wrote one of the great novels of all time. When I was teaching, when I was a graduate teacher at Notre Dame University, this was before the movie came out, but I gave my freshman comp and lit students 2 books. The first one was I Am the Cheese by Robert Cormier, a children's book, which made the English majors, there were only 2 of them in the class, livid that I would have them read a children's book instead of an art book. But it's one of the best books ever written. And I could teach literature from that book better than any arty book. And the second book I gave them was The Princess Bride. And they, most of them, when they started reading Robert Cormier's book, they finished it that night. They couldn't go to sleep till they had finished it. With Princess Bride, it was 3 times as long, 4 times as long. And guess what? They still stayed up all night and finished it because they could not stop reading. No one had ever assigned them a book for English class that they couldn't bear to not finish in one go. Now, that tells you something. It tells you something about what they're normally required to read, which is pretentious drivel. And it tells you something about the books I gave them, which is great labors of love. It's from writers who loved their readers, not their writing. They were not in love with themselves. They had a gift to give, and they shaped it so that it would be as effective as possible for the readers to reach their hearts. And
then you get books like that too.
Yeah, well, I mean, that was The Princess Bride, and that was the movie. The movie's not as good as the book, only because
it was a lot of fun.
There's things that can't be done in a movie. Just can't.
Well, no.
Yeah.
It still was a lot of fun. Oh, the first rival I was
book.
talking about was the one with Charlie Sheen is the one I was talking about.
Oh.
That was the first arrival they had Charlie Sheen in it, and then they made.
Well, now I understand why I never saw it.
You're just gonna say that.
I mean, I learned early on, except for in Ferris Bueller's Day Off, where Charlie Sheen has this really almost a cameo of a semi-hoodlum teenager, high school student. He's brilliant in that, absolutely brilliant. But after that, he thought he was funny, and that became a real damper on him and his career. I had to stop watching 2.5 Men when it did what that writer's work always does: one good season, and then it becomes silly sex comedy.
Who was
Big Bang
actor?
Theater?
Yeah.
Who's the actor? What?
Oh, I was thinking Starman. Who was the actor? It was one of the brothers.
Oh! I take it back. That was a great science fiction movie too. Jeff Bridges.
Yes, that was for him acting too. It was. I don't know.
The fact that he did not. The only thing, the fact that he did not get an Academy Award nomination or the award that year is a travesty. It's because nobody paid serious attention to science fiction.
Right.
Because that was
a
a brilliant, perfect performance. The best thing he's ever done, but one of the best things any movie actor has ever done. So you're right to remember that. That one was just, Starman was so fine.
Yes.
And of course, Firefly and Serenity.
Oh, I missed
that. Was absolutely wonderful stuff.
I never understand what happened to Serenity. I mean to Firefly. I mean, Serenity was a great movie, but the series was fun.
Remember what I said about remember what I said about network executives?
Yeah.
When they give a brilliant, beautiful piece of work like that time, it builds a following. Yeah, and if somebody had killed Seinfeld when it had ratings like that, we would never remember Seinfeld because it would only have had 10 episodes.
Yep.
But instead, they let it grow, let it build a following. But with Firefly, they pulled the plug way too soon.
Oh yeah, they did, and you can tell by the audience it has today. I mean, it's always on. It's on all the streaming services because it
is. And my son gave me the DVDs for Christmas, and he said, "No, that's the whole series. That's all there is." And I thought, this was before streaming anything, and I thought
Yeah.
there are only I can't remember the number, 8, 10
12.
episodes.
It was either 12 or 14, but it's just
12 or
not
14. Okay, so not even a full season.
it's not a full season.
And I for a year I didn't even take it out of the plastic because it was science fiction. And the next Christmas my son came and he said, "Dad, you haven't even opened this." So I'm not kidding. It's the best science fiction that has ever been on television.
It's good science fiction. It's fun.
It is. When I watched it, I was blown away. I still what's the name of the lead actor? He's on The Rookie and
and Scarecrow and Mr. King. What else was he? He was
Scarecrow. That was Pierce.
Oh, not Scarecrow. No, not Scarecrow. Yeah, it was Bruce Boxer. No, it was he was playing something. He was a cop, not a cop, but
he was. It was anyway. What matters is that he is a wonderful actor.
Yes,
but
fun.
He needs wonderful material.
Well, that's
which is true of almost all actors. Very few actors. Anthony Hopkins can take weak material and be magnificent in it, but he can't make the parts that he's not in magnificent. He can only do that when he's on the screen. There aren't many actors who can do that, but Hopkins is one of the rare ones. Peter O'Toole was another. The fact that that man died without an Oscar is a permanent blot on the Oscars. It's a mark of shame to them.
They got multiple blots of shame.
Well, they do. But the year that Peter O'Toole gave us The Lion in Winter,
that was
magnificent performance. And John Wayne got the Oscar for, was it The Shootist or was it True Grit? Anyway, the one that has Fill Your Hands, You Sons of Bitches. John Wayne, there's nothing wrong with him. He was a good performer. And he did better acting earlier on before he became this icon, this walking statue. But he, to have given the Oscar to anyone but Peter O'Toole in the year of Lion in Winter, they had the sense to at least have a tie between Streisand in Funny Girl and Katharine Hepburn in Lion in Winter. But no, Peter O'Toole was shut out. But that's okay. I finally stopped watching the Oscars. I watched it every year. Bob Hope, I loved. Still, there's never been a better MC, though I've got to say that what's his name from Princess Bride?
He was a
Billy
movie
Crystal.
cat,
Billy Crystal did a great job. And there have been some pretty good ones. But Bob Hope, I loved. But we had Oscar parties, for heaven's sake. But the last year that we held that party, nobody had seen any nominated movies because nobody wanted to see the movie that they were promoting. They promote the movie they want you to come see. And if the promotions make you want to stand in line for an hour and a half to stay away, to not have to see it.
They'd have to pay me to watch the Oscars now.
Well, I mean, that's the thing, is that I just don't care.
Yeah.
Especially since after the ridiculous Oscars So White campaign, which was stupid, Black people had already received, proportionate to their population in Hollywood, more Oscars than white people did, proportionately. So there was no Oscars So White problem. But then they made that rule that to be nominated, you had to have a certain percentage. I'm sorry, they're no longer about Best Picture. They're about most obedient filmmakers.
Yeah.
And obedient filmmakers don't make great movies.
Yeah.
They just don't. They can't.
I don't know.
Oh,
Yeah. Oh, jeez. Look, Jay, somebody's plugging you, John. Somebody's plugging you down here, man. It's I'll put it up there so you can see it. It's John. It's Jay. It's
the Writers of the Future awards.
I mean, Oscars, I would watch if there was something movie, but gotta be honest with you, there's not much in the way of movies I see coming out anymore. I forced myself to watch Altered Carbon, which I ended up enjoying somewhere throughout the series. But Altered Carbon,
which Carter?
It's called Altered Carbon. It's a Netflix series.
Not an Oscar. That was an Oscar.
No, I did not. And the problem with this series is it's fun to watch. There's a lot of good stuff in it, but there's a lot of gratuitous sex and a lot of violence. So
Well,
I
for a
tell
lot of people, you just advertised
I'm
it.
gonna watch that.
Yeah,
yes, but for
definitely.
a lot of people, they won't. So it's unfortunate because it's a really good sci-fi. It's about how they store your essence of who you are in a disc in the back of your neck, and when you die, they can just take it out and put it in another body.
So basically, a human black box.
Yeah, basically.
Yeah.
And it's basically wasn't. It's based on alien technology they found on another world that took them forever to get to. But it's an interesting series. But it deals with what happens when oligarchs start living 3 and 4 and 5 and 600 years unchallenged. It
Yeah,
really,
my first science fiction stories after Ender's Game were all about that exact situation.
yes, and that might have been where I got the idea from.
Well, it's an idea that's been floating around in science fiction forever, which is, what if you don't die? What if you can live forever? And basically, all the writers keep coming down on the side of death, that dying is actually good for your life. That if you didn't die, no one would ever be able to decide who you actually were, because there's no way to put a period on it. There's no way to say, and this is where it ends. And
plus, you're not going to be
know,
the same person. I'm not the same person I was when I was in my 20s. Not even close.
Ooh, you're a
when
better
I'm
man than I
200
am.
When
Because
I'm
I
200, I'm not
see
going to be the same person. Maybe.
all the dumb stuff I did then.
I
I'm
did a lot of
still
dumb
just
stuff.
as dumb.
No,
I'm
no,
as
I'm not
dumb as
that
I
dumb.
ever was.
No, I'm not
I
that
just
dumb.
don't
But
have.
was
I just
dumb.
don't have the physical prowess to carry out my dumb plans the way I did then. But some good things. Looking into my past, I knew on our first date that I was going to marry my wife. I knew it.
That's good.
It was in late October. I bought a diamond for her. I didn't want to buy a ring. That's stupid. She should pick out her own ring. She's the one who's going to have to wear it. But I bought a diamond for her. I didn't give it to her for 3 more years. We had an up and down courtship, but I never thought of giving that diamond to anybody else. It was hers. I knew. Now that was not stupid. It was the best decision I made in my entire life ever. And I made some good ones, but head and shoulders, that was it.
That's
And
an awesome decision. She's an amazing woman.
well, she really is. But here's the thing. At the age of 22, I had one smart thing in me. Now I remember so many dumb things I've done, but a few smart things. If I had to do it all over again, would I? Yeah, I'd probably do every single thing the same.
You can't learn if you don't. You're not the same person if you change it. I guess
Well,
that's the
but
problem with
in
time
this
travel.
case, well, it's one of those. I have written books that are better than Ender's Game, in my opinion. Stories that meant more to me, that affected me more emotionally. But the audience loves Ender's Game. I'm not going to argue with them and say, no, you're wrong. This is a better book. I just write the book that I believe in and care about at the time. That's all anybody can do, unless they do the bad thing, which is to write a book to try to impress people. If you're trying to impress people with your writing,
you had to do an introduction because it was at the book you were originally trying to sell was an Ender's Game.
That's true.
You see, you had to have that to lay the groundwork for. Was it the xenophobia? Which one was it?
Well, when the novel, I was going to be Speaker for the Dead.
Speak for the Dead,
But
right.
Speaker for the short story of Ender's Game already existed. So that novel was a sequel to the short story. But then I realized nobody's read the short story, plus it doesn't end right. I need to set up Ender as a Speaker for the Dead. And so I wrote the novel so that I could write a last chapter called The Speaker for the Dead, and then write the novel afterward. And so my publisher loved the man. I went to the ABA in American Booksellers in Dallas that year. And I said, Tom, I can't write Speaker until I've written a novel version of Ender's Game. And he stuck out his hand and said, same terms as Ender's Game? I shook his hand and said, yes. There it was. Agents still got their 10%, but it was because that was long enough ago that agents got 10%. But it was best move of my life in terms of writing was to do a novel version of Ender's Game. And I had no idea what I was going to do. I was winging the novel.
I had the story in mind, but I don't even get to the beginning of the short story until more than halfway through the book. And all the other stuff, it was just my older brother and my older sister transplanted into the future and exaggerating my older brother's meanness a little, not much.
Little.
We still don't get
That's what
along.
big brothers are for, man. Let's be
Yeah,
honest.
but I found out when I was 6 years old that he not only did not love me, he didn't care about me. And that's not a good thing to find out about your big brother. Big brother's supposed to protect you. And when he had the job to protect me, and my parents had asked him to, from a bully that was on this path, he took me to the beginning of the path, and instead of walking with me through it, he decided it was too embarrassing to walk through with a first grader. And he went off and joined his friends a different route. And the bully that I was hiding from was there, but it was a second grader who stepped in and stopped the bully. Not my brother, but a total stranger. And I knew something from then. I knew that I could not count on this guy. And I never have been able to. He's been what Peter was to Ender, an enemy. But your enemy teaches you how to defeat them.
Yeah,
And,
that's
that's the way it goes. But see, that's all I was doing was just taking my autobiography and translating it into military school and then taking the Army of the Potomac and showing an array of bad commanders the way that Bruce Catton did in that book, that trilogy.
It's also the bad commanders that Hubbard showed in Final Blackout too.
Absolutely.
All right, guys,
absolutely.
we got to go. I didn't know we was 15 minutes over the hour here. I'm surprised the other show hasn't called me and cussed me. Jay, you're not doing your job down there, man. You just letting me run over.
If you can't go overtime in a podcast, what's a podcast for?
Well, it's not actually a podcast. We're live radio 24/7.
Oh, we are?
Yeah,
I
we're
did
live.
not realize that.
Yes,
Okay.
but not just on radio. You're on television as well.
Well, see, I'm stunned that I've done talk radio and there were no dead stops. There were no places where you had to cut
see
for ads.
now when you're with me in places and like when I'm in location, I go as long as I want. Here it's different. And no, I didn't do the promos at the break because I'd rather listen to you than them. Just to be honest with you.
So there were breaks that I didn't know about.
No, we didn't take them. I skipped them.
Straight through. We did the opening.
I skipped them. Yeah, I did. I did a couple at the beginning. I would rather listen to the breaks. The breaks can wait. We got a 4-hour show coming on after this.
I
We'll
have
get
to
lots
say,
of breaks.
now looking at you, I see real power. The ability to preempt a commercial break because you like the content that's going on. That's power. When I was in talk radio, you made the hard breaks. Period.
And I should, but I didn't.
Because they'd cut you off. If you didn't wind up for the hard break, then take the hard break anyway. When it needed to be there.
They cut me off. Guess what? They just got fired. I own the place. There ain't no cutting me off. Unfortunately,
we were just talking to you about what 3.2, 3.3 million.
Oh, I think we might have. Last week I think we might have.
Oh no, I'm sure that because I went on too long on some of my rants.
No, I think
we've been able to cut that number way down.
No, I'm not 100% sure because I got ahead and added them up from what I can see. I think we went over 4, but I'll know in a few minutes when I stop the service. I'll know for sure. But I can see just on the European servers somewhere around looks like about 1.3 million.
And of course, this is in English.
People on this one just now, Scott.
So we don't have any Japanese or German subtitles running. They just have to understand.
No, they have to listen to us in English. And we got picked up in Hong Kong about 20 years ago. And then no longer than that, just before the switch, before Xi Jinping took over, we were in Hong Kong and under Pioneer Radio, which I still own. And when England gave back Hong Kong, the People's Republic Radio contacted me and said, look, you can stay in our country. We'll give you an additional 12 servers in Beijing and other cities, and we'll even pay for them. But you cannot talk about the leader, but you can talk about China, just not the leader. I said, fine, I could deal with that. So when Xi Jinping took over, I got a phone call, and the guy says, well, look, we have a new leader now. We want you to stay, but same rules. You can't talk about she, but you can talk about everything else. I said, so. I said, now we got a little bit of a problem. He said, why? I said, because I won't talk about she on your stations, on what goes through China. I said, but in the United States, in some cases, I will have to talk about him, especially when we're in a political year, because it makes a difference in how our politicians work out.
Oh,
and he was
yeah.
like, really? So then they went ahead and said, okay, they could live with that. And they sent me a written contract, which I signed. And they still, to this day, they pay for all the hard servers over there, which there's 16 of them now. Through all it's all of China, so they take care of all of that expense, and so anywhere from 200,000 to 5 million Chinese can be listened to us at any one time. And
That's
the same thing with India. India's got about 8 or 12 servers in it now, but right now worldwide we house about 214 servers.
Well, and I got to say that the fact that English is so widely known, I was surprised at the extent of it when I went to Brazil.
No, that's nice.
I speak Portuguese, and so I have I conducted everything I did in Portuguese. So that was fine. They were amazed that an American actually even knew that they speak Portuguese in Brazil. But then I went to where was it? I think it was Germany, and they had a translator for me, and I would be speaking, and I know how to talk, so the translators have time. There I would say something funny, and half the audience would laugh immediately. Then the interpreter would repeat it in German, and the other half would laugh, but not as enthusiastically because they knew something funny was coming, which just kills a laugh.
Yeah.
But sorry, I don't do stand up, but I come close enough that I know that. But it astonished me that in a country where, you can grow to adulthood and never meet an English speaker. I mean, you don't have to speak English, that so many people had learned it so well that they could understand humor and get jokes and irony and so forth in English without an interpreter. I was blown away.
Half of the Japanese and Chinese people I know speak better English than I do. So
yeah, and see, that isn't that amazing that and then you come to America, and how many people speak another language?
In our country,
even the Hispanics, even American Hispanics, generally tend to speak Spanglish rather than Spanish anymore once they've lived here for a while.
Well, I speak English and coon-ass is what I speak. So
I hear a little coon-ass in your voice.
Yes,
it's good to know that. It's good to know that you.
But no, my wife she's multilingual. Then we got a few other family members that speak more than one language, but 90% of all my friends speak English, and some of them speak proper English, but most of them speak slang English, and that's just where they are. Unless we're somewhere like.
Let me correct your
definition. 3 languages, you call them multilingual. What do you call somebody that speaks 2 languages? Bilingual. What do you call somebody that speaks 1 language? American.
Yeah, pretty much. But in Europe, you kind of have to speak more than 1 language if you live in Europe. I mean, Europe is a melting pot of languages.
If you cross the street, you're in Luxembourg.
Yeah, I mean,
you have to know what they're speaking there, though I've never actually heard a definitive statement of what Luxembourg speaks. What I've heard is French people say they speak bad French. Germans say they speak bad German. So whatever Luxembourgese is, it gets no respect. But see, I happen to live in a subculture in America because I'm LDS. And so many of us go on foreign language missions, serve 2 years in another country. In 2 years, you pretty well learn the language, or at least the part of the language that you're using. And so I live in a culture where every Mormon church group that I attend, there are people there, other people who speak Portuguese, other people who speak Spanish, any of the languages of their missions, those languages are spoken. It would be hard for a non-English speaking person to come to a Mormon congregation and not find someone who speaks their language fluently.
Well, that's a good
and
thing.
that makes us unusual for Americans.
That's it is, unless you're a Catholic, and then they usually speak 4 or 5 languages.
Well, but 3 of
them. Wait, let me retract it. I know. I was going to say, let me retract that because it's not exactly a true statement. No, Jimmy, we got to go. Scott, we're going to have you back on. We barely touched into any of this, and we're almost 30 minutes over.
But this is one of the best conversations on this topic that I've ever had. So thanks.
This is a great conversation. And see, anytime I'm talking with people like you, I'm actually learning something. You know, I've learned so much about writing from John. And I mean, I was such a novice when I started hanging out with these guys. And now, you know, because I do a lot of lecturing. And when I'm on tour, a lot of times I'll be talking to different colleges. And so I'll be talking with an English professor. He says, wow, I didn't know you were an author. I said, what do you mean? He said, you use a lot of words. I said, I'm not an author. I said, not even close to one. That's not even pretend. I said, but I hang out with a bunch of them. So I've picked up a lot of the jargon. And I said, I have a better understanding of what they're talking about when they're talking to me. You know, because before I was like, what? I'd actually have to stop guest in the middle of the show, explain whatever that terminology was. See, now I don't have to. I actually knows what's being said, and I can always break it down for the layman later on. So it works really good.
On my mission in Brazil, I never talked about literature with anybody. But when I was at the science fiction convention that I attended there, it was all about literature. But then I discovered the great trick with Romance languages is any verb that ends in ate, abdicate, fornicate, obfuscate, you just change it to an AR verb, ofuscar, fornicar, you know, and Brazilians are laughing. It worked. I was able to fight my way through discussions of literature using Latinate English and doing a sort of on-the-fly translation into Portuguese. It's amazing how easy it is, but you have to know both languages for it to work.
Yeah, you did.
Yeah.
Make
sure.
Plug it out real quick.
Absolutely.
The link is there on all your 100 million.
Followers. Y'all go check it out.
It's Black Up Hour and Hubbard.
It's a century-old book, nearly. Not quite, but
it's
getting there.
It's getting there.
But don't think of it as an old book because it still reads new. It is a new book and powerful.
Yeah, you can start. I'm sorry, I was letting them know you can start. But you go ahead, Jay. Start. We're wrapping up here. We're gonna bring Scott back on with us, ladies and gentlemen. Go out, get the book. Actually, go out and buy a bunch of books. People, I say this every year: buy the books, read the books, give them away as Christmas presents,
or buy the audiobook and listen to the book.
Yeah.
Well, you see, me, that's I actually tell guests when they're coming on my show if they have audiobooks, I said, if you want me to read your book, send me an audiobook. I said the odds of me sitting down and reading a book these days is about the same odds of God coming down and tell us he's going to make us all billionaires. I said, so
you mean that hasn't happened to you yet?
No, not yet. So we need, but it's easy for me because, I do a lot of computer work or I do a lot of driving and I can listen to audiobooks, because John could have never got me through Mission Earth if I'd had to read all 10 books. It would have never happened. But with the audiobooks, I could listen to them when I wanted to, go back and listen to them when I wanted to. Same way I got through Battlefield Earth was with the audiobooks. It's just easier for me. It doesn't matter how long they are because I got lots of time to read and listen to stuff. But
and when I taught at a university that was 3 hours away from where I live, I had that 3 hours each way commute.
Yes, that's excellent.
And so long books like Mr. Norrell and Jonathan Strange. I got the title backward probably, but that was too thick a book for me to be excited to read it. But I listened to it and loved it. But part of the good thing about audiobooks is you can't skip. So when I taught a class in Tolkien and Lewis, the fiction of Tolkien and Lewis, I made my students, before the semester began, listen to an audiobook version of Lord of the Rings. Now there's one that Andy Serkis reads, which is brilliant, but the previous version was brilliant. Because if you're reading it, you will skim. You will skip over all the songs. You will skip a lot of stuff. But I didn't want my students to miss any of this greatest work of literature in the English language ever.
Lord of the Rings got me through tech school.
Well, it would have gotten me through anything.
Off a minute, and I'll be back.
Go ahead. We're getting ready to wrap up.
I need to get the numbers.
I'm babbling. We need to
No, we're getting out of here. But no, we'll talk more about this in the future.
Said hello to you. So Gunhild and Emily and all the people here at the office said hello to you, Scott. They really.
Well, thank them for me because I miss them when I'm not there.
They're scary. You got to watch out for them girls. They are scary, man.
I'll be back in 2 minutes.
Especially that one named Maliva, man. She's double scary. It's
but it's scary in the sense competent scary.
Oh yeah,
that
they're extremely
they
confident.
say they're going to do,
You
they
know,
do, and
I
it
tell them
gets
every year.
done.
I tell them every year, Scott, when I show up, I said, I'm always so worried one of y'all going to jump out of a closet with a knife and stab me to death. And I'm like, what do you mean? I said, y'all are just so nice. It scares me. I said,
But
you can get it.
I've over the years, over 30 years now, I have found that they mean it.
They do
That's
mean
who
it.
they are.
I've been with him for 6 years now, and so far, and you can bet your ass. You can ask John. I was not a nice person when they originally called me. I was really rude to John, really mean to John. I said, I don't have nothing to do with you. I said, I don't believe. Right? I said, what? I said, you ain't doing no real contest. You're blind judge. I said, you're so full of shit. Nobody blind judges anything. And because I've been asked to come to a lot of these contests over the years, and most of them when I got there it turned out to be, well, not so honest. Let's leave it at that. The last one I went to,
like casting in community theater, whoever's putting up the money gets the lead.
yeah, and well, you know, the one I went to New York, they were asking all the winners for money and stuff, and I told the guy the second day, I said, you know what, why don't you just go ahead and get my air ticket early? I said, because if I have to stay here another day, you're not going to like the review I write. I said, so if I was you, I would just let me go today and leave it at that, tomorrow and leave it at that. But with John and them, you know, he told me all this stuff, and I'm like, there's no way, it's all bullshit. And this went on for a full year. And because he was trying to get on the network, and I told him, I said, it's not going to happen. And then he finally just calls me up one day. He goes, look, I got a plane ticket for you. Got a hotel room for you. Why don't you just come down and find out for yourself? I said, all right. I said, but the deal is I want access to everyone, no restrictions, no nothing. I want to be able to talk to the winners. I want to be able to talk to the staff, and I want to be able to talk to the judges. And I said, I want them to tell me from their point of view what the hell is going on here. And sure enough, he gave me complete access to everyone.
They
the
truly
best part was,
have nothing to hide.
They don't. And the best part was when I asked a question, I didn't get I got an answer immediately. I mean, there was no him hawing around, no bullshit. Yes, Joe, this is how they all call me Mr. Joe in the beginning. I said, stop doing that. I'm not that old. Stop calling me Mr. Joe. I said, you don't have to call me Mr. Nut. I was like, but I was, and then once I got there, and the first year I went to hang out with him was their double year COVID. So they had two groups of winners in. So instead of having the usual 24, they had 48. And I don't even know how they did it. And we were at the Roosevelt, but it was a great group of people. I watched them all work. You know, I watched them go through everything. No one tried to put anything on them. No one tried to ask them to do anything they weren't supposed to be. All the winners came and won and went home with their money and their stuff, and no phony monkey business in between. I was impressed. I was like,
and look, one of the things that really surprised me as a former proselytizing missionary for a church, I expected to be hit up and proselytized for Scientology. Never happens. It has never happened. In 30 years of associating with the contest, no one has ever tried to advance Scientology through the contest.
Not one person I've met
That's
yet.
what L. Ron Hubbard wanted it to do. It advances science fiction, not.
And I'm very honest when people ask me about that. I was given a lecture at Tulane University, a political lecture, and at the end, people now know I do some stuff with Rise of the Future. So a lot of the lectures ends, people always ask me about it. I'm always like, and I tell them the story and all, and they're like, "What science?" I said, "No, actually, it's not. It has nothing to do with them." I said, "Elron it's his money that pays for stuff." I said, "That and Galaxy Press pays for everything." I said, "They're a fabulous group of people," and I said, "They can really change your career." I said, "So submit." But anyway, we got to go. Even though we were talking about nice about John, he wasn't here. Shh! Don't let him know. Man, his head's already is freaking big. we can't make it bigger than what it is.
He is a pathologically modest man.
Yes,
you cannot make his head big.
Oh, I can. Trust me.
Thank you very much, Scott. And Joe, we'll talk more later.
This has been such a pleasure.
Guys, I had a great time. Ladies and gentlemen, y'all be sure to check up on Orson Scott Card anytime you can. He's out there all the time now. I know he's been out signing and going places and stuff like that. Y'all missed him last year. He was at Dragon Con, so y'all should get out there and talk to the guy, say hi, get your autographs done. People and you people that are naming your kids, I want to meet y'all. Okay, I'm coming to Dragon Con. I want to meet.
I gotta say, it's bad enough that some of you name your kid Ender, but that's fine. Just don't ever name your child Orson. I had that name growing up, and you
Well, it
don't
seems
want
like a
your
cool
kid.
name. Look who came before you, the guy who scared the whole planet. I mean the
It's
whole country.
it's a horrible, horrible name for a first grader. I just want you to know.
Oh, yeah, I could. You know that's that's probably damn true. But anyway, guys and girls, we got to get out of here. I want to thank Scott for being here, John, and talk to you soon. And actually, we did break 4, and we'll talk about that in just a second. But ladies, I got to go. I'm already late for other show. I'm supposed to be screaming and acting like a crazy, insane person on another show right now. Yes, they don't get the polite Joe on the chat. Just so y'all know. So yeah, no, Jeannie, anybody's invited. Anybody can come chat, guest, host. It doesn't matter. But I just warn people my language might change a little bit. Anyway, on that note, I want to thank everyone for tuning into the Authors Quill and United Public Radio. Be sure to check up, keep up, and stay in tune with the station. Good night, everybody, and stay tuned for the chat. Matter of fact, I'm pretty sure Laura Lee and Jay are already there. Goodbye, everybody.
See you, Scott.
Bye-bye. See ya.
Dun, 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 dun. Well, I play audio stream. What are you talking about?
And we are live on the United Public Radio Network, UPRN, 107.7 FM New Orleans and 105.3 FM the Gulf Coast. How cool is that? And we are being live streamed wherever podcasts live, my YouTube channel, etc. So we're not hard to find. To all those above me that watch over me, to all of you, my fave parapeeps on this side of the veil, welcome. This is Father Sean's Paranormal Ministry. I'm your host, Father Sean Whittington. I'm a ordained Catholic priest with the United States Old Catholic Church. I'm a fully professed brother and abbot for the Old Catholic Benedictines of Immaculate Mary. I'm a team member of Society of St. Benedict and co-founder of GhostBegone.biz. And yeah, I'm that guy on Eli Roth Presents a Legion of Exorcists, which premiered on Travel Channel and is currently streaming everywhere if you haven't caught that show yet. And if there's anything you want to know about my wife and I and our ministry work, go to our website, www.ghost-b-gone.biz. If you go there to visit, there's a lot of cool things to see. Both my books are there. And they are a little less expensive at Amazon, and they also come available in an audio version. But if you purchase them off the website, I autograph them. They leave my office here, and they arrive to you in a beautiful house blessing kit. How cool is that? You never know when one of those are going to come in handy. But the great thing about purchasing them off of the website is part of the proceeds of every sale of every copy of my books off the website goes to support stjude.org and the ASPCA. So how cool is that? You get to help some of the neediest children on the planet and the animals too. There's a place where you can enroll in my online course there on the website. And if there's a need for you to reach out to me for any spiritual issues, there's a place where you can make an appointment to speak with me. So that's my song and dance, and I'm sticking to it. But most importantly, brothers and sisters, trust me, I know times are tough. But my wife and I, we don't charge for our ministry work, helping people with our paranormal issues. So if you are visiting the website and you notice the donate button and you're able to do so, please click on it and send my ministry in a small donation. I promise you, it'll be appreciated from the bottom of our hearts. And trust me, we'll put it to good use. Okay, we have a great show today, but you all already knew that. That's why you tuned in. This is a show that happens once a month. It's quickly becoming a fan favorite. It's First Fridays with Father Sean and Annette, and this is a open mic Q&A session, if you will, between Annette and I and all of you, especially those of you that have tuned in and watching the live stream and you have access to the chat room. We are taking questions today throughout the whole show from the chat room, and no topic is off limits. So feel free to put Annette's feet to the fire and rake old Father Sean over the coals on any topic you want to discuss. But we pretty much know most of this questions are going to be about the paranormal, and that's why we're here, which is very, very cool. So, on that note, it's time for me to bring out my paranormal partner in crime. I've known her forever. I love her. I respect her. She's a lifelong paranormal experiencer and the owner of Stellium Books, my publisher. Please give a big, warm paranormal ministry family welcome to the one and only Annette Munich.
Hi, Father Sean. Hi, everybody. Hi, New Orleans people. And very, very glad to be here today. Very excited. We always have such a good time on our First Friday show. So,
yeah, like I said, the prayer urn's full. We'll have to, don't let me forget to get into the prayer urn and say a couple of prayers before the show wraps up later. The mailbag's full because I've neglected that. And I know you're monitoring the chat room, so if anybody has a question for us in the chat, you'll let me know and we'll address that. Otherwise than that, you look very pretty today. How are you doing? Give us an update. You were having a lot of.
I'm doing good. Actually, I'm doing pretty great. I had a fabulous phone call today, one of my other authors, and we're going to do a revised edition of a baseball book, true story that he did before he met me. And he's a Hall of Fame coach in Atlanta. He has a high school stadium named after him. And I'd like to bring him on in October because he's got some really creepy true stories. And his book, Godfrey, if you're listening, Buck, hearts from me and hello, and hope you're feeling better soon. He's had some health struggles lately, so we're praying for him.
You're good to go. That's an awful long way out there to book, but if he wants to book now, get back to me later and let me know. I've got 3 Fridays that is still open. Of course, First Friday is booked, and of course, Halloween night, last Friday of the month, Susan's here. So,
what I'm trying to do is, because it'll be a creepy show, go for October, and that gives him time to feel better and finish his revisions because I don't want him to feel rushed.
Cool. Well, we'll try and shoot for the Friday before Halloween and get everybody in the mood for Halloween, and then Susan will be here Halloween night. Unless that's a very busy time of the year for her. I'm hoping she doesn't have an event that night. But if she doesn't, she's scheduled to be here Halloween night, which is the last Friday in October. So I think I'm booked out to the end of August. So anything after that.
I'm going to take one of the October slots for him because I have a very cute story. When I was working on his book, he said, we were really close to publishing, and he said, maybe I should change some of the names because some of these people are still alive. And that was the moment that I realized these were true stories. I thought he sent me a collection of short stories that he wrote that were fictional. And that book is really creepy. I stopped working on it at night. But a very good book, very beautifully written. Used to be an English teacher. Very cool guy.
I'm really looking forward to meeting him, whoever this gentleman is.
Buck
You can
Godfrey.
keep him. Pardon?
Buck Godfrey. William Buck Godfrey.
Very, very cool. Very, very cool. Yeah. Any date you want to bring him on, other than those 2 dates that are already booked in October, he's welcome to come aboard. I can't wait to meet him. Sounds like a very interesting.
I told him all about you too. And we have a question from Infinite Joy, and she said, "When's the 3rd book coming out, Father Sean?"
Well, I don't want to give away something that you and I are working on.
Right.
So I won't say anything about that. But I have begun working on the 3rd book. It probably won't come out for another year, but it's going to be very interesting. There's a couple of true stories in there. A case that was far too scary for them to put on the TV show, and then a case that I recently worked since becoming an ordained priest, which is going to have an ending like to that case like no one's heard from me before, because it's was much different. Of course, I approached it in a much different way now, being an ordained Catholic priest and a Benedictine and all that. So that's a very different kind of scary and ending with a feel-good story kind of a story. There'll be a lot in the book about my journey from God deciding I was going to do this before I was born, to now making it all the way to being the abbot for a Benedictine community and a ordained priest. I get a lot of people reaching out to me wanting to know what that story was like, because they know I didn't basically enter the seminary till I was 60, and how I got there. And that journey is for a lot of people maybe boring, for a lot of people very inspirational. And then I'm going to tell the true stories of the stories that were featured in the TV show, because there's a lot of people that still reach out to me that can't get the show, mainly international people that can't get the show, not only in their country, but they can't even purchase it on Amazon Prime. They can't purchase season 1. So the stories in the show were true. I haven't put pen to paper on those yet, but there's a lot of things about some of those stories that they also just couldn't talk about for a TV show. So I'm going to actually get down to the nitty-gritty and tell those stories in their entirety, and include the thing like final, if you will, for lack of a better term, final director's cut version of those stories that didn't appear on the TV show for those people. But I've begun work on it, but it'll probably be a year.
And we have a project that we're putting together too, and we can leave that a little bit of a surprise for now. But there's some really